Good morning, everyone. On behalf of NCW family, I extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the guests present today. We all welcome you to the significant seminar focusing on cyber safety and digital empowerment. The core intention behind convening this seminar is to ensure that women and their voices remain robust and secure within the online realm. I now kindly request Honorable Chairperson, NCW, Ms. Rekha Sharma, Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, Indivar Pandeji, Secretary of Ministry of Women and Child Development, and Member Secretary of NCW, Ms. Meenakshi Negi, to please join us in lighting the lamp. This ceremonial lighting of lamps symbolizes the illumination of knowledge and security within the digital landscape. I now request Member Secretary Ms. Meenakshi Negi to please felicitate Shri Indivar Pandeji, Secretary WCD. And I humbly request ma'am again to please felicitate Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant. To commence our program, I invite Member Secretary, NCW, Ms. Meenakshi Negi, to please give a welcome address to the audience.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, dear colleagues and friends, a very good morning to all of you who have gathered here from different parts of the country actually, to deliberate on an issue which finds resonance with almost every section of society. And I dare say it resonates more with women than with any other section. Good morning to all of you. On behalf of the National Commission for Women, it is my pleasure to welcome each one of you to this conference today. First and foremost, unfortunately, the chief guest for the day, Minister of the MOS for Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, who was supposed to be here, had to cancel it at the last moment because of some pressing issue which came up. So in his absence, I'll welcome him. I welcome him to this conference. I'd like to welcome Ms. Rekha Sharma, the chairperson of the National Commission for Women, and those of us who know her, and those of you who know her more than me, we know the zeal and enthusiasm with which she works in the Commission, and it's under her visionary guidance that conferences like this are possible. And I must tell you this is only a welcome speech, but I have to make the most of it actually, because I don't think I'll get another chance to join the deliberations during the day. So I must tell you that she's such a hands-on person in NCW that she's on first name terms with the lift operators, with the data entry operators, and nothing escapes her hawk's eye in NCW. I might add that this seminar, This seminar is one of its kind that we are having in different parts of the country. This is only one of its kind. We have expanded beyond women's security and safety to women's empowerment, and this is, as they say, another brick in the wall in a constructive sense. So welcome, ma'am, and we hope to listen to you later during the day. I take this opportunity to also welcome the Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India, Shri Indivar Pandeji, who has graciously accepted our invitation and has spared time to be with us here today, despite the fact that the session is going on and he must be having so much on his table. Welcome, sir, and I look forward to hearing from you, and all of us would like to hear from you in a few moments from now. I'll also welcome, on behalf of the National Commission for Women and all of you present here, Lieutenant General Retired Dr. Rajesh Pant, who was the National Cybersecurity Coordinator in the PMO till, I think, just a month ago, till a month back. And he's also a member of the Global Action Council Cyber Peace Foundation. And he will be addressing you and sharing his, also he's the moderator of the other panels that we are going to have during the day, and he'll also address you from here in a few moments. I welcome the members of the National Commission for Women. Ms. Khushbu Sundar is here, and a warm welcome to you, ma'am. And we'd be so happy to share your experiences, because you bring to the table a different point of view. And each one present here would have their own personal experiences in the field of cybersecurity. The members from DALSA, NALSA, who are present here, the members from the police who have joined us this morning, and whose inputs during the conference are going to be really important for us to eventually come up with the recommendations from the conference. And the students, which is my favorite group actually. And thank you so much for turning up bright and early, adding to the liveliness of the conference. A warm welcome to each one of you. I request all of you to listen very carefully to the proceedings, and NCW would love to have your feedback on the conference, not on the food and flower arrangement, please, but on the knowledge part of the conference. We really look forward to having your opinion on what the conference is. And the faculty members who have accompanied the students, warm welcome to each one of you. A very warm welcome to the media, personnel from media who are present here. And we hope to have a very constructive dialogue with all of you, welcoming each one of you once again to the conference, and hoping that we'll have a very good collaboration and a very studied outcomes from the conference. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Meenakshi ma'am, for setting the tone right for this event. I now request Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant to please share his thoughts on this pertinent topic. Sir, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's nice to see so many young people, especially in uniform. My compliments to everyone. And let me first thank Ms. Rekha Sharma, Chairperson of National Commission for Women, for organizing this very timely and relevant event. Why I say timely and relevant is because every day there are so many cases being reported on crime against women in cyberspace. I checked up the figures just yesterday from the Ministry of Home Affairs, and 5,200 cases were reported in one day. Out of that, almost 40% were related with women. So it's a very serious issue. It's a very timely and relevant event that NCW has organized and able to get this audience. And by the end of the day, if we can make you educated and aware as to what are the types of crime that take place and what are the precautions and preventions that you should adhere to, I think we would have achieved our aim. So what is cyberspace? What is it that we are trying to keep you safe? Cyberspace is this interconnected world of mobile phones, of computers, of networks, of data at rest, data in motion, and applications. And it is this cyberspace that all of you are entering every day. यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं जो कार ओन करते हैं? कार. Okay, I can count. कितने लोग हैं जो मोबाइल ओन करते हैं? सबके हाथ खड़े हो गए. Thank you. So that is the difference. All of you enter cyberspace every day. And while in physical space, when you go around the roads, there are traffic lights, there are road signs, there are directions, we have the police to protect you. Who is there in cyberspace? That is where the problem is, that is why the crime is being committed, and that is what we are going to discuss today. So why is it that these crimes are being committed in cyberspace? And there are a couple of reasons for that. One is that there is a lack of international laws, even national laws, there are very voids. You'll be surprised to know that it took the United Nations 20 years to come out with 11 non-binding norms for responsible behavior by states in cyberspace. 20 years it has taken the United Nations, and those laws are also non-binding norms. There used to be a manual called the Talon Manual, which defined as to what is a cyber weapon, what is a cyber crime. People have forgotten about that also. Presently in the United Nations, there is an ad hoc committee which is dealing with this, but that is also taking time. So what I'm saying is, whether it is the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty or the letters rogatory, international laws are very weak as far as cybercrime is concerned, and this is what is being taken advantage of by the cyber criminals. The second aspect is the lack of attribution. Attribution means how do you trace from where the crime is being committed? It is very difficult. When the attacks take place internationally, they come through 2 to 3 hops. When I say hops means he has hired a server, let us say in USA, from where he is coming to India. But behind that, he is already 2-3 hops behind. So you cannot trace from where the criminal is operating. Similarly, when the cybercrime fraud takes place in India, it is difficult to trace the telephone number. There are fake SIM cards, there are fake bank accounts. So tracing is very difficult. So lack of international laws, lack of attribution, and of course, there are many voids even in the judicial system, in the telecom system, there are interstate issues. So this is what is being taken advantage of by the cyber criminals, and they are able to carry out the cyber crime. When I say cyber crime against women, what am I talking of? I am talking of cyber stalking, आपके पीछा कर रहे हैं वो. I am talking of cyber bullying, I am talking of sextortion, I am talking of stealing your credentials through social media and other social media crimes. So इस तरह के crimes जो हो रहे हैं, इससे हमने बच के रहना है. और कैसे बचना है उसके बड़े सिंपल तरीके हैं कि एक तो social media में we have to be very, very careful as to who's on the other side. You just cannot trust the person whether he's actually the person or not, because these days there is a concept of deep fake also. He can come out with a picture, there is a voice cloning also. You can hear the voice of your friend, but actually he may not be your friend. So you have to be very careful on social media. Second is this aspect of phishing, smishing, and wishing. Phishing means that you get an email from somebody and he just wants you to click on a particular link. And it will be a very targeted email. He will say, I met you in the morning, there was a program of National Commission of Women, and here is a photograph of you in that event, and just click on that photograph. If you click on that photograph, you'll get a message, sorry, error message or something, but that malware that he wanted to send, he has already sent it to you. And same thing happens in voice wishing, that you get a call, he says कि आपकी बिजली कट हो जाएगी आज शाम 5 बजे अगर आप 5 रुपये जमा नहीं करेंगे, या आपने KYC नहीं कराया है, ये लिंक आप क्लिक करिए. If you click, then on your telephone, the malware will come. And today there are apps like AnyDesk and Screen Saver, etc., where he can mirror your mobile screen. So when you do banking transactions and you type your OTP and bank account, etc., he is seeing it. And after that, he will take out all the money. So this is, a very important thing. And they are targeting women, they are targeting pensioners, they are targeting people who can easily get scared. So this is the seriousness of cybercrime. And when we have our panel discussion, we'll have the views of other experts also as to what is being done about it. Finally, what is the Government of India doing? The Government of India has created, under the Ministry of Home Affairs, an organization called I4C, Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center. इनका एक portal है cybercrime.gov.in. That is a portal where any crime occurs, you have to report to them. If it is a financial crime, then you also first dial 1930. You please remember these two things that I am telling you. Telephone number is 1930. In 1930, he will only ask you for 5 things as to what is your account number, etc., name, and immediately they will take action to block the money. Because when you go to cybercrime.gov.in, there are a number of things that you have to put there. You have to upload some evidence, etc., some screenshots, so that might take time, but that will also give you a registration number. So 1930 and reporting in the cybercrime portal is very important. This is what the Government of India has created. Now we are also establishing regional cybercrime centers. Already in 7 states we have established, and every district is going to have a cybercrime cell. Up to the level of inspector, the cybercrime investigation can be carried out, and a number of training initiatives, etc., are being taken. So these are the initiatives which the Government of India has taken against cybercrime. There are some other initiatives which we can discuss separately, but to summarize what I have just now said, I have highlighted the importance of cybercrime as to why cyberspace is being exploited because of a lack of international laws, lack of attribution, etc., and what we should do about it. With that, I once again compliment the National Commission for Women and Ms. Rekha Sharma for organizing this event. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for that valuable insight on this topic. I now humbly request Shri Endeavor Pandeyji, Secretary, Women and Child Welfare Development Ministry, to please come on stage and share his insights on this subject. Please, sir.
Lieutenant General Retired Rajesh Panji, Srimati Rekha Sharma ji, Chairperson NCW, Srimati Meenakshi Negi ji, Member Secretary and NCW, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very appropriate subject for today, cyber safety and digital empowerment, particularly in the context of women, which NCW has organized. And I think it's very important in the sense many of the issues which Dr. Pant raised about the cyber safety of girls and women in particular. But before I go to cyber safety, I'll first like to touch upon the issue of digital empowerment and how it is changing the lives of the country and both citizens as well as people who are working in that area. I'll just make 2 specific examples. One relates to the Anganwadi program which we run all over the country in all the states. There are 14 lakh Anganwadi centers throughout the country, and they have just 2 workers, one Anganwadi worker and one helper. Till some time back, the qualification of the worker used to be, those who got in the service earlier was 8th class only. Now, last year we have raised it to 12th class. And helpers again were there just to cook the food and all that. Their qualification used to be till 5th or something. That also has been revised to 12th class. Now, you'll ask me why we are talking about this. Now, we started a new program, rather portal, for comprehensive management of the nutrition program which we run through Anganwadis. And for that, we launched a nationwide app called Poshan Tracker. Now, Poshan Tracker it basically The Anganwadi worker is supposed to operate this tracker for every Anganwadi. She'll have the details of all the children who are there, 0 to 6 years, the women, pregnant women and lactating mothers, their details, and also the adolescent girls. What do they do? It also has a World Health Organization's tracker which gives whether the child is underweight, it is undernutrition, or it is he or she is suffering from malnutrition. Now, it gives a total life cycle approach of the child right from the day, from the beginning, when the mother is pregnant, from that stage till the child becomes 6 years and he moves on to the school system. When we started this program, the general feedback was कि साहब ये आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर तो पढ़ी लिखी है नहीं, ये आपका चलने वाला नहीं है. Mind you, prior to that, World Bank ran a program, and after 5 years of hard work, they could just take it to 6 lakhs Anganwadi when they ended that program. Now, we took a different approach. Our approach was very simple, कि till such time Anganwadi worker, who is the core of the program, till she understands the benefits और उसको क्या फायदा हो रहा है इस पोर्टल को, इस प्रोग्राम को चलाने में, और कैसे उससे आसानी से वो काम कर सकती है. So first thing we did that you take it in 22 languages, so that at least basic data you they don't have difficulty in entering. Second point was because everything is Aadhaar enabled for the benefit. So what we did, we said कि जो बच्चे का, जो मदर का जो भी नाम है, आधार में जो नाम है, उसी को आप डालिए exactly in the same nomenclature, so that जब हम उसको किसी और प्रोग्राम के साथ लिंक करते हैं, तो benefits will flow seamlessly. And let me tell you, we have also linked this portal with the RCH portal of Ministry of Health, from where the Aadhaar data comes to our portal, and from our portal the data of beneficiary goes to this thing. So that way health and nutrition have a seamless coordination at that level. Initially there were a lot of issues, but then we said कि हमारी team जाके गांव में जाए. They should sit with the Anganwadi worker and ask her what are your difficulty. हमारी requirement क्या है? That is not material. If the data, if they are good enough, they are happy with filling the data. हमारी requirement जो government की monitoring की requirement है, जो states की है, वो सारी की सारी can be taken care of. And with great pride, I can tell you these ladies who are 6, 7 plus, some of them, fairly large number of them are now digitally literate. They have been able to put in the data. We get live data every day from 13.9 lakh Anganwadi centers which are functional all over the country. And this is from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and from the other, right from Meghalaya, Nagaland, from Northeast where there are problems of this thing. But they are putting the data. When you are offline, there is a facility that after 3 days, when you go to a signal area, automatically the data gets uploaded. But the fact was that this has to be done keeping in mind कि किसको कौन है उसको क्या benefit हो रहा है, and what benefit the lady is getting in the end. We had 11 registers which were maintained by the Anganwadi worker for their day-to-day work. तो वो बच्चे को पढ़ाएं एक तरफ, उनको खाना दें और उसके साथ साथ ये रजिस्टर भी भरें. With this single phone, single app in the program, those registers have become redundant and we are taking them off the statutory requirement. So that is one thing. She feels that उसकी जो drudgery थी वो खत्म हो गई. The moment earlier उसको देख के बच्चे का देखना होता था कि इसकी age कितनी है, height कितनी है, और उसके हिसाब से वो कहाँ पे पड़ेगा. There used to be physical charts of WHO. We used to tell the Anganwadi worker कि ये बच्चा स्वस्थ है, ये बच्चा malnutrition से ग्रसित है, और ये बच्चा जो है overweight है और obese है. अब उसको कुछ नहीं करना है. The moment बच्चे का नाम उसने देखा तो automatically आ जाएगा कि whether the child is in red category or orange category or green category. Green means he is fit. If it is red means वो सीवियरली कुपोषित है. तो जब आप किसी भी सिस्टम को डिजाइन करें तो बहुत जरूरी है कि कौन उसको हैंडल कर रहा है, किस लेवल पे हैंडल कर रहा है, उस हिसाब से you put yourself in that place, then only it works. It took us some time to get it this thing. हर जगह जब भी हम जाते थे स्टेट्स में, सबसे पहला होता था वो, जब भी हम किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाएंगे इस तरह से आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स का पहला होता था कि साहब हमारा ये काम नहीं कर रहा है, ये काम नहीं कर रहा है. Nowadays, अभी I was in Kerala the other day, we met and they said कि नहीं साहब अब ये बहुत अच्छे से काम कर रहा है, हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. So that is how the things. So saying that कि कोई पढ़ा लिखा नहीं है, कोई नहीं कर सकता है, I think with training that works wonders. Training and use the, if you want them to be onboarded on the system, it should be to their, it should meet their requirement. Don't see your requirement. हमारा requirement तो ऑटो, जब उन्होंने डाटा देना शुरू कर दिया पूरे देश में, आज ये अवस्था है कि हर 25 आंगनवाड़ी पे एक सुपरवाइजर होती है, उसको अलग से इंफॉर्मेशन मिलती है उसके जुरिडिक्शन की. ब्लॉक लेवल पे जो प्रोजेक्ट है उनको सारी इंफॉर्मेशन मिलती है, दे कैन सी किस आंगनवाड़ी का कैसा परफॉर्मेंस है. एंड सिमिलरली फॉर दैट मैटर डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट या डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम ऑफिसर जो है, इस तरह का सिस्टम जो है ऑटोमेटिकली केवल कस्टमर सेंट्रिसिटी से और ये रियलाइज करने से कि कोई भी वीक नहीं है, प्रॉपर सपोर्ट और ट्रेनिंग से ऐसा आप सिस्टम अगर आप डिजाइन करें तो बहुत हेल्प करेगा. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा, अब एक उनसे जब मिलते हैं ना तो बहुत बड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस होता है. द लेडीज 8 पास 9 पास कहती है, मैंने कहा पूछा कि पोषण ट्रैकर चला रहे तो हाँ साहब लाइए ये दिखाई, ये देखिए बताइए आप किसका डाटा देखना है, क्या देखना है आपको. दैट काइंड ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस विच दे हैव गॉट इज अमेजिंग. एक दूसरा और जैसे साथ के साथ जो एक और चीज आप देखेंगे गाँव में आजकल जो बैंक सखी जो हुई हैं, अगेन सेम थिंग, जो हर बात के लिए आपको एटीएम पे जाना पड़ता था और गांव में एटीएम नहीं है, काफ़ी दूर जाना पड़ता था. अब उनकी वजह से उनको ऐसा ट्रेन किया गया है कि हर गांव में यू हैव दिस बैंक सखीज जो कि एसएचजी की मेंबर भी हैं, और उसकी वजह से एक बहुत मेजर चेंज आया है इसमें. बैंकिंग सुविधाएं जो है महिलाओं को बहुत इजी हो गई हैं. बहुत सारी स्टेट्स में अगर आप देखें तो हर साल कोई ना कोई एक फिक्स अमाउंट, हर महीने आजकल जो है एक फिक्स अमाउंट मिलता है विमेन को इन पर्टिकुलर, तो वो सीधे सीधे उनके अकाउंट में आता था. नाउ दैट मनी कैन बी withdrawn सिटिंग एट होम ओनली. तो दीज आर सम ऑफ द थिंग्स विच आई थॉट कि शुड बी मेंशन कि डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट में बहुत जरूरी है कि हम सबको एम्पावर करें. और इसमें जो है इस दिशा में पीएम दिशा एक प्रधानमंत्री ग्रामीण डिजिटल साक्षरता अभियान है, इसका बहुत बड़ा MIT का प्रोग्राम है और इसका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है. बट इस तरह से जो छोटे छोटे हम लोग हेल्थ में आशा वर्कर के साथ, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर के साथ जो कर रहे हैं, इससे एक नया उत्साह आया है और गांव के लोगों में ये आया है कि हम भी कर सकते हैं. ये मोबाइल ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं है कि जिससे डरने की ज़रूरत है. अब हम दूसरे एस्पेक्ट पे आते हैं, व्हाट जनरल पंत सेड अबाउट द साइबर सिक्योरिटी. आई थिंक हम में से बहुत कम होंगे जो कि कहीं ना कहीं इससे हिट नहीं हुए होंगे, और अगर नहीं हिट हुए हैं तो यू आर लकी. I mean, 6 months back, somebody took my photograph, pasted on some number somewhere, and then he was asking all the officers who work under my control, even the state officer, कि I was traveling to this and this country, I had such problem, तो इस पे इतने पैसे भिजवा दें मुझे immediately. Luckily, 1 or 2 people called, then I found out, we complained to I4C, but you know what happens इसमें? आप देखें तो उसका लास्ट में जब कोई ट्रेल जाता है तो या तो किसी एक लैंडलेस मजदूर के पास जो फ़ोन होगा, उसने ज़िंदगी में कभी व्हाट्सएप यूज़ भी नहीं किया होगा, उस सिम पे जाके पड़ेगा. एब्सोल्युटली उसका सिम किसी ने क्लोन कर लिया, उसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं. जब आप ईमेल के थ्रू किसी फ्रॉड में पड़ते हैं तो और भी समस्या है. यू विल नॉट बिलीव मोस्ट ऑफ दीज सर्वर्स आर, या तो एक तो जामतारा वगैरह पहले की बात थी, नू ऑल्सो वॉज वेरी एक्टिव इन दिस, बट सर्वर्स आपको मिलेंगे नाइजीरिया में और कहाँ पे. आप दुनिया की कोई वो नहीं है जिससे कि आप चाहे किसी का भी उसमें हैक हो जाए सिस्टम, तो आप उसको किसी भी तरह से जो है उसको पैसा वापस ला सकते हैं. सो व्हाट वाज मेंशन्ड 1930 जो हेल्पलाइन है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सबसे पर्टिकुलरली गर्ल्स से, बिकॉज गर्ल्स एंड लेडीज दे आर मोर प्रोन, बिकॉज उनकी मॉर्फिंग होती है इमेज की, बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जिससे उनको साइकोलॉजिकल भी बहुत इश्यूज आते हैं इन द लॉन्ग रन. Many of the people are not willing to share कि मेरे साथ इस तरह का हुआ है, लेकिन सजेशन इज कि ये नंबर याद कर लें 1930 पे. इफ यू फेस एनी सच प्रॉब्लम कि मेरी इमेज मॉर्फिंग हुई है, साइबर स्टॉकिंग हुई है, या बहुत सारे तरह के जो क्राइम्स हैं इसमें कम से कम कंप्लेन करें, सॉल्यूशन जरूर मिलेगा, रेस्ट अश्योर्ड अबाउट दैट. सो बट मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट इज टू बी बट ट्राई वन थिंग वेरी क्लियरली, किसी भी अननोन लिंक पे कभी भी क्लिक न करें. I mean, ये एकदम बांध के रख लें. कोई अगर आपको बोलता है कि हम आपके अकाउंट में इतने पैसे दे रहे हैं, प्लीज, ऐसे फ्री में दुनिया में कुछ भी नहीं मिलता है. सो किसी भी तरह का कोई इमरजेंसी आ जाए, इमरजेंसी कॉल कि साहब ये प्रॉब्लम है, आपके फादर का एक्सीडेंट हो गया, ये हो गया, अगर ऐसा होगा तो 10 बार चेक कर लें बिफोर यू गेट इनटू दिस थिंग. देयर आर ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ सिचुएशंस दीज क्रिमिनल्स यूज टू पुट यू इन सर्टेन प्रेशर सो दैट आप लॉजिकली सोच नहीं पाए उस चीज को. तो इसलिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अगर आप पहले तो मिनिमम इसमें, और मेरा एक और सजेशन है कि कम से कम अपनी जो है खुद की फोटो वोटो ना लगाएं, वो ज़्यादा बेटर रहता है जहाँ तक हो सके, बिकॉज इफ योर रियल आइडेंटिटी इज देयर मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम दैट बिकम्स ए प्रॉब्लम. सो आई मीन दैट इज ए पर्सनल कॉल विच एवरीबडी हैज़ टू टेक. बट जहाँ तक हो सके इन सब चीज़ों से थोड़ा सा अगर वो अलग ही रहे तो ज़्यादा बेटर रहता है, सो दैट कोई फिर आपको बाद में परेशान न कर सके इन सब चीज़ों में. तो आज की ये वर्कशॉप मेरी आशा है कि बहुत इन सब चीज़ों में आपको डिटेल में अवेयर कराएगी कि क्या क्या समस्याएं होती हैं, क्या क्या हो सकती हैं. एंड हर तरह की समस्याएं हो सकती हैं. साइबर क्राइम, साइबर बुलिंग हैज़ रीच्ड, आई मीन व्हाट शुड आई से, it's become like an epidemic and we have to be cautious on day to day basis. कोई भी अगर आपका SMS आए जो किसी नोन नंबर से नहीं है, डिलीट कर दीजिए बिना सोचे हुए. उस पर क्लिक नहीं करना है स्ट्रेट अवे, या तो उसको पहले नंबर ब्लॉक करके उसको स्पैम में डालिए या फिर उसको स्ट्रेट अवे डिलीट कर दीजिए. सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द थिंग्स आई जस्ट वांटेड ऑल ऑफ यू टू नो. आज का ये जो वर्कशॉप है बहुत ही रिलेवेंट है हम सबके लिए, पर्टिकुलरली विमेन के लिए, बिकॉज दे आर मोर प्रोन टू दिस. सो आई होप कि इस वर्कशॉप के बाद हम सारे जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं विल बी वाइजर कि क्या करना है और किस तरह से हम रोड मैप बनाएं, किस तरह से हम सिटीजन्स के लिए एडवाइजरी दें, पर्टिकुलरली गर्ल्स और विमेन के लिए, सो दैट उनको पूरी चीज़ें समझ में आएँ और इस तरह के उसमें प्रॉब्लम्स में ना फंसें. आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पेशेंस से मेरी बात सुनने के लिए. थैंक यू. जय हिंद.
Thank you, sir. I think after your speech, all of us are feeling a little more aware and educated about this topic. And while digital world gives us a world of possibilities, like sir was saying, that it is very important to be aware of the dangers. On that note, now it's an honor for me to welcome the Honorable Chairperson of National Commission for Women, Ms. Rekha Sharma ji, to the podium for her words of wisdom. Please, ma'am.
Namaskar, good morning. On the dais, Shri Indivar Pandeji, Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development, Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, Member Secretary Meenakshi Negi. In front of us sitting are members Khushbu Sundarji, Delina ji, and Mamta ji, chairpersons and members of the State Commission, officers of BPRND, police, faculty and students, media persons, my officials of NCW. Firstly, I welcome you in today's program on a very relevant issue of these days, which is digital empowerment and problems concerning internet and how women are being targeted in digital media. When India is thriving to become one of the 3 superpower, role of information technology and digital sector we cannot ignore. And we cannot ignore the women's role in information technology because the IT sector these days, 30% are women who are working in IT sector and number is increasing by the day. Honorable Prime Minister, when he took over, he gave us Digital India slogan, and after that, we see a sea change in the digital media and how India is nowadays, I think, one of the few countries which is taking lead in digital market. PM's vision is that India should be $1 trillion economy by 2025-26. Global innovation and entrepreneurship system, India should lead in this. India should also lead in shaping the future of IT. And India must play a role in trusted player and as a trusted player in global value change. So when the Prime Minister is leading all the way, we all must, especially women, because 50% of the population of the country is women, and if we ignore them in this digitalization of the country, I think we will not be able to achieve our goal. We have seen in many IT sectors, whether it is Infosys, TES, Wipro, anywhere, you will see number of women are working in these areas. As our Secretary Indivarji has told you how villages are taking lead in this, ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, self-help groups, they are now all digitally empowered and empowering the other villagers also, especially the women of the village. Many companies are also coming forward and helping women of villages to make them empowered, providing them computers and training those women and children in this field. We at NCW, we started Digital Shakti 4 years back. And Vineet is here. I would like to thank Vineet in this partnering. We partnered with Cyber Peace Foundation and Meta, erstwhile Facebook. And in first phase, we trained 60,000 girls on how to be safe on social media, because social media plays a big role in all of us, our lives. Whether it is Facebook, whether it is Instagram, Twitter, we all are on Facebook. We go on social media without knowing the minuses and pluses. We don't know how to keep ourselves safe on social media, and many girls, young girls, getting targeted because of that. So we started this training, and first year we trained about 60,000. Next year, 1,05,000. Third year, we trained 1,64,360, and in the last phase, we trained 2,07,000 girls and women in this. And and we had 616 sessions on these all over India. So it was not on one sector. We took this program all over India, from south to north to east to west, and this was with the Facebook, as I said, but now I think we will again have 5th year, and we'll be partnering with different organizations. When I talk about the positive side of the digital and internet and all that, we must speak how women are being targeted. And as I said, our role on social media has increased. So is the problems for women on the social media. Trolling in one of the, I think we all get trolled. Even for good things, we are doing, and मैं अपनी example बता सकती हूँ, कैसे मेरे साथ, and Khushbu ji is sitting. She can also speak about her, what we are facing on social media, special Twitter. और मुझे लगता है सभी लोग सोचते हैं कि हम सबको बहुत ज़्यादा आता है, और that person we can target. एक जो independence hai on social media, whatever you can write, and you can't be answerable to anything. Even people were writing recently to behead me on Twitter and Instagram. So you can see how they are misusing these social medias, and how women are being targeted. If they can target me and Khushbu ji, किसी को भी target कर सकते हैं, ministers, प्राइम मिनिस्टर, किसी को भी कुछ भी. और अगर हम उस पे ध्यान देने लगे तो मुझे लगता है हम काम ही नहीं कर पाएंगे जिस तरह की ट्रोलिंग होती है. मॉर्फिंग है, पिक्चर्स को मॉर्फ करके डाल देते हैं. There are many kinds, and the panels today will be speaking about all these problems at length. Child pornography is a major problem आजकल, जो ये सोशल मीडिया पे या वेबसाइट्स पे जो चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी है, ये बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोग इसमें काम करते हैं और इनको पकड़ना भी, बिकॉज एज इंदिवर जी सेड एंड एज लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल सेड दैट ऑल दीज पीपल आर सिटिंग इन डिफरेंट कंट्रीज. आप कैसे पकड़ोगे? आप यहाँ पर कंप्लेन करोगे एंड यू मस्ट कंप्लेन वेदर दे आर गेटिंग कॉट और नॉट, बट यू मस्ट complain. And you please don't open any website, especially where children's pictures are there, because you are giving them a way to work in this field. If there is no demand, there will be no supply. So हम लोग अगर demand को भी कम करें तो मुझे लगता है ये supply कहीं ना कहीं रुकेगी. Financial frauds, we are, as Indivarji was saying, we all are being targeted in financial frauds. वो बात ठीक है, हम लोग पढ़े लिखे हैं, we don't go their way, the way they want us to work, because मेरे साथ भी वो हो चुका है कि from my email, my friends got email that I want money and I'm stuck in some country. And same thing happens with everything. I was talking to Meenakshi and she had the same problem. So we all get targeted, but there are many Jamtaras. Earlier there was one Jamtara, but now Nu is again another Jamtara, and there are many small cities where people are earning money by fraudulent ways. So we must not get targeted by these things. बहुत सारे तरीके हैं कैसे बचे जा सकते हैं, हम लोग आज उस पर बात करेंगे. एक प्रपोज्ड डिजिटल इंडिया एक्ट है 2023 जिसमें कुछ चेंजेस आने हैं हमारे जो आईटी एक्ट में, वो भी वेरी सून आई थिंक इट विल कम एंड बिकम अ लॉ. उसमें बहुत ज़रूरी है कि विमेन आर गेटिंग टारगेटेड, उसको अलग से उस पर बात हो उस एक्ट में, और मेरे ख्याल से उसमें है भी, दे हैव टच्ड अपॉन इट. एक ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड है साइबर क्राइम्स के अगेंस्ट लड़ने का, वो उसमें आएगा उस एक्ट में. और ये मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग जल्दी ही इन सारी प्रॉब्लम से पार करेंगे. लेकिन बट वट एवर स्टेप वी टेक, दीज पीपल आर वन स्टेप अहेड ऑफ अस. तो हम लोगों को भी मुझे लगता है बार बार इस चीज़ को रिवाइव करना चाहिए, स्पेशली स्टूडेंट्स हु आर सिटिंग एंड द गर्ल्स, यंग गर्ल्स हु आर सिटिंग, दे मस्ट keep themselves updated with all these kinds of crimes and how to be safe again and how to take the steps against these crimes. तो हम लोग आज next two panels में इनकी discussion करेंगे, and we have got very nice panelists. So please don't leave after that, and don't leave after lunch also, because after lunch there is one more panel. Thank you so much for coming in this large number. Thank you. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening words. In the esteemed presence of all the dignitaries present on the dais, Honorable Chairperson NCW Ms. Rekha Sharma ji, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, Shri Indivar Pandey ji, Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development, and Member Secretary of NCW Meenakshi Negi ji, I would like to take this opportunity to unveil the first cut of the Digital Shakti documentary to our esteemed audience. Digital Shakti is a collaborative initiative by NCW, Meta, and Cyber Peace Foundation, aimed at empowering women in digital space. I would now like to request my team to please play the documentary.
Cybersecurity. What is cybersecurity? What are the different types of cyber attacks that are likely to occur? That is phishing, phishing, smishing, etc. We have also got to know the difference between HTTP and HTTPS. And the best part of the session was Sar explaining about how we can identify the fake websites and how we can protect our data from identity theft, etc.
Thank you, everyone. I think we've set the foundation right, and now we will be beginning with our next session. With the foundation set for the session that promises to be both informative and engaging, let us transition to our first session. This session will revolve around the future of cybersecurity, emerging trends, and shaping a safer cyberspace. We'll just take a moment now. I'm delighted to introduce our esteemed panelists for the session. Can I please call upon the stage Ms. S. Sundari Nanda, Special Secretary, Internal Security, MHA. Mr. B. Shankar Jaiswal, Joint CP, Cyber Prevention Awareness and Detection, CyPAD, Delhi Police. Colonel Pankaj Verma, Business Development, Cybersecurity Services, Cisco. Ms. Swastika Mukherjee, renowned actor, known for redefining women-centric roles on OTT platform. Ms. Meera Chat, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy, YouTube. And Mr. Jaideep Ghosh, former partner, KPMG. Moderating this insightful panel is Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, former National Cybersecurity Coordinator, PMO, Government of India, and a member of the Global Advisory Council at Cyber Peace Foundation. I am now going to give the charge to Lieutenant General Pant to please.
Okay, good morning everyone once again. And as I said in the inaugural session, we now start our session on emerging trends and shaping a safer cyberspace. As was just introduced, we have some very eminent panelists here with us. I'll call them one by one. So what we will do is that we will have one round of questions to each of the panelists, and I'll request them to take even about 10 minutes to answer that, because we have a long session of 2 hours. And then we'll have a common question for all the panelists, in which they can take about 3 minutes each to answer. And we will still have time of about 15 to 20 minutes for questions from the audience. So whatever doubts you have in mind, and even after during the discussion, if you have some doubt, you keep it till the end, and we will attempt to answer the questions. So let me just do the stage setting as to what is the future of cybersecurity. जो आज के दिन तो हम देख ही रहे हैं क्या हो रहा है, लेकिन आगे साइबर सिक्योरिटी में क्या होने वाला है, उसमें one of the things is that there is going to be an exponential increase in the threat surface of cyberspace. And why I say that is because when 5G is being rolled out, which is the case in our nation at the moment, then not only the voice calls will be there, but the Internet of Things, IoT devices, will start getting connected to the 5G. Also in the industry, there is a concept of Industry 4.0, where a lot of automation and robotics will be there as part of the industry. That will also get connected to 5G. So all these devices will now form part of cyberspace. So today, there are about 5.5 billion devices as part of the internet. The moment this IoT rollout takes place by the end of next year, they are saying that there will be 25 billion devices being connected on the internet. So it's a 5 times increase in 1 year. So that is the first future of cyber security and cyberspace that we foresee, that there is an exponential increase in the threat surface. The second is that because of the digital transformation that took place during the COVID and hybrid working started, work from home started, so now there is no perimeter. It is perimeterless, because somebody is working from home, somebody is working from some other country, somebody has come to the office, you do not know what device he is using. So there is going to be a hybrid nature of cyberspace. So this has its own issues, it has its own problems as to how do you now protect such an environment. Earlier, people came to the offices, so we could have an enterprise firewall, intrusion detection system, prevention system, a security operations center. So everybody inside that factory or enterprise was safe. But now with the work from home environment, this is a new threat which will take place in cyberspace. Third aspect is the use of artificial intelligence. How many have heard of ChatGPT? Haath uthaye, ChatGPT. My God, thank you. Everyone has heard. And you are seeing that people are today writing their, PhD thesis, etc. They are writing poems. Please don't try it for answering your exam questions or something. But this is a new threat. People are now writing software for carrying out cyber attacks using ChatGPT and artificial intelligence. So this is something that we find will become more and more important. So artificial intelligence, virtual reality, the meta, the world that is now emerging in terms of augmented reality, etc., robotics, this is the third trend which will form the part of cyberspace. The fourth future of cyberspace that we perceive is in the actual space sector. So far, space was not considered as a threat in cyberspace. But now, with a large number of low Earth orbit satellites being deployed there, like Starlink, which Elon Musk owns, Google is coming up with Quinos, there is a OneWeb system which Bharti Airtel along with the UK government is launching. So suddenly a lot of low Earth orbit satellites will be there, plus a number of other assets in space, like drones and other systems which are being put. So they are also interconnected. And there also we will find another cyber security element which is starting in space. So as you know that today everything is being carried out using software. There is softwareization, as they say, taking place. So the more software you have, the more vulnerabilities will be there. So to cut a long story short, the three hard truths of cyberspace are: one, that vulnerabilities will continue to exist. Two, if vulnerabilities continue, attacks will continue to take place. And three, the attribution and tracing of these attacks will be as difficult as what it is today. So with that background, we come to the panel of shaping a safer cyber group. Just as a matter of interest, what is the ideal world that we would like? And the example I would like to give to you is that in 1910, there used to be in the industry an appointment called the Chief Power Officer, because electricity was something very new early in the 20th century. So this power officer was an expert in kilovolt ampere and kilowatt, and he knew the phase difference and what is frequency. He was a very high-tech person. Today, do we ever bother about electricity? We just plug in our devices and we use the electricity. So what is it that we ideally want in internet and cyberspace is that this is what should be there, that we just plug in and we should get a safe and secure connection of the internet. Somebody else should be handling that security part, whether it is the telecom service provider, whether it is the government, whether it is the OEM, etc. That is the ideal world, what we wish for. So with that background, let me start with the first panelist, and I will request Ms. S. Sundari Nanda. She is a Special Secretary of Internal Security in the MHA, a very accomplished officer. When I was the NCSC till about a month ago, I have seen her organizing a very successful G20 seminar on cybercrime. She has done excellent work in creating a national counter-ransomware task force and many other initiatives that she's taken. So, Ms. Nanda, the question I have for you, and I'll read it out. Just give me a minute. Your contributions to cybercrime investigation and law enforcement are commendable. Can you elaborate on the most significant shifts in cybercrime trends over the years and how law enforcement agencies have adapted to stay ahead of these evolving challenges? We will have the discussions from the dais only. Oh, the mic is functional? Okay, great. So we'll request Ms. Sundari Nanda to give her views on the question that I just asked. Over to you, Ms. Nanda. Thank you.
A very good morning, everyone. General Pant, Rekha Sharma ji, Chairperson of NCW, other members of NCW, my colleagues and ladies and gentlemen in the dais, and all of you in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm extremely happy this morning to see so many young people here. And the question that has been put, of course, is something which, what are the trends of cybercrime across what we've seen evolving, and how do you think law enforcement is kind of prepared to handle the challenges posed by cybercrime? Now, let me start off with three instances. This morning, I had a friend, I was walking with a friend, who has a mother-in-law who at 80 has turned entrepreneur. So they have started a website called Entrepreneurs at 80. You know, there are grandmothers who have got together and who are making pickles and who are selling them. So that is incident number one. And she, at the age of 80, is very keen, and she has learned how to check out her website, how to check out how the orders for pickles are coming in, and she's absolutely thrilled to bits about it. Couple of years back, because I've been interfacing with cybercrime almost now for 3 decades, since I was the first SP cybercrime in CBI way back in 2000, from then on. One incident that comes to mind is a young 15-year-old in Pondicherry, the only son of an eminent head of department at JIPMER Pondicherry. Now this kid, the parents thought he wanted a good computer, and the parents got him one, and he was ensconced in his bedroom those days, working on his computer. Everyone thought that, okay, he was preparing for something. And then we get a complaint from the UK High Commission saying that there was this DOS attack from India on a particular company in the UK, and then they had proffered a formal complaint. So when we traced down that complaint, those days it was still very simple to trace an IP. So there, when we traced that, it went to the house of the doctor in JIPMER Pondicherry, and this 15-year-old who was sitting in there causing DOS attacks on servers in the UK and causing them loss in business. The third incident, which I'd like to paint before you today, is another such case where there was a young man, a brilliant young man, who developed something for an American company online, a side gig, like as they call. So when he did that side gig, obviously it was a brilliant side gig because our children out there are really brilliant. So when the side gig happened, and like as all of us do, and if you look, when it came to signing of the contract, it was like lots of that fine print, and it was like, accept, press the accept button. So in the thrill of the fact that an American company was in fact accepting the software he developed, etc., so happily, I accept button. He just pressed the I accept button. And then again, there was a complaint proffered to us saying that after some days, this kid, without realizing what he had done, had obviously negotiated with an Indian company about his software, and the Indian company was using that software, or apparently it was very good software. Then the American company got to know of it online, and they were actually, proffering a criminal complaint against him. So now the reason why I am telling you these 3 different instances, instance number 1 is to kind of drive home the fact about the penetration of how deep this technology has penetrated human existence as of today. Point number 1. Point number 2 is that how we, after that levels of penetration, how we can use our ingenuous minds to misuse this particular technology, this human nature, like of all the crimes outlined in IPC, we can use technology today to commit all those crimes in the IPC. ICT today facilitates all the IPC crimes. The third point what I'm trying to drive is how, without knowing what you're walking into, how the use of this technology can land you into a very big soup. From this, I am now deriving my argument is that if you look at various other technologies coming in, which General Pant outlined, whether it is metaverse, deep fakes, AI, the rest of it, 5G, etc., all of it, when you talk of all of it, the only way to kind of effectively handle all this in the future is collaboration. Collaboration, cooperation, and collaboration. There are no 2 other ways out of it. No law enforcement agency in the world can handle the situation by itself. So this is what I want to kind of drive home the fact, because it's been a very, a template saying that, okay, cybercrime happened, law agency does it. Law agency tackles it. Yes, that is the responsibility of the law agency, but to tackle it effectively, we have to have collaboration from various sectors of society. And that is why this time, 2 weeks ago, when we had the G20 conference, which was organized by us in the from the Ministry of Home Affairs, we had representatives from all sectors of society. We had students, we had student volunteers, we had industry, we had industry bodies, we had regulators, we had everybody there. And that is the only way that we will be able to handle cyber security and very effectively in future. Now, when you're talking about the broad aspect of cyber security, I, in fact, just thinking about it, you know, practically, as it happens practically on ground. Now, cyber security, the scope of it is basically, you can talk in terms of the security of the actual technology used. If you're splitting it up into little pieces, security of the actual technology used, security of the various devices which are delivering the said technology. We have so many devices now, you know, which have just evolved over the last decades. Here in India, I'm talking about. Then the security of the end product. What is the end product that your device is delivering to you? Are you using an app out of that device, or what are you using out of that device? And of course, the last part, which I would like to in fact term as cyber safety, because there's so many acronyms and terms being thrown around today. But in the fact, so when you look at it happening on ground, so there are three aspects. The cyber security, as I see it, this is not, I'm not quoting anybody, I've not done a course on it, nothing like that. But this stems from my last list. What I'm saying stems from my experience on ground. The three aspects of it: the cyber security aspect, which goes into the security of the technology used, the devices delivering it, security of the product, that is one area. The other area is cyber safety. That is what Rekhaji touched in her speech, and my batchmate Indivar also touched in his speech about you and me using that technology. How safe are we? And I think that is the kind of, because that, of course, the security of the systems and the products and all is a very technical thing, and I'm sure industry is doing a lot to take care of it. So this is what we are concerned about. So, and the scale. So when we're talking again, when you're talking about cyber security and cyber safety, it is the scale. Now scale is, today when we're talking about cyber safety, we are also talking about not only individuals using it, but collectively. Our safety as organizations, our safety as nations. Because when we're talking about critical infrastructure, because we are all part of a particular society community and we are using certain kind of infrastructure which is critical to our survival, like whether it is power, whether it is railways, whether it is aircraft, whether it is all this critical infrastructure. So in terms of scale, you have critical infrastructure also, which is very, very important from safety point of view. Now, again, I think that has been mentioned a lot, like about, you know, how all of us want to be a social media influencer. And I mean, so many young people in this audience, how many of you have done something or worn a dress and photographed yourself because you wanted an extra like on Facebook? You know, so many things. So that is why, while giving you assurance that, you know, the government is doing, law enforcement has been doing a lot over the years to kind of come to terms with the challenge and to help to solve this, help to kind of reasonably mitigate this problem. So I'm not going to say that we are successful, no, because this is evolving technology. It's all evolving. But what I would like to say is, going from the trends of crimes. The trend of crimes is, apart from, one is financial crime, and the one is, of course, crimes targeting women and vulnerable sections of society, in terms of whether it is defamation, morphed photographs. I'm sure all of you would have seen that movie Pink and what could have happened. I'm sure there are so many more untold stories like that which are happening. So when you go into those situations, basically it boils down to the fact that each one of us here, us, our children, our neighbors, our staff, all of us need to understand the concept of cyber safety. And that is why I think I really commend the NCWN team, along with Cyber Peace Foundation, this kind of widespread publicity that is being given to cyber safety. How can you keep yourself safe? And in that context, I'd like to, how can you keep yourself safe? And like safe is how? By being aware of cyber hygiene, by being aware of all these crimes, by being aware of cyber hygiene, and of course, all agencies in the government, you know, making sure that the penetration of this awareness, what to recognize what you are seeing, what you're using, and how to keep yourself careful, and also the system of immediate reporting. It is not that before you report to the law enforcement, it is to report online itself, whether it is Facebook or whether it's YouTube, so all other platforms that we use. So they have measures to kind of immediately that each person can report in before law enforcement comes into the picture. Because where law enforcement comes into the picture, to a certain, we do what we have to do. But then there are certain issues which are, of course, I'm sure you'll go into it in the legal session in the afternoon. There are many, many issues about immediate gathering of evidence, about so many other technical issues which are in courts today, and for which now we are really hoping that the UN's Convention on Cybercrime, that is being now worked on very aggressively by all of us. So that would bring a lot of reprieve for immediate retrieval of evidence, of evidence from any server, traffic data, the other content data, et cetera, et cetera. These are various issues which I'm sure that will come up in the afternoon session. Now, when you're looking at cyber safety aspect, I would like to share a couple of more thoughts with you. And that is about what is pretty disturbing these days, of course, about morphed photographs, etc. All that, I mean, these are things which you know about. But patterns which are really emerging these days is addiction, internet addiction. I mean, though it's not exactly a crime, but you know, any kind of addiction, you know, drives a person towards crime, whether it is addiction towards alcohol or substances or even internet addiction. In fact, it propels a person towards crime. And otherwise, what I'd like to also bring to your attention is that now using of all technology, and this is not really, when you're talking about, yes, digital empowerment is there, but then somewhere down the line, a word which I'm really fond of, and I think it's going to be a huge challenge to all of us here. I have a colleague from Facebook, from YouTube, who's here. And for all of us, is how to balance the use of technology in our lives. Because it has penetrated too deep, it is there to stay. And how to balance the use of technology. Because if you talk, and I'm sure there are psychiatrists and doctors in here, you know what effect internet addiction is having on relationships, what effect it is having on people taking to crime to, at any cost, be able to be on the internet. So this is becoming a huge problem. Now, I would like to, in fact, conclude with one particular, a very interesting document I came across, which is the UNESCO's, in fact, the recent report, UNESCO's Global Education Monitoring Report 2023. I don't know whether you've been through that. But when I read this, it was a real eye-opener for me. In fact, I believe that this particular report has warned against an uncritical rush towards embrace of digital products in educational settings. I mean, this is little removed from cybercrime aspects which I'm supposed to speak of, but I think as a matter of interest, I would like to, raise this before you to make you think. Because after we had COVID, I think the EdTech space, EdTech space has been saturated, and this is coming from the UNESCO, that there is little robust evidence on digital technologies' added value in education, and that a lot of evidence comes from those trying to sell it. And there is an ample evidence of a negative link between excessive screen time and a child's educational performance and emotional stability. Because I'm sure those of us in the audience who are teachers would in fact vouch for this particular thing. Now, if you look at the report, there is a particular sector called Technology in Education, a tool on whose terms? You know, in fact, this report has endorsed banning of smartphones in schools in situations where technology integration does not improve learning or if it worsens student well-being. That takes me back to a case which we had long ago in one of the schools in Delhi, where because somebody had a smartphone in school and they were teenagers, and he photographed a private moment with his girlfriend, these two kids, and then he made it viral those days. And I remember because at the end of the day, the school didn't know how to handle it. And so it is a question of where this kind of an offense, does the child require counseling? Obviously, the girl's parents were mighty pissed off, and then the complaint came to the police. But I think all of us here have to think, Does it require counseling of both parties? Or is it right to kind of register a criminal case against the boy and then, his life is there? So this is a kind of a problem, a real problem that we face, like, because how do you balance the use of technology? So this recommendation coming from the UNESCO's this year's report, which was just released last month, is something very significant. And it also says that a mere proximity to a mobile device was found to distract students and to have a negative impact on learning in 14 countries. And then I know for sure, because when I was researching on that, Singapore, for instance, has a legislation which kind of limits the use of screen time in schools. And then, again, this technology, I'm just drawing these are very interesting points, so I thought I'll draw attention to it. Technology has the effect of increasing complete dependence on EdTech, has increased the higher cost of delivering basic education. Now that is something which I would like to share with you as well. And children's privacy. Another major concern, indiscriminate use of digital technology in education, was children's privacy. Children's data are being exposed, yet only 16% of countries explicitly guarantee data privacy in education by law. One analysis found that 89% of 163 education technology products recommended during the pandemic could actually survey children. Now, what is happening to that data at the back end, nobody really knows. So basically this report urged governments to put learners first when it came to issues on digital technology. Now, why I'm again reading this to you is because everything is interlinked. And so I think apart from having a robust law enforcement, apart from all of us here as citizens being aware of cyber hygiene, being aware of technology, the pluses and minuses of each type of technology, that when we have quite a platter that is on offer these days. So apart from schools teaching that, and apart from that, there's a very interesting term I came about in Deloitte's 2023 report, and that's a very nice term. It says cyber maturity. So this is again a term which I'd like to highlight to all the young people out here, cyber maturity. Now, the cyber maturity can be translated into use in the schools, in teaching. It can be used, cyber maturity, in corporations managing their cyber networks, in governments managing their cyber networks. So likewise, I think, again, I'd like to conclude that being cyber mature and having cooperation and countries coming together to kind of collaborate, because, like for example, we were very amazed at the response we got for the G20 conference on cybersecurity, because everybody across the world is being affected by this problem. So, friends, having said this, I would say that what we really require to look forward to, the nature of cybercrime trends in the future is going to get that much more complicated. Complicated in terms of using of the technology, but when you're talking in terms of the crime, please remember that all the crimes enumerated in the IPC, I mean, I think the IPC is a beautiful document which has kind of really spanned out. Lord Macaulay has really thought well as to how much the ingenuousness of the human mind can take on in terms of the scope of crime a human brain can think of and commit. So there is ICT technology to help you commit all those crimes faster, quicker, and in a more complex way. So that is going to be the trend in the future. With, of course, obviously, since it is about human nature, it is going to be more of financial frauds, huge number of financial frauds, and obviously targeting women and children. And of course, the other things, the copyrights, the IPRs, intellectual property right violation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, I will conclude my statements. I'll take any, and I would also like to tell you that as we run the 1930, the I4C is under the Ministry of Home Affairs, which we run. And the I4C has evolved, and when I came in, I heard Indi were talking about 1930. So it is running very well, we're getting good response, but there are huge challenges. And you must understand huge challenges in the system itself. Like we have taken banks on board. We have that NCRP, the CFCF RMS for reporting cybercrime, financial cyber frauds. We have taken banks on board. But then they have huge problems. Like if my account has been defrauded and the amount gone to Y bank, from X bank to Y bank, now they have systems within the legal system as to whether that money can be handed back to the complainant from that bank itself, or should it come back to this bank. So there are a whole lot of such complex issues which we are working tirelessly to kind of sort out those issues so that all of us could be safe. And in the meanwhile, I mean, any one of you interested, please contact us at I4C, our website, and we look forward to working together and cooperating and collaborating to make all of us safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nanda, for an excellent exposition. They gave some good examples of these 3 incidents, and that one way to face cybercrime effectively is collaboration. Totally agree with that. The importance of critical infrastructure has been highlighted, and I like that bit about how to balance the tech and the life. Rather than the work-life balance, I think the new buzzword should be tech-life balance, and of course the UNESCO report and the aspect of cyber maturity. Thank you very much, and maybe in question hour we'll come back to you. We have the next panelist. She is Ms. Meera Chat, and she heads the Government Affairs and Public Policy for YouTube India and Google. And the question for you, Meera, is that content creation has become a new mainstream profession. It has provided just the kind of flexibility that women were looking for in their workspaces. But having said that, there are also challenges that women face navigating the online world. So how does one ensure the safety of these content creators and the wider community from online predators? And what are the safety mechanisms in place to avoid unwanted behavior and potentially harmful situations, including cybercrime against women? Let's have your views, Meera.
Thank you for a very rich question, and thank you for inviting me today. I'm truly honored to be here to speak on an incredibly important topic, and one that's personally meaningful both to me and to YouTube, and that is central to our mission at YouTube, which is to give everyone a voice and show them the world. This means providing opportunities to diverse groups of people, including and especially women. This year, today in fact, we are celebrating YouTube's 15th anniversary in India. In this time, we've seen the incredible impact that women from all walks of life are having on YouTube, learning new skills, finding their communities online, following and turning their passions into careers, and developing full-fledged businesses through their content. I wanted to talk through just a few examples that we're really proud of. One is Roshni Mukherjee, who has a channel called LearnoHub that has more than 2.5 million subscriptions. Roshni's childhood dream was to be a teacher. Thank you. And so she decided to move from her corporate job to be an online educator, using YouTube as her platform to share lessons on maths, physics, chemistry, social studies, etc., especially with young girls in remote corners of the country who would otherwise have faced difficulty in accessing academic resources. A second example is Pushparani Sarkar, who has a channel called Vil Food, also more than 2 million subscribers. She's an 80-year-old woman from Banavali village in West Bengal, who has a thriving presence on YouTube where she shares her knowledge and expertise of local Bengali food traditions. She was encouraged to launch a channel by her grandson, who was a fan of cooking channels, and realized that there were no channels spotlighting rural techniques from West Bengal. Today, Pushparani has fans across the world, including India, Canada, and Japan, and has been able to add a substantial source of income to her family. Lastly, a channel called The Official Geet, which has more than 1 million subscribers. Geet proudly identifies herself as India's first wheelchair-bound actress. She's sharing her passion and zest for life through her YouTube channel with the aim to change social attitudes and champion inclusivity. Geet subscribers often share testimonies of the impact she has had on their lives, helping people find inspiration, hope, and resilience. The beauty of these examples is that they highlight how underrepresented voices that otherwise might not have had a platform have been able to unlock voice as well as opportunities for themselves by participating in the creator economy. On the creator economy, YouTube's creative ecosystem contributed 10,000 crore to India's GDP in 2021 and supported more than 7.5 lakh full-time equivalent jobs. As everybody knows, I think probably, maybe if I can echo an earlier motion, how many people in the room use YouTube? Can I see a show of hands? Almost everybody. And how many are creators? How many of you create videos, shorts, live streams? A lot in the upper deck among young people. We're happy to see that. So you can see YouTube is dynamic and constantly evolving as a platform. And our top priority and the thing that we're here to focus on today is the safety of our creators, viewers, and partners. We're committed to protecting the community from harmful content. One of the key ways we do this is to have clear rules of the road. And you made an analogy about the highway, and so do we. What are the rules of the road about the types of content and behavior that are and are not allowed on YouTube? In particular, hate and harassment is an area which is challenging for women online. At YouTube, we have a long-standing policy against hate speech. It is not allowed on the platform. We remove content promoting violence or hatred against individuals or groups based on attributes including gender, gender identity, gender expression, alongside others like age, disability, caste, race, nationality, religion, etc. We also take a similar stand on harassment. Content that threatens individuals is not allowed on YouTube. We've always removed videos that explicitly threaten somebody, that reveal confidential personal information, or encourage people to harass others. And that means that we have to know about that content when it's there, and we can talk today about how the ways in which we get taken that information. In recent years, we've also updated our policies to go a step further, not only to prohibit explicit threats, but also veiled and implicit threats. That includes content that would stimulate violence towards an individual, or language suggesting physical violence may occur. It also addresses harmful behavior like threats, bullying, doxing, content that encourages abusive fan behavior. We believe that no individual should be subject to harassment that suggests violence, no matter who they are. And we also recognize that it's critical that our monetization systems, so the ways in which creators earn money on YouTube, only reward creators that are trusted and who add value to the community. And so we have long-standing advertiser-friendly guidelines that prohibit ads from running on videos that would include hateful content, and we enforce those rigorously. In the case of hate speech, we're in the process of strengthening our enforcement of existing policies. So channels that repeatedly brush up against our hate speech policies will be suspended from the program, meaning they won't be able to earn money on the program through ads anymore, or use other monetization features. So we recognize that it's our responsibility to protect openness of the platform for creativity and for the creator economy, while preventing the platform from being used to incite hatred, harassment, discrimination, and violence, all issues that we're talking about today in relation to women. There are, of course, many aspects of online safety that pertain to women online, and we look at this from, one, the perspective of the creator and the viewer community. And those are two aspects I wanted to speak about today, how we help creators stay safe online, and mental and physical well-being. While it's exciting and rewarding for creators to share their voice with the world, to create public content, that can also lead to situations that leave women creators feeling uncomfortable, vulnerable, or unsafe through harmful comments or chats, through account impersonation, hijacking attempts of channels, or even threats of violence. YouTube is proud to have launched just last month a creator safety center in India in English and in Hindi. This is a place where creators, including women, can go to equip themselves to handle unpleasant interactions or unwanted behavior. There you can find a creator safety checklist with proactive preventative steps to mitigate 4 types of online safety concerns. In cases of account hijacking, we encourage creators to add a second layer of sign-in security through 2-step verification, to use a separate email for their channel that has a strong password, and to turn on advanced protection features, and to beware of phishing scams. Creators should also learn to moderate harmful comments that can come on your channel. You can use a list of blocked words to prevent certain words from coming up in your comments. You can block your real name and address, and when you're having a live stream, you can hold potentially inappropriate messages for your review later before they're published on your channel to make sure that everything that's coming on your channel, even when you're live, is safe. All creators should be vigilant about what they share to avoid enabling doxing. when viewers can piece together pieces of your private information. Creators may want to refrain from sharing their real name on their channel, personal details, locations that you and your family may frequent, or accidentally giving away private and identifiable information. For this, we have tools so that you could blur sensitive information that might appear in your videos, like street signs, mail, IDs, things that would help nefarious actors identify you. If creators find themselves in a difficult situation where their private information has been made public, they should follow the privacy complaint process in YouTube's Help Center. Sometimes we'll also see that subscribers will overstep boundaries on YouTube, and we encourage creators to establish boundaries with their audience, where what we call perisocial relationships exist, and some fans might be so close to your content that they feel that they know you. Creators should determine conscientiously how much of their lives they want to share, of their family, of their friends, of their home on camera, because some of these parts of your life could become targets for abusers or trolling. Creators should be clear with the audience about what is comfortable for them as creators. Even with all of these safety measures, we still see, as we're talking about this morning, unwanted behaviors and incidents may still occur, and creators may need to get help. Here are some steps that creators can take to get help on the platform in the event of an incident. For example, if a channel has been hijacked, for example, you sign in and you find that somebody has taken over your channel, you should first try to recover your password and do an account security checkup. Then you should take immediate steps to secure your account the way it might not have been, to remove account permissions and check video privacy settings. For channel impersonation issues, where you might find another channel that's pretending to be your channel, creators should report that channel to us at YouTube and block comments. In the real world, YouTube takes threats of violence and physical harm extremely seriously. If a creator or a user finds themselves in immediate danger or is being stalked, they should contact local police or a crisis helpline, such as the ones we discussed today at 1930 or the National Commission for Women's 24/7 helpline. Once physically safe, the community can report evidence through screenshots of videos, comments, and chats to YouTube. We also find that it's normal, the more time is being spent online, for creators to feel fear, isolation, and stress. And for this, we share expert advice at the Creator Safety Center for creators to check in with their emotions and consider what is needed to feel safe, and encourage them to talk to friends and family in real life, to reassess boundaries with the audience, and take a break to manage well-being. For more support, there are links on the Creator Safety site. At YouTube, we also recognize that the creator experience is unique, even more so for women, but creators are not alone. Safety Center is there, whether creators need preventative safety measures or support after an unwanted incident. We also recognize our responsibility as a platform in raising awareness while understanding the issues related to both physical and mental well-being when it comes to the content that people are consuming on YouTube. Take, for example, eating disorders. We want to make sure that while YouTube creates space for community and recovery and shares resources, that viewers are also protected. This year, we launched what's called a crisis resource panel here in India, again, in both Hindi and English. We're also updating our policies on eating disorder-related content. We have always had policies that remove content that glorifies or promotes eating disorders, but this year we've gone a step further to prohibit content about eating disorders that features imitable behavior. So behavior that can lead at-risk viewers to imitate dangerously for themselves. Examples would be content that shows or describes disordered eating behavior, such as purging or severely restricting calories. We've also updated our approach to age-restricting content, which is an important way for you as a creator or a consumer to know what content might be safe for you to consume. Crucially, our approach to eating disorder-related videos is not only about removing dangerous content, we're also closing the loop to keep essential conversations about mental health and eating disorders on the platform. Earlier this year, we introduced age restrictions to videos that would otherwise violate our policies if they are either in the context of recovery or that have educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content. For example, we may retain on the platform, but age-restrict videos when a creator details disordered eating behaviors they've engaged in while sharing their recovery journey. These are some of the ways in which we're working to ensure that YouTube's community of creators and users in India stays safe on the back of our policies and resources, and that work is never done. We look forward to continuing the dialogue on cybersecurity for women on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you, Meera, for giving us those examples as to how some unrepresented voices, could be heard in social media and the rules of the road for YouTube. We understand the difficulties in implementation. My suggestion is that, all those safety measures that you mentioned, they probably need to be disseminated to not only the content creators, to all the users here. So you spoke of a number of measures which even I was not aware of. So maybe we can think of how to, disseminate it at some particular forum. But thank you very much. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we go on to the next panelist. And he is Mr. Jaideep Ghosh, who's a former partner of KPMG. And the question to you, Jaideep, is that international cooperation plays a vital role in securing the digital rights of netizens. What kind of evolution in terms of digital duties, responsibilities, and rights can be expected in the future, focusing on women's empowerment and safety? You can speak from here only, because I've been told that the audience prefers people speaking from the dais. So, if you don't mind, you can speak.
Rather stand.
Okay, up to you.
Good morning, everybody. And I thought I'd rather stand, but I've been sitting for a long time, and I'm told that's an issue for health, sitting for a very long time. That was the reason. So thank you very much, sir, for understanding. Extremely important agenda, and I'm quite thrilled to see, such a large gathering of different sections of the society. In terms of the question that was posed to me, it was around international, coordination. So, see, from the morning, I've been, as much as all of you, this focus is rightly so, has been on more how as an individual we can, protect ourselves from cybercrime, whether financial or, issues linked to women's identity or misuse of identity, so on and so forth. But let's, if I just go beyond that individual's, issues that we have covered and will cover, where does cybercrime today, is how is it considered in the global realm of things? If you read or even just, what are the top global risks worldwide in terms of all sorts of risks, whether you, read reports which has interviews of policymakers, bureaucrats, government officials, academic institutions, private sector, civil society, individuals. Cybersecurity threat, and cyber threat is amongst the top 3 risks perceived all over the world. Some of the usual ones, if I look at the top 4 risks, if you look at World Economic Forum reports, one will be to do with climate change. Second will be economic stress, inflation, cost of living, so on and so forth. One which has got added in the last 24 months more is around geopolitics, and the 4th will be cybercrime. And these 4 are part of the same story. The cybercrime and cyber threat is not limited to only phishing and stealing data, whether it's to do with women or men. It has to do with, at a broader level, and it's very much part of the geopolitics and so on and so forth. So that's where the international angle of cybercrime and cyber threat comes in. It's not only limited to individuals here who may be, fooled by some innocent-looking or genuine-looking, text message or a voice message and so on and so forth. It's at that level where cybercrime and cyber threat, and it's as much as being fought on the battlefield as well as much as in the digital field. That's the importance of cybercrime in the world today. In terms of international activities, many things, but to cut the long story short, I thought there are 3 areas amongst all sorts of things where the international community, by community I mean governments, I mean academia, I mean the private sector, students, civil society, not-for-profit, individuals, everybody can contribute. One is around strengthening the data protection regulation. And there's a lot of activity happening. It's not that only in India we are seeing activity in recent times, more activity in recent times, it's happening everywhere. I'll come back to that. Number two is closing the digital gender divide. And by digital gender divide, reducing that, I don't mean just, hand over a laptop or a mobile to every, girl or a woman. It's much more than that. And third is, which I think the audience here will understand very well, or many of you, is the advocacy and the support network. So these are three things which I thought international coordination is required much more. I'll come back to the first one, which is the regulation, strengthening the data protection privacy regulations worldwide. As we speak, most of us know that India's, the personal digital data protection bill is in some advanced stages. It's going through the, the houses of the parliament, and we may have an update as soon as this week. There are other regulations which are aligned to, which are already there, such as, the Information Technology Act. I'm speaking of India. IT rules, which is far more recent, and some more are coming, Digital India Act, and so on and so forth. Those will be there so far as India is concerned. But it's not that we have suddenly, upped our action. It's happening everywhere. The earliest ones, data protection and personal data privacy regulations, it may surprise most of us here that one of the earliest one was actually in Germany as long back as 1970. And in 1978, Germany had a personal data protection regulation, and this is much before or reasonably before internet was, at least available, or even it was kind of being used. The other one is the European Union, which is the GDPR, General Data Regulation, the data protection regulations, which was implemented in 2018, not too long back, 25th of May 2018, if I remember. The reason I'm saying is that it, of course, everybody in the EU who processes data is a part of that, but any individual or a business who does business with anybody or has something to do with European Union has also to comply with GDPR. So it's something, which is very international, and you won't find, so if it's an Indian company, say an IT services company, who of course does business with, other clients in the European Union, they have to comply with the regulations. It's not that only folks in the European Union has to follow that. It's valid for everybody. That was in 2018, not too long back, and it's known to be the toughest regulation. And then there are others. As recent as 2021 November, China came with the PIPL, the Personal Information Protection Law, which, along with they also have a cybersecurity law and an overall China code of conduct. So these things are happening. UK in 2018, and India, of course, we should see, the digital personal data protection act, getting kind of formalized very soon. Point is, just merely by strengthening these regulations or finalizing an act into a law, will these things stop from the next day? I don't think that's what is the expectation, but at least there will be, that should act as a deterrent for the people who are involved in these things. And also there is a, standardized legal framework there to handle these kind of offenses that may happen in the future. So that's one thing in terms of the regulations and the coordination between different countries. As was mentioned, cyber issues are not country specific, they are global, so that coordination is needed. Gender divide, digital gender divide, as I said, point number 2, doesn't really only mean, handing over a mobile phone to a woman and expecting that things will get sorted out. It starts with, at the basic level, providing basic hygiene, health, shelter, those kind of facilities, goes up to, having basic familiarity of the access to education, and doesn't mean STEM education. Everybody, there's a perception, probably, mostly maybe amongst youngsters, that if you have to be in the cybersecurity industry or technology industry, you need to be a computer science graduate. Far from it. There is no need to be a computer science graduate to be in all sorts of, occupation in the broader tech or the cybersecurity, employment space. So that gender divide is kind of, starts from basic hygiene facilities, education access, and then goes up till, say, about providing employment and so on and so forth. Now, globally, we are not doing that well. The World Economic Forum Gender Divide Report 2023, India isn't particularly, and I think most of you will know more than me, we have a long way to go. And even at the global level, the progress that has happened, it's been slow but steady. But if we have to meet the parity between, at least a gender level, male and female. So ladies and gentlemen, as per World Economic Forum report released in 2023, it will take 131 years at this rate of progress to bridge the gender divide. And that's not only for, nothing to do only with cybercrime or digital, that's across all sorts of things. So that's the other thing where international coordination and collaboration is needed. Thirdly, I think is around combating the wrongdoings of social media, other digital issues, which is more linked to what we have heard since the morning in terms of financial fraud and other things. There, I think a lot of advocacy and support network, awareness program, those things are needed. Some of it we saw, which NCW is doing along with Meta and Cyber Peace and other. I'm sure a lot of others are also doing. Some of the corporates like Microsoft is doing. Government agencies are doing, not-for-profit. I mean, I am involved with one who's doing this. Involved as in I'm on the board of that not-for-profit organization. They are doing it. So I think overall, these are three things I thought, which will be more relevant at an international level, where coordination and action is needed around the regulation, around bridging the gender digital divide, as well as in the advocacy and support network. Before I conclude, Dr. Pant, the amount of data that we have in the world is something which is, amazing. The amount of, ladies and gentlemen, the amount of data that has been created in the world in the last 2 years, all the data that's been created, that's higher than all the data created from the beginning of human, whenever that was, till about 2 years back. So that's the kind of data we are, having to handle. My co-speaker from YouTube is here, but I understand every minute about 500 hours of content is uploaded on YouTube. Every minute, as much as I'm speaking, 500 hours. When will you watch? That's a different question. 65 billion of WhatsApp messages per day, and there are some statistics which keep on changing, and I only see these numbers keep on, increasing. So in that kind of situation, it's very difficult to kind of, handle. So that's where, it's not only to do with the technology, way of combating cybercrime, it's also the awareness, and especially this is the NCW events amongst the women, the entire awareness and bridging the gender divide across everything will help, the women and of course the men also to be more aware and be able to handle this. And the approach, if your approach is that we will protect the fortress, I will protect my bank account and whatever else, my identity, those days are gone. It's as somebody said, that the people who do those, cyber crimes, they are usually far more, aware ahead of an average person in this auditorium. So the days of I will protect my fortress is gone. It's to be proactive and be aware and then, be careful. And all that has been mentioned in the morning, and I'm sure others will also mention. And then handle this kind of environment where digital is everything, and we pretty much have a digital life, which is what we are living. That's all I wanted to say. I hope it was useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaideep. Yes, that was useful, and you're very right about the data deluge that all of us are facing, and that's why the new bill is so important, which is being discussed in Rajya Sabha now. Thank you for giving us those three things that are important at the international level, including the gender divide, etc. We now move on to Colonel Pankaj Verma. And the question to you, Pankaj, by the way, is the business development and handles the cyber security services for Cisco. So very practical, hands-on person. I know him well since he was in the Core of Signals with me. And the question to you is that in contemporary times, we see a rise in awareness and education among the netizens. But still, a skill gap exists in the Indian cyber ecosystem. What kind of skills and qualifications are vital for making a career in cybersecurity with big tech or startups? And can women have the upper hand in such jobs or opportunities? Let's have your views on that, Pankaj.
Thank you, sir. So great. I think we have heard a lot about what are the problems in the cyberspace. Let us see how we can solve them. So, raise of hands, how many of you like adventure? And how many of you like challenges? And how many of you like big money? Okay, so you will get all these three things, right? If you come to cybersecurity as a professional, you will get all these three things, right? And that's the real reason I'm here to talk about, and thank you for that question, sir. What are the skills required? And how you really can make big in the world of cybersecurity. Because the problem is genuine. We've heard since morning, General Pant started with, the secretaries coming and talking about it. There is a big problem happening, right? The speakers have just spoken that we need to do something. But who will do it? You can't leave it for the government. You can't leave it for the NCW. You can't leave it for Cyber Peace to come and just keep doing it for you. So you all have to brace up, get educated, and go ahead and into the cybersecurity world, take up this as a profession. And then only we will be able to secure this space. We all love it, we all want it. We are going towards AI. So we really need to brace up. And that's the point that you really need to understand when you really are planning what really needs to be done. So let me just throw some ideas how you can make a career in cybersecurity. So firstly, sir asked, and the question is, what are the skills required generally for anybody to get into cybersecurity? What are the demand first? What are the companies doing? How the industry is shaping up is something that we need to understand, right? So today, there are a lot of technology companies which have come up, mushrooming by the day. New technologies are coming in. We were having initially security through firewalls, and now we come into cloud, and we're talking about AI, and now we have ChatGPT writing malicious code. So there is a large shift in the ecosystem that has happened. So now what you need to do is to understand firstly, what are the problems, understand what are the technologies being used, and then also understand how you can fit into this ecosystem, right? So starting from very elementary, understanding these attacks, what is really happening, how the attacks are happening. You have various other courses that you do, right? When you start from your senior secondary, 12th, onwards, getting into college, a lot of people often get into these smaller courses, which gives you an insight of how the attackers are attacking you, be it an ethical hacking course. A large number of institutes are going to give you that, right? A lot of awareness levels comes up there. So you understand these are the kind of attacks which are happening and how they are doing it, what tools they are using. That's the first step that you get into. Very importantly, if you want to go into very core, hands-on kind of developmental work, you need to get into programming, and that's C++, Python, Java, whatever. These kind of languages definitely help, but only if you're getting into that kind of a development work. Next, knowledge about all these tools will start coming in. So you know the attack side, now you start understanding what are the security measures. Okay, and then there are a host of them, right? From your endpoint security to DNS security to email security, application security, and I can go on. Data security, micro-segmentation, zero trust frameworks. So you all have to understand what part. So it's not just one word, cybersecurity, let me get into cybersecurity. You have to really get into it. To start with, you'll go into a larger area, but then you need to start understanding where your skill, where your passion is. And then you start understanding these technologies, because ultimately the demand is not for attackers. You're not becoming just a attacker there, right? You don't have to go and do hackathons just with the aim that, okay, how can I get in? This whole hackathon, ethical hacking business is made you to understand how the attacker will come to you so that you can defend. How will you use your security technologies and the processes to defend your organizational data, governmental data, against these kind of attack and breaches? So that's the place where you need to continuously focus. So really understanding all your technologies is extremely important. There are certifications which you go ahead and do called, globally CISSP, CSAS, and so on. So that's something that you would do in the due course, that, after a little bit of maturity that you get in this field. A very important focus should be, and generally with people when they come to a little bit of 5, 7, 10 years of experience, is the process part of it. Understanding technologies is very important, but process, where we talk about standards, guidelines, very, very important. And I can just name ISO 27001, globally a recognized standard, and all the data protection and everything else on data privacy that we talk of, the DPDP bill that is being debated, what sir was just talking. So understanding the processes and the regulations around it, extremely important. And that's a whole new realm which opens up, and these are another skill sets required. How can you become an auditor? How can you become ensuring that all these compliances are met? That's another field you can get into, right? So these ISO, HIPAA, and all these kind of standards is one. India, understand India as a ecosystem. Global standards are very important, but India ecosystem is separate, where we have RBI giving its guidelines, NCIIPC giving its guidelines, IRDAI giving guidelines, CERT India. So these organizations are giving guidelines which you must be aware of, and because these are the regulators in the Indian ecosystem or cyberspace, all banks and so many other organizations will have to comply to these regulations. So now that's another field that you could talk about it. You have to develop your skills around these areas, be it core technology, be it developmental work, be it processes. And then there is another new thing called or not new really, is the security operational centers, which is the real heart. In an organization, you have all your security controls there, right? So all that will send their logs or their alerts to an operational center. Do you have the guts and glory to sit there? Because there, it's again a different ballgame happening. It's a 24/7. When you see those Die Hard movies or other movies where you see that there are big screens, that's the place where everything is real happening. Attacks are coming in, alerts are coming in, 24/7 operations are going on, and there are various roles there. You could be an incident responder, you could be a simple SOC analyst, you could be a threat hunter. That requires totally different skill sets. So there are courses which you can go and do that for offensive security, and then understanding how these teams really operate. And if you have, then that's the place where you will really feel the challenge, because you have to immediately detect and respond to these attacks when they are coming in real time, right? So that's the whole story around the cyberspace. You're lucky that India is really booming. Large tech companies are setting up developmental centers, security operational centers in India and servicing the globe. So there is a mushrooming of requirement, job opportunities within our country. You don't need to go outside. The total deficiency or requirement in the global market is upward of 10 million or something cyber warriors. And in all fields, when you say the word cyber warrior, it's not just, okay, I need to know only technology and I can be there. All spheres of cybersecurity require people. So, you know, that's what is going to come up. India itself has, government has come up with regulation where this says every government department requires to have a chief information security officer and a team below it. That's just recently been announced. Every government department, state, central. So there is going to be again a requirement of cybersecurity professionals in the government, definitely in the private sector. It's a huge demand. New companies are coming up on a daily basis, and that's what you need to take advantage of. Some specific things that you should be really bothered about. This field of cybersecurity requires continuous learning. Attackers are not going to use something which happened, which got detected 10 days back. On a daily basis, an attacker is coming up with a new malware, a new zero-day attack, and he's going to be using that against your organizational security infrastructure. So you need to be continuously at the edge of your seat, and only then can you be a successful cybersecurity professional. You need critical thinking, problem solving, because at the time when there is an attack happening, you need to be ready to take some actions. Otherwise, the damage is done. Incidentally, there are statistics that detection itself takes weeks, sometimes months. The attack has happened, the data is gone, and large organizations, when you hear them, they get breached, it's because detection itself did not happen. And even after detection has happened, it takes another weeks to go and do what mitigation you need to do, because you haven't practiced your SOPs. There are no ready, playbooks that needs to be practiced on a daily basis. So again, I go back to continuous learning. Of course, there are a lot of, how do you really develop these kind of skills? You should do internships, a lot of apprenticeships, and skill development. Knowledge is very good, very important. You need to go start from there, wherever you are in your careers. But cybersecurity cannot be done without skills. You have to be hands-on. If you are there sitting in a SOC operations, or if you are handling some technologies, you need to be hands-on. You can't just go and, like driving is a skill or a shooting is a skill, you need to practice on a daily basis. We have something called cyber ranges. Just like a firing range, there are cyber ranges which are mushrooming these days in India and abroad. And these are emulation platforms, like a flight simulator for a flying. You have cyber ranges which are emulation platforms where attacks will happen in real time, and you need to do detection and response. So go ahead, seek out how you can really develop your skills, because if you have the skills, it really doesn't matter what is your background. Because in this field, skills will be most respected. You would be hired because you have the right skills and you can exhibit them, right? They want that. It could be from any background you are. So that's the pivot that you need to take. You have to be up for the challenge and adventure, and that's how the money will come later, okay? Now, very important question, the second part which Sir said, how do women have an edge here? Okay, we are sitting here in NCW's forum, and I really want to focus. There is a gender divide. There are less number of women in cybersecurity, probably about 20–24%. We should be 50–50, right? But then, what is it that women really can do, and why they are better sometimes in these kind of roles? And I have some points here. I think they have a very diverse perspective. So when women are there, and it's globally seen, any team, if there is a woman there, the perspective she gets to the table is always going to be a very different one, because she sees it, the complete story, in a different light. And that perspective is very critical, because when you are really doing that detection story, which I'm talking about and again, you really understand that what really is that keen eye for detail which comes up. I think that's something that you should develop, that gut feeling that all women have. that's something which would really come handy in a cybersecurity environment. They are extremely good in communication, and that's something which is required because complex story, complex kind of environments have to be spoken to business end. Cybersecurity is not really a technical story itself and it finishes there because businesses get affected. The CEO of the company will definitely come when there is a breach. He is the one who's most affected. The brand, the business stops. And he wants to know really what happened. So you got to explain that to those people and then ensure that you get the kind of budgets you require to ensure that you can do the next steps and level up the security infrastructure in your company. So that communication is extremely important. Collaboration, empathy, the women get to the table. Very, very important because when things go bad, when people get hacked, women get hacked, or anybody else get hacked, that's the time that you require empathy to understand what the other person is feeling. He's feeling pushed. You have to understand that how you can really get to that table and then give him or her the kind of surety that she really requires. So those are the things that I think very, very important that women get to the table. Please utilize these aspects and happy to interact anytime. Reach me out and I can guide you more on how really you can traverse in this very, very exciting field of cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj, for answering both those parts very well. You're right that unless we understand how cyber attacks take place, it is really difficult to understand how to defend and how to become a cyber warrior or a cyber professional. He's given us all the tips about having the right skills, having certifications. So after listening to Colonel Pankaj Verma, how many of you want to become cybersecurity professionals? Raise your hands. Okay, a few, quite a few. Okay, thank you. So with that, we move on to the next speaker. By the way, how many have seen the serial Criminal Justice where she's acting with Mr. Pankaj Tripathi? Oh, good, quite a few, very popular. So we have Ms. Swastika Mukherjee, the actor with us. And the question to you, Swastika, is that as a public figure, having a considerable impact among the audience, what advice would you give, especially to the young people sitting here, to protect themselves from trolling or online harassment, and how can they foster a positive online presence? Let's have your views on that, Swastika.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Devlina, for reaching out to me. And I will definitely share my personal experiences with all of you today, but I will also speak on behalf of the women I know and also the women I don't know. So I can see the women population in this house and the audience is pretty large. So how many of us are here? Women in the house? And how many of us have at least been bullied, harassed, called out on the internet at least once in our lives? So yeah, there are a lot of us here. I feel first and foremost, when we get trolled or bullied or harassed sexually or otherwise, the stigma that is attached to it is shame. People who are bullying us or trolling us and harassing us do it without, any repent, or they don't feel answerable, as we have heard from a lot of speakers today. The trollers don't feel that they are answerable. They don't think of the repercussions that may follow, but we do. The first emotion that's attached to us being harassed and bullied is shame, and we do not want to call them out in public. We don't want to share this information with our family, friends. We try to hide. we disassociate ourselves from the social media handles. We discontinue our presence, and we completely go into hiding. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy, and we seek help from mental health experts to overcome the shame attached to it. I feel personally, and it has taken me a lot of time to understand and accept it, is that we need to throw out the shame from our own headspace and understanding. And it's very important to call out these people in public, wherever, because they are harassing us publicly. And put it out there for them to know that we are brave enough to do it, for their family members, their relatives, their friends to understand what that person is doing to us without feeling the need to, understand the repercussions that it can cause to a woman, and what his deeds. I will just share two of my personal experiences in this matter. All of us women face different kind of bullying and trolling and harassment, but I feel women in the entertainment industry, they are targeted on a daily basis. I mean, we post pictures clad in a sari like I am today. I will be called out saying that itni sati banne ki zarurat nahi hai. And if I post a picture where I'm wearing a sleeveless blouse or something which is revealing a few centimeters of my skin, I will be slut-shamed. And it has become very common. We are slut-shamed so often that it doesn't affect us anymore. Because it's not only about me. I interact with so many women on social media handles and platforms, and they don't get affected when they're called a whore or a slut anymore. We have kind of accepted it, that it's fine. I mean, the new form of trolling and the new form of gali is calling younger women auntie. That is the new thing that's happening nowadays, I'm seeing. And I could never imagine in my life that the word auntie can be used in such a derogatory manner. And why should we feel ashamed that we are being called auntie, even if we are not of that age? The moment we react in a way that, why are you calling me this because I am young enough not to be called, that always gives the other person, the power, and they know and understand that we have been harmed or we are hurt in some way. So I will share an incident that happened in the year 2020. I had done a film with the late Sushant Singh Rajput called Dil Bechara, and it released on OTT platform in 2020 during COVID, lockdown, all of that. When the actor had passed away, he had committed suicide, and there was a lot of ruckus going on in our country following that, a lot of us are aware of. So as we know that as actors, we need to promote our work, and we need to give interviews to different media channels and radio channels and so on and so forth. So I had gone ahead and given an interview about the late actor, about my participation in the film, about the stories, the behind the scenes and all of it, to this media channel HT. And the interview was a video interview. I was in Bombay, the journalist was in Kolkata, so we had done the interview on a video call that was recorded, and the interview came out that way on Facebook or other platforms. A good 2 weeks had passed by, and suddenly a few friends of mine in the middle of the night sent me few links on WhatsApp saying that you need to see this, and I think you need to address this very seriously, and do you know whom you can get in touch with in the cybercrime cell and all of that. So I jolted up because I'm like, I haven't really spoken or said anything which could create this kind of turbulent situation. And then I go and I check the links and I see that few lines have been picked up from that video interview I had given to Hindustan Times. A line from here, a line from there, another line from somewhere else. And they have put those lines together to make an interview for maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes, a small clip of mine where I'm saying very derogatory, I mean, it's sounding very derogatory and as if I'm saying that people are committing suicide because it has become fashion nowadays. So they have clipped that people are committing suicide from something I was saying in the interview. And then for something else where I have said that it has become a fashion nowadays, they have chopped off those bits and pieces from my interview and put it in one clip. And before even I could realize that this was on the internet, that small video of mine, it had gone viral. And I started getting rape threats. I started getting acid attack threats. There were people openly writing that they want to throw acid on my genitals and they want to chop off my breasts. And it had gone to that level which scared me, scared my family, my friends. So I had to report. I had to take it up with the cybercrime cell Lal Bajar. And I had to go and lodge a FIR and arrests were made. I had to go to the court. So yes, I wasted a lot of my time, but we need to take a stand and we need to put it out in the open that this is happening. And then 3 people got arrested for that. And we figured out that the man, he was not even a man, it was a boy who was around 18, 19 years old, sitting somewhere around 60, 70 kilometers away from Kolkata in a small place in the Burdwan district. And he has a computer in his house and he just does this. He focuses on issues that are pertinent in our country and he focuses on women who are speaking on those issues, and then he chops bits and pieces from there, whatever they find online, and they make these kind of things. So the actual interview that I had given to HT, if it was seen by, say, 50,000 people, this smaller clip was viewed by millions. When I recognized that that video had, reached so many people, it already had some 3 million or 4 million views. And in today's life, I feel nobody wants to understand or do a fact check. I mean, we as the audience or the people who are every day involved on social media, we don't do a fact check. Even the media people don't do a fact check. They will hear something, like if I want to post something about Colonel Pankaj Verma in my post, saying that, we had a fabulous session and then we came out of the hall and Mr. Verma slapped me. If I just post this, in a minute you will see 5,000 people slamming Mr. Verma without even asking him whether he has done it or trying to find if at all this has happened or trying to find witnesses. He will be slammed and people will want to crucify him and he should be arrested, jailed, burned, everything should happen to him without even checking whether in reality this situation has happened in our lives or not. I would also like to bring, into this discussion, we are all on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, everywhere, and all 3 platforms follow different kind of, harassment and different kind of bullying and all of this. Twitter happens in a little bit more serious situation. Instagram, people just write whatever they want in the comments, and Facebook, since that messenger thing is also quite in vogue, so people think they can write and send whatever photographs and a lot of things can happen. So I don't check messages and personal messages and direct messages and messengers very often, but I was constantly seeing that this guy who had a very decent profile picture with his wife and his child, dressed up in very nice good clothes, was constantly for a month sending me nudes and writing every possible, nasty, dirty thing that a man can say to a woman. And I'm not just his neighbor or a woman he knows, I'm a public figure, so of course they think that we are their property and they can just deal with us or say anything they want with us. That's the usual norm men feel towards women online, of course. And so I was thinking what to do, whether I should block that person, whether I should report that person, whether again I should run to the cyber cell and do all of this, send mails, do the paperwork, pay my lawyer, spend time, money, energy on it. I gave it a thought, and then I just decided that it is better to call out this person in public so that thousands of other people know what this man, in the garb of his gentleman attire, very married man, happy with his wife and kid, is doing. And if he can do it with me, there's a possibility he is doing it with so many other women who are ordinary. So I took screenshots of those messages that he had sent me privately, along with his name and his profile photo and his home page. And I posted all of that on my personal profile and Facebook page. So even if I have 30 lakh followers on Facebook page, if even that post reaches to 3,000 people, it's still reaching out. And I just posted that, and then I kept quiet for 2-3 days. And I started getting calls from that person's family members. People were begging me on my Facebook page to pull down that post. They were sending us emails that they want to speak to our lawyers. That man's office got in touch with us, that they have been getting complaints, and women in his office had been reporting, but they did not do anything about it. And they want to take strict actions and they want to sack him. This went on for about 2-3 weeks, and that man was sacked from his office. He was thrown out from the office complex. They took the reports of his colleagues seriously, and there were media people outside his house, and all that ruckus started. But I just felt that if I had very silently blocked that man and not said or done anything in the public space, it would have given him the power and the authority to do it with similar thing he would have done with somebody else. Today it would have been me, tomorrow it would have been you and you and you. This is what happens when we don't speak up, or we try to hide things that are happening to us out of shame that it will come on my character and people will talk bad about me and I'm going to be shamed, and it will be a very not so good thing for my life and my space. But I feel if we keep shutting ourselves up, and if we keep on following this path of being quiet, and if we keep hiding, we're also giving that much liberty and authority and power to people who are trolling us. If this has happened to this man, and I could make it happen, it's possible that his friends who may have the same habit of targeting women will be scared and will stop wherever they are. Because shaming a person publicly is different from that man being just, called by the police and getting, threats that don't do this or don't do that. Because when I myself went to the cybercrime department, they were saying, the police personnel were saying that they get thousands and thousands and thousands of complaints on a daily basis. And they have started telling women that if you can handle it on your own, do that, because we don't have the capacity or the number of police in our department to go out and take these people, bring these people to our offices and take these cases ahead, because thousands of women every minute complain about, being harassed online. So the head of the cybercrime Lal Bazaar told me himself that, ma'am, until and unless it is something as grievous as an acid attack threat or a rape threat or a death threat, I would suggest you, and you can share this information with women all around you, that if you can handle it yourself, you should do it. Find ways to call out these people in public. Share whatever, whatever way they have chosen to bully you, and take it up with your family and friends and see if what you can do in your personal level, because we don't have the capacity or the bandwidth to fight this with, the number of complaints we get on a day, not even on daily basis, on a minute basis. So I'm in my 40s, and it has taken me a lot of time to understand that it is the best way forward that we stop feeling shame and we call out people. And also I feel it's important. I know we are tempted. I was also tempted, 5-10 years back, to reply, to all trollers and people who were sending obnoxious messages or body shaming us or just being very, very nasty. We get angry, and the normal temptation or the natural temptation is to write something in response. It is best not to, because that is what they want. They want us to respond because that is what will give them a high. That we have been nasty to this person and that woman has got affected and now she is responding to us. So we should not let them feel good about it. Royal ignore is what I would suggest the young women here in the house to do, until and unless it reaches a point where you have to take a step forward. And also I feel be conscious about whom we are chatting with, because many of these accounts are not real. They may have, profile photos of very good-looking men, or, photos that give us assurance that he comes from a good family and does a great job. But we never know what is the level of, fake that is associated with these handles. So before we get into an intimate space of conversation with people whom we meet online, and also we should be very, very careful before giving out our personal details to people we are interacting with online. Personal details of our address, email IDs, bank details. Even if we are extremely in love with somebody we have met online and that man is in severe debt and dying, if we don't see it in our own eyes that yes, that man is going through this bad situation where we need to help, it is best not to give out personal details, our bank details, our financial details, addresses, personal contact numbers, whatever which is associated with our finances. It is best not to, how much ever we are in, love, where there is lust, there is fancy, there is, amazing everything is happening in a relationship which is online. It's best to control, not to share personal information with the man. And just do a good background check without getting in, before we get into a intimate space with that person. So as sir also said, that we can't depend on the government, we can't depend on cyber, services, police. Yes, they are there to guide us and to protect us when things reach to an extreme point. But on a day-to-day basis, in our daily lives, we have to protect ourselves and we have to take care of our dignity and our situations, our life. So these are very basic things that we need to learn. We need to teach our kids. We need to make our family members aware that it's great to have conversations online, but we also need to have that shield up and protect ourselves. And yes, of course, if it calls for such a situation, I think it's best to go out in the open, take the help from family, friends, relatives. Their support is very important, and just call out people in the open so that they are scared to do it a second time. If we keep, we just keep quiet, we are also giving the chance for them to do it with us and many others, and just, go scot-free, because they will just think that they can get away with anything because we are not speaking about them in the open. Yes, so this is my 2 bits of advice for the younger people, also women of my age and everyone in the house, to be aware and learn a little bit of things so that we can protect our space and our dignity ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Swastika. I think you've spoken from the heart and really left a very strong message here with the audience that throw that shame away and expose the perpetrator of the crime, and also not to react, without fact checks, etc., and take a stand. You're a very brave woman. Let's have another clap for Swastika, please. Before I go to the next speaker, and she mentioned that don't depend only on the police, but please depend on the police also. So, but I have a small announcement. We have another actor with us in the audience. She is Miss Khushbu Sundar, sitting in the corner in the front row. May I request you, ma'am, to join us and also share your experience after Mr. Jaiswal's talk. Let's welcome Miss Khushbu, please. First, after his talk. Come, please. So, next speaker is, as I said, Mr. B. Shankar Jaiswal. He is the Joint Commissioner of Police in the what is called as CyPAD, the Cyber Prevention, Awareness and Detection Cell of Delhi Police. He's from the UT cadre and the only one in uniform. So over to you, Mr. Jaiswal. The question to you is that with the rapid integration of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, IoT and 5G, how do you foresee the landscape of cyber threats evolving in the next decade? And what steps should organizations and individuals take to safeguard themselves? Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chairperson NCW, Ms. Rekha Sharma, ma'am, my co-panelist and Deputy General Retired Mr. Rajesh Pant. First of all, I express my gratitude for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this such an important topic, and what best audience I can think of. Those who matter are here. So coming to the topic straight away, the topic given to me is how AI, IoT and 5G combined together is going to change the landscape of cybersecurity. And how can we counter that? What's the road ahead? So my first question, what is common between AI, 5G and IoT? Why we are talking about all these three things together? I mean, anyone can just say. Because when we talk about AI, 5G, IoT, the common underlying thread is these are emerging technology. And why we are talking about this, why we are not talking about other technologies? Because these technologies, we don't know the trajectory, where it will lead us to. You know, one speculation is that in next 6 years, AI is going to surpass humanity. The entire intelligence of one human being will be surpassed by a machine. And not in just one task, multiple tasks. Already in a couple of tasks, AI has surpassed humanity. If you talk about computer vision, computer vision is better than human vision in many respects. We are talking about medical diagnostics, medical imaging. Now the machine is giving better results than doctors at times. Doctors may commit mistake. And it is said that doctors assisted by AI will be smarter than each one of them. So I'm just giving you a perspective where AI is leading to. Can we stop it? Even if we want, the good guys at civil society want to stop the march of technology, you know, the bad guys will take advantage of that. So it's not that we have the option to choose, okay, let's stop it because it's giving us the very scariest picture. So we have to go with it. But there is silver lining. Again, these technologies are going to save us. So it's right time to invest in this technology, how to prevent the ill effects of this technology. So let's talk about how these technologies are going to affect us, particularly from cybersecurity perspective, cybercrime. You know, to put it simply, you know, we all are aware of cybercrime, but in last couple of years, you know, at least I'm just trying to, you know, I was watching the way the figures are giving some idea about this. You know, in 4 years back, 2019, in Delhi police, we got 7,000 cyber complaints, a figure which we could have, you know, we tried to manage. This year, it's already over 1 lakh and counting. So, I mean, for law enforcement community, it's mind-boggling, you know, because cybercrime is happening in cyberspace, and this is powered by computing devices which are practically in each one's hand. The mobile device which each one is holding today is more powerful than the Apollo, the mission which you would supercomputer at that time. So each person today is having a computing device. We all are in connected world in cyberspace. And on top of it, IoT devices. You know, IoT devices means smart homes. There are multiple sensors all along. CCTV footage, mobile device itself is an IoT device to say, and then drone. Drone is adding another new dimension, which is again giving a very, very, you know, dangerous picture if you think that way, because the miniaturization of drone. Today we are seeing drone which we can see through our eyes, but think about nanotechnology and the way it is getting miniaturized and the way it can be weaponized. It will blur the difference between physical and cyberspace. Drone can enter into our physical space. We cannot distinguish between mosquito and drone. It will look like mosquito and enter into our homes, and the kind of thing it can do is unimaginable. The separation between physical and cyberspace will be gone. We are talking about metaverse. Metaverse means our digital avatar will do all those business which we are doing in physical space, and there won't be any difference between physical and cyberspace. What we are doing in physical space will have implications in cyberspace or in metaverse, and whatever we are doing in metaverse will have implications in physical space. So these technology, 5G, if you are talking about 5G, how 5G is different from 4G? The two important elements of 5G is low latency, high throughput, very high speed. So like olden days, we used to download a DVD, a movie in a DVD, and size of a DVD, it used to take, you know, maybe up to an hour, maybe half an hour, whatever. With 5G, it can be done in just 1 second. 1 second, one movie. And CCTV footage all along, all the cities are being covered. Every inch of the city would be covered by CCTV cameras. Even in Delhi police, for your information, we have around 25,000 cameras. The project is going on, and in a month or two, we'll have that project rolled out. And and it has a capacity of up to 2 lakhs cameras, and the figure will go on. So the idea is that maybe in months to come, citizens, if they are sharing their certain footage, that can also use. That's a different subject. But what I'm saying, these are IoT devices. Even CCTV cameras are vulnerable for hacking. Somebody can hack that. Someone can. So how to counter these challenges? 5G, IoT devices, and AI. AI, so far, the march of AI has been the domain of discriminative AI. We have seen the examples of discriminative AI. Suppose I show you a medical image, it can say that, particularly in the glaucoma and cancer tumor, is very, very effective. So it can say very well, yeah, this is a tumor, this is not a tumor, and the prediction is better than what even best medical professionals can do alone. And best medical professional assisted by AI can do better than medical professional alone. So this was the domain of discriminative AI. Now we have already entered into generative AI. All of you know, we have tested ChatGPT in last 8 months. Each one of us have become fan of ChatGPT because it is solving our problem. I know a lot of things which used to take hours in searching on Google, ChatGPT gives a ready-made answer for that. But the thing is that use of generative AI, particularly deep fake. Deep fake is a term which has become quite common. This is one example of generative AI. Generative AI को use करके हम किसी के ऑडियो, किसी के वॉइस को, किसी के फेस को, किसी का वीडियो बना सकते हैं. हम जैसा चाहे वैसा बना सकते हैं. तो जो किसी पर्सन का अगर कोई जेनेटिव एआई बना करके उसका हमने वीडियो बनाया, उसका ऑडियो बनाया, तो ये फ़र्क करना बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि वो साइको ऑडियो, साइको विजुअल पर्सपेक्टिव से वो बिल्कुल रियल लगेगा. देयर इज नो वे टू फॉर ह्यूमन बीइंग, नो वे टू नो कि असली और नकली का फ़र्क क्या है. तो असली और नकली का फ़र्क ऑडियो में नहीं हो पाएगा, वीडियो में नहीं हो पाएगा, इमेज में नहीं हो पाएगा, और टेक्स्ट में भी नहीं हो पाएगा. ह्यूमन लाइक टेक्स्ट इज बीइंग प्रोड्यूस्ड बाय ChatGPT. तो आने वाला जो समय है, इसमें हमें ये फ़र्क करना मुश्किल होगा कि असली और नकली क्या है, फेक न्यूज़ और रियल न्यूज़ क्या है. किसी पर्सन का कोई एक्शन फिजिकल स्पेस में है, वो उसको अगर किसी ने वीडियो ऑडियो से सर्कुलेट किया, लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसी के लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है कि उसको कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी से हम आइडेंटिफाई कर पाएँ कि असली है नकली. अब इसका साइबर क्राइम में क्या इसका इम्प्लीकेशन होगा. अभी भी कई केसेस, नॉट मेनी, बट मे बी वी शुड बी ऑलरेडी रेडी फॉर नेक्स्ट barrage of crimes which is going to happen, because every year the patterns of crime is changing drastically. हम अब 4 साल का देख रहे हैं, तो जामतारा में बात है, कई रीजन्स है जो कि they have become the hotspot of cyber crimes. They have been well identified, well documented. उनके क्राइम का पैटर्न हर साल चेंज हो रहा है. They are coming out with the newer and newer ways of committing crime. और वो चूज करते हैं जो डे टू डे लाइफ में हमारा होता है. हमें लोन लेना होता है, हमें अपने कंप्यूटर हमारा ख़राब हो जाता है, तो हम तुरंत कस्टमर केयर में डायल करते हैं. आई वांट इंस्टेंट सोल्यूशन ऑल्सो, कि हमारे बहुत सारे काम रुक जाते हैं. अब वो कहता है कि हमको रिमोट एक्सेस दीजिए, एंड आपको लगेगा कि अरे रिमोट एक्सेस दे करके तुरंत काम हो जाएगा. बट अगर सपोज आपने गूगल में सर्च किया, आपको कोई कस्टमर केयर मिल गया डेल का, आपने समझा कि सही होगा, बट आजकल URL भी जो होते हैं, जो साइट्स होते हैं, उसमें एक छोटा सा लेटर ज़ीरो को O को ज़ीरो कर देंगे, आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि वो असली है. अमेज़ॉन में ज़ीरो को O को हमने ज़ीरो कर दिया, दूर से लगेगा कि अमेज़ॉन ही है, और वो कहीं और लेकर जाएगा. अब उसके बाद आपको पेमेंट पेज पे भी ले जा सकता है, आप सारे बैंकिंग डिटेल्स शेयर कर सकते हैं. एवरीथिंग विल बी कैप्चर्ड. They can now, once they are connected, they will ask you to click X, click Y, click Z. हो सकता है कि उससे कोई malware आपका डाउनलोड हो जाए, कोई ऐसा ऐप डाउनलोड हो जाए कि आपकी स्क्रीन पूरी मिरर हो रही है. तो we are so much exposed because of such kind of technology. तो solution क्या है? Solution है, जैसा हमारे सारे distinguished panelists ने कहा, कि हमें awareness, read on internet, all these things are available on internet. Training sessions, education, and some tips which are do's in the nature of do's and don'ts. एंड अगर उसको कहें तो कुछ मोटी मोटी 5-10 चीज़ें हमें याद रखनी चाहिए, जैसा कि हमारे सारे पैनलिस्ट ने कहा है, OTP, नेवर एवर शेयर OTP अनलेस यू आर यूजिंग योर बैंकिंग मोबाइल ऐप। उसके अलावा कहीं किसी को शेयर नहीं करना। सारे बैंक्स डिस्क्लेमर पोस्ट करते हैं अपने वेबसाइट पे कि हम किसी से नहीं पूछते, फिर भी हम गलती कर बैठते हैं। हमने तो ऐसे लोगों को देखा कि समटाइम्स एक बार क्राइम हुआ है, उसका नेक्स्ट टाइम उनके साथ क्राइम हो रहा है। एंड आई वाज सरप्राइज, आई आस्क्ड यार लास्ट टाइम आई एडवाइज यू, आई educated you कि never do this, but still because these criminals, they are expert in social engineering and they have mastered this art, and this is the forum where I can share they are being trained also. The gangs of cyber criminals, unka bahut organized gang hai, and they are all connected nationally, internationally, and they are getting help from all sorts at all levels. किसी टूल को कैसे यूज करना, इवन दे आर इलिटरेट, दे डोंट नो हाउ टू रीड, दे डोंट नो एनी स्टफ, बट दे हैव बीन ट्रेन्ड इन गोइंग फ्रॉम स्टेप A to step B to step C till a crime can be committed. And for each crime they have been trained in such a way through virtual connectivity, because nowadays all the conferences, virtual conferences can be possible through Zoom, Meet and Microsoft Team and whatnot. So they are getting help from everywhere. So my point here is when AI, 5G and IoT and metaverse, nanotechnology, quantum computing, we will say why I'm talking about quantum computing, because this is a decade of quantum computing. The next big thing which will happen, which will put AI on further, and at a galloping speed, that is quantum computing. We are already here. Government of India has invested $1 billion in quantum computing, not for nothing. Quantum computing will break many encryption. This digital signature, we are so much, confident about our digital signature. We do banking, login, password, whatever we do, we are very assured that nothing wrong will happen. But with quantum computing, encryption can be broken. And again, we will put the question, then what is the solution? Again, the quantum computing. Every technology will pose a problem. At the same time, it will give a solution. Using those quantum computing, we can come out with quantum cryptography, quantum encryption. It's a next realm of evolution. So in broad terms, I'm saying the awareness, education, and some simple do's and don'ts, we keep publicizing that as part of CyPad in Delhi Police. I am heading an organization of Delhi Police called Cybercrime Prevention and Detection. And another organization, National Cyber Forensic Lab, NCFL, which is part of I4C MHA. So these are two organizations I'm heading, and whatever experiences I have collected from my brief tenure there, and also I have done some research on predictive AI. I did my master's MTech from IIT Delhi on crime prediction. How can we predict crime, and based on that we can make predictive deployment. The same thing can be done on cybercrime realm also, where cyber crimes are happening and what all can be done. So the solution is these technology, AI, 5G and IoT security. The IoT itself has another realm called IoT security, will come to our rescue. So before parting with, I'll just say a couple of words, what should we do? Because when you are listening to me, there's certain takeaways also. So just some simple do's and don'ts, just keep that in mind, because even one simple advice can be very useful, and only when a crime happens to us, then only we realize. And the biggest regret is, it is so simple, and we feel our biggest worry is that, and biggest regret is that कि मेरे साथ कैसा हो गया, मैं इतना बेवकूफ़ कैसे बन गया। ये वाली जो फीलिंग है ना कि किसी ने मेरे को इतने सिंपल तरीके से बेवकूफ़ बनाया, तो वो फीलिंग क्यों होती है? बिकॉज वी गेट स्वेड बाय देयर सोशल इंजीनियरिंग। तो पहले तो आपको साइबर स्पेस में किसी पे बिल्कुल ट्रस्ट नहीं करना। आप पहले प्रिज्यूम करो कि जो आदमी जिसने फ़ोन किया, पहले तो आपको अननोन नंबर से व्हाट्सअप कॉल कभी नहीं लेना। We keep telling people, but still people commit mistake, क्योंकि आपने WhatsApp call किया, that can be recorded. If it's a video call, that will be recorded. And now the question is, even if your video is recorded, you will say कि उससे क्या होगा? Now using deep fake technology, that video can be converted into something objectionable, and they will share that with you and tell you that कि ये अब आप हमको पूरे मैं वायरल करने वाला हूँ, अब आप they'll try to blackmail. So second advice, first, never take any video call from unknown number. Second, never share any OTP except when you are using your app, mobile app or banking system. Third, if suppose something goes wrong, and maybe, we are human beings, still if somebody is trying to blackmail you, just tell him get lost, disconnect, don't take phone. If possible, just switch off the mobile, report to police. Appears very simple, many people don't do it. And only when they are, duped with large sum of money, because, it's a chain. It's not that it will end at one stage. They will take your money from you and they will stop. They are very ruthless people. My personal experience, I have seen those guys, how they are behaving. They are very ruthless. They don't mind if somebody commits suicide also. I have seen. One student lost all his money, all money taken by their parents as loan. He had this, he was a child of 17 years. He had not seen the world. लोग अच्छे लगते हैं दुनिया में, अच्छी अच्छी बातें करते हैं कि नहीं, फेस वैल्यू पे लेते हैं. उसको बेवकूफ़ बनाया कि तुम पैसा थोड़ा सा लगाओ. अच्छा, ये क्या करते क्या है कि पैसे थोड़े से वापस भी करते हैं. ऐसे ऐसी स्कीम बनाते हैं कि जैसे आपको शुरू में 1,000 रुपये छोटा सा अमाउंट से आपको डिपॉजिट करवाएंगे और फिर कहेंगे कि आपका ये 5 टाइम्स हो गया, 5,000 रुपये लौटा भी देंगे. तो लोगों को लगेगा कोई पैसा हमें लौटाया है तो वो तो गलत नहीं हो सकता. बस वहीं पे कैच है, बिकॉज दे डू इट विथ 100 पीपल से फॉर एग्जाम्पल. और उनका तो बिजनेस मॉडल ये है कि अगर 100 में 50 भी फंस गया तो उसके बाद चेन रिएक्शन उनका है. एक बार 5,000 जब आपने वापस आ गया तो आपको फिर वो कन्विंस कर देंगे कि नाउ देयर समथिंग इशू, आई थिंक द न्यू स्कीम इज कमिंग अप, इफ़ यू डू इट बाय टुमारो इट विल बी 10 टाइम्स. तो हमें होता है कि जो भी पैसा है उसको लगा दो. एंड मेरी यंगस्टर दे नॉट सीन वर्ल्ड वो लगा देते हैं. उसके बाद यहाँ तक बात आ जाती है कि जो भी पैसा उसके पास होता है फ्रेंड से लोन लेकर दिलवा करके जैसे तैसे दे ट्राई टू मैक्सिमाइज इट. लाख्स करोड़ तक बात पहुँची है कई केसेज में कि करोड़ में लोन दे दिया. एक नया फ्रॉड आ गया आजकल नारकोटिक्स से रिलेटेड कि somehow they have got some connection with courier company, because nowadays a lot of things are, I know how they manage to get it, but some now personal data, digital personal data protection act will see the light of day. But whatever information we are sharing, maybe while transacting with some company X or Y, it appears that in some cases that data is not residing only with that particular company server. It goes to many places, deliberately or accidentally, whatever. Courier company में अगर हमने मेरा कोई parcel आ रहा है, that information goes to cyber criminal. How it goes is obvious understanding. We can understand how this is happening, but we know that some private information are being sold. अब वो आपसे ये कहेगा कि आपका कुरियर आज यहाँ पहुँचा है, तो यूँ से कि यार ये तो बिल्कुल ठीक है, मेरा आज आने वाला था, he's saying very right. A lot of information will match, so you have no reason to disbelieve, and you are eager to receive your parcel also. Then the next thing we will say, and this is happening in many cases. It's not a stray case I'm sharing with you. Many cases. And then we say कि आपके narcotic में तो problem, आपके parcel में तो problem आ गई. There's some, I don't know how the narcotics कोई drug इसके अंदर है पड़ा हुआ. तो first reaction will be you'll be scared कि हमारे parcel में ऐसे कैसे हो गया, ये कहाँ से गड़बड़ हो गया. Then he will say कि कोई बात नहीं है, हम आपका देखते हैं क्योंकि you appear to be very innocent person, आपकी गलती लगती भी नहीं है, किसी ने बीच में गड़बड़ किया आपके लिए, and वो आपके साथ sympathize करके, and then some police officer will also come, fake police officer, fake narcotics officer, all sort of people, and they will make you believe that you are in thick soup. Now only way out is to somehow manage it, and now you will ask that fellow what to do, and he will give you a solution. कि कोई बात नहीं है, मेरी इन सबसे मेरी बातचीत होती है, I can manage it, आप इतना पैसा दे दो हमारे अकाउंट में, हम देख लेंगे. And a PhD student, somehow he happens to know me, and मैंने उसको पहले वाले इंसिडेंट में ऑलरेडी एडवाइस किया था कि don't fall prey to such kind of people. उसको भी ऐसे ही किया, and he said कि you are a PhD student, so I have sympathy with you. आपके पास ज़्यादा पैसा तो होगा नहीं, तो आप चलो 5,000 ही दो या 10,000 दो. तो कहने का मेरा मतलब है कि they would appear very, very realistic, even more realistic than what you normally see in the world. Yeah. So, in broad terms, I would say that we should be on guard all the time. We should not believe what we see in the world on the face value, because cyberspace is an abstraction. We don't know what kind of things are happening. The person who is speaking to you, he may be someone else. He would be someone else. You take this presumption and then act. So with this note, I'll finish my speech, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Joint CP Jaiswal, for those very, very important tips. These are all practical aspects that he has mentioned, and I hope at least this audience will keep it in mind. We would have achieved our aim. So finally we come to the special address. If you recall, Chairperson Ms. Rekha Sharma in her talk in the morning had said that even she was trolled, and Ms. Khushbu was also trolled. So we want to hear her experience as to how she handled it and what happened. So it's over to you, Khushbu.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and all the esteemed guests and the students present here. It was great to hear every one of you sharing as to what is very relevant in today's society. We keep talking about, or we keep reading about, we keep hearing about all these cyber crimes which are happening. And I say it as a mother of two young girls at 23 and 22 at the helm of making a career for themselves. As a mother, it's a huge concern when you see children falling prey to such kind of cyber crimes. कहते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी जितनी बढ़ती है उसके साथ प्रॉब्लम्स भी बढ़ती हैं, और प्रॉब्लम्स इसलिए बढ़ती हैं क्योंकि हमें लेज़ी बना देती हैं. इससे कुछ साल पहले जब टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी नहीं बढ़ी थी, हम ये प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं देखते थे, लेकिन ये प्रॉब्लम्स बढ़ते हैं क्योंकि अभी हर चीज़ हमारे हाथ में है. आपको गाड़ी ऑन करनी है, आपका मोबाइल से आपने ऑन कर लिया, आपके घर जाने से पहले आपको घर का दरवाज़ा खोलना है, एसी ऑन करनी है, कर्टन खोलना है, कर्टन बंद करना है, वो सब सेंसर से आपके मोबाइल पे है. बट व्हाट वी डू नॉट रियलाइज इट that what we fancy कि ये तो बड़ा दिखावा है, देखो मेरे हाथ में. रिमेंबर सलमान खान सेइंग इन वन ऑफ द इंटरव्यूज़ कि वो कहीं जा रहे थे और उनके दोस्त के साथ वो फ्लाइट में थे, तो वो बड़े ब्रैग कर रहे थे, उनके दोस्त ब्रैग कर रहे थे, यार देख मैं तो अभी घर जाऊंगा, घर जाने से पहले मोबाइल से ही मेरा एसी ऑन हो जाएगा, हीटर ऑन हो जाएगा, पर्दा भी खुल जाएगा एंड सब रेडी रहेगा, खाना भी गर्म रहेगा क्योंकि माइक्रोवेव में होगा. तो एंड ही वाज ब्रैगिंग कि वो पूरा दिखा रहे थे. एंड देन सलमान खान सेड मेरा भी एक ही नंबर से हो जाता है. ही सेड अच्छा तेरा क्या है बताओ. कॉल के बता लीला भाई एसी लगा लेना, फोन ऑन, वो हीटर चालू कर देना, खाना माइक्रोवेव में रख देना और पर्दा भी बंद कर देना, हो गया. So I think it's so easy that we start depending on the technology to save time, but वो time के आड़े में we love to be lazy. Everything is on your phone, everything, when especially during the COVID, everything, you work from home, your education system was working from home, everything. So I think at some point we need to understand that we need to put a full stop at some point. We need to understand things which needs to be done physically, needs to be done physically. I'm not a very tech savvy person. I have mobiles, but मुझे आज भी मोबाइल में कहाँ क्या करना है, कैसे करना है, मुझे नहीं पता. I'm not at all tech savvy, and it's a standard joke at home कि घर पे मुझे कोई टेक्निकल काम नहीं कहते हैं क्योंकि कोई टीवी भी ऑन करने के लिए कहेगा तो आई फंबल अ बिट कि यार ये चैनल कैसे लगाना है या कोई रिकॉर्डिंग करनी है वो कैसे करनी है. तो आई एम स्टिल टेक्नोलॉजी जब बात आती है तो आई एम स्टिल अ नोविस. मतलब आई डोंट माइंड सेइंग दैट कि मेरा हाथ काफ़ी लंबा नहीं है, मैं बहुत बुरी हूँ व्हेन इट कम्स टू टेक्नोलॉजी. बट येस, हम आज सभी लोग प्लेटफॉर्म पे हैं, एवरी सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म पे हैं, चाहे वो जितने भी सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म्स यहाँ पर हमने यूज़ किए हैं और रोज़ नए नए आते हैं. यू हैव लाइक स्नैपचैट है और ऑफकोर्स टिकटॉक बैन हो चुका है, लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ नए नए आते रहते हैं. एंड वी ऑल वांट टू बी सीन. Now is the time where we have to be seen and heard, because if seen and heard, that means you are at par with everybody else. I love the way Swastika ji spoke about her own personal issues and how she had the courage to come out and speak. I have done it, and that's why Rekha ji said she wanted me to speak, because trolling becomes easy for people who are unknown, and they target you is because many a times 99.9% people who troll you, who target you, if you look into their DPs, it's never their own. वो किसी फेक नाम पे या किसी और की आइडेंटिटी के पीछे छुपकर, क्योंकि उन्हें खुद को पता है, ऑलवेज से दे आर स्पाइनलेस कावर्ड्स, मतलब में उनमें इतनी भी हिम्मत नहीं होती कि वो अपने आप को आपके सामने या उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे उनका खुद का पर्सनल जो उनकी जो सच्चाई है वो सामने रखें, क्योंकि वही सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म पे उनकी बहन, उनकी माँ, उनकी बेटी, उनका बाप, कोई ना कोई उनका रिश्तेदार होगा, एंड दे डोंट वांट टू टेल देम कि आई एम सच अ टेरिबल पर्सन कि मेरी बुराइयां सबके सामने आए। एंड यस, वो ट्रोल इसलिए करते हैं क्योंकि वो इस हद तक उकसाते हैं कि आप उसको कहीं रिस्पॉन्ड करो, स्पेशली सेलिब्रिटी हो तब। तो वो सेलिब्रिटी को इसलिए उकसाते हैं कि जब उनको आप जवाब देते हो तो उनके ग्रुप में उनके लिए फैशनेबल बन जाता है कि उसको आप एक स्क्रीनशॉट करो और उसको अपने इर्द गिर्द के, यार देख मुझे उसने जवाब दिया है, देख मैंने उसको इतना टारगेट किया, उसने जवाब दिया। They find some kind of a sadistic pleasure in that. I agree that you have to respond, but not to everything, until unless it is something extremely terrifying, extremely harming, which every social platform gives you do's and don'ts. And yes, every social platform has their own way of dealing. Like if you are on Twitter and if somebody trolls you, tells you something, and they say you can file a complaint or you can ask for help or you can report. But you will, after 24 hours, you will get to know this is perfectly fine in our guidelines, so we are not going to take an action against it. And that because to you, probably it is extremely harming, but as per the norms of the social platform, as per their guidelines, it is perfectly fine to that limit. So we all do not know as to her social platform की limitation क्या होती है. And we as children, they get carried away. आजकल सभी की जिंदगियां इस पे लगी हुई है कि हमें सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म पे हमने जो स्टोरी डाली है, पिक्चर डाली है, वो हमें कितने लाइक्स मिलेंगे. हम सोशल इन्फ्लुएंसर बनते हैं नहीं बनते, आपके फॉलोअर्स भी इतने नहीं होंगे, आपके फॉलोअर्स खाली 4,000 फॉलोअर्स होंगे आपके, लेकिन अगर आपको लाइकिंग 10,000 की मिलती है तो मतलब ओके, आई एम हियर, यू आर एन इन्फ्लुएंसर. एंड आई रियली डोंट अंडरस्टैंड दैट अरिथमेटिक एज टू हाउ इट वर्क्स कि सबको एक सोशल इन्फ्लुएंसर बनना है. Yes, you want to be famous, everybody wants to be famous, but then being famous comes with lot of responsibility. Are we ready to take up those responsibilities, especially the youngsters, जहां हम जाते हैं, जब भी जाते हैं, you put out a picture and say okay, I'm going on a holiday, I'm going here, I'm going there, this is what, घर की pictures, घर में मैं यहाँ हूँ, घर में मैं, you are leaking out your personal data on everyday basis. If somebody has targeted you, he is not going to target you today or is not going to target you tomorrow. He is going to study your pattern. He is going to study how you function. He is going to study your walking out, walking in, your travel plans, how your family functions, where your family is, and they very silently stalk you with you not even realizing that somebody has been following you. And that is where the problem starts. So you be on a social platform, but it's not important that you wait for how many likes. मतलब 10 लाइक आया, अपने घर वालों ने लाइक किया ना, जो जेन्युइन है उसने लाइक किया ना, काफी है यार. उसके आगे क्या सोचना है अपने आप को? आप किसको दिखावा करना चाहते हो? किसको दिखाना चाहते हो? उसके 10,000 लाइक थे, मेरे तो खाली 5,000 लाइक हुए, तो अगली बार 10,000 लाइक आने के लिए मुझे क्या करना है? कुछ नहीं करना. All these social platforms आपके दिमाग की धज्जियां उड़ाता है. You need to understand that you have a life which you need to focus. With technology, the way we are growing, I think it's extremely important that how we use the technology for our growth as a person, as a human, as well as your career. We unfortunately use these social platforms for all the wrong reasons. And yes, we are also to be blamed because we get carried away. So we have to understand where we need to put a full stop. When I'm off Twitter now, I'm absolutely, it's been almost 2 weeks I'm off Twitter, and trust me, I am at peace. And the reason why I am off Twitter is not because I am trolled, because I wanted to detoxify myself. It becomes an addiction. One of the panelists did speak about social platforms being an addiction. It is an addiction. You wake up in the morning and the first thing you need to check क्या मोबाइल पे मुझे क्या मैसेज आया, सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म पे मुझे क्या आया, किसने क्या लिखा. कमेंट्स पढ़ते हैं हम एंड कमेंट्स के लिए रिएक्ट करते हैं हम. कमेंट्स इसलिए किया जाता है क्योंकि हम रिएक्ट करें एंड वी फॉल प्रे टू दैट. We fall prey because we react to that. So I think we all should know where to put a full stop. हम तो कॉमर फुल स्टॉप तो दूर की बात कॉमर भी नहीं लगाते हैं. एक सिंगल सेंटेंस में चलते रहें, बस बढ़ते रहो. And this is where we need to understand. And I, with all the youngsters here, I would like to, the young minds, your minds are fresh, your minds are super fantabulous. We are in the best times of technology, but we need to understand where to put a full stop. Artificial intelligence, it's great, but it's scary. It's extremely scary. Imagine what's going to happen. Tomorrow you may not be here, but your figure will be here. Tomorrow you may not be somewhere else, but there will be something where आप तो वहाँ मौजूद थे, आप double role कैसे कर रहे हो? I'm here speaking to you today. Tomorrow, artificial intelligence, if I'm speaking here today, there might be something that my speech is going on where I'm sitting in America and giving a speech. No, that's not me. So there's a confusion whether Khushbu was in Delhi or she was in the United States of America. So we need artificial intelligence. But how far can we go with that? Are we ready to accept all the good qualities of the technology development? Are we ready to use it in the right way? Are we ready to make sure that it does not harm us, not bodily, but emotionally and mentally? Yes, it also affects your mental health. We have seen many children going into depression, many children going into a cocoon of having anxiety and panic attacks because of these social platform pressures. We have been around. We know social platforms तो ये तो सब अभी आए हैं. हम लोग ने उस वक्त काम किया है, वो देखा है कि जब social platform का नामो निशान भी नहीं था. We know how to handle the pressures. We know how to do it. And yes, and today's, my children do it. With today's times, like, we know how to do it. That's the first thing which children have. Yaar, hame pata hai. I know how to do it. We give you that credit. You have great minds, young minds. You're at the right path to move forward. But at times, आपको सब पता नहीं होता है. At times, कुछ लोग होते हैं जिनको ज़्यादा पता होता है, and there's nothing wrong in taking help from them. Cybercrime, when we at NCW sit and work, maximum reports what we get is about cybercrime. How much can you handle? How much support can you give them? And most of them are these young girls who get carried away with these cyber crimes where somebody poses as from a different place or somebody who's with a different name and false faces. And then what we have been discussing, ki girls sway to that. Many cases when I was in Chennai, I was visiting a lot of these one-stop shelters. Most of the girls have run away from home because they trusted the guy they met online. उनके भरोसे पे शहर भाग कर आ गए, उसने उनके पैसे ले लिए, सब कुछ ले लिया, बीच सड़क में छोड़ के चला गया. They don't know where to go, how to go back. Because all these girls come from a very, very humble background. They just एक आस में आ जाते हैं, but they don't know how to go back. So that is where the problem starts, because then things start running in their minds. I have shamed my family, I have shamed my area, I have shamed that entire society, and how am I going to go back? How am I going to face the people? How am I going to go back and face the villagers? How will I be treated? The stigma of being in a society built by us, where we are not welcoming if you have made a mistake, but we are ready to crucify the person, especially a woman, who has one mistake, and you do not want to give her a chance to make something out of her life and say, okay, every sinner has a future, every saint had a past. We don't follow that at all. All these in books are perfectly fine. So I think when we discuss this, it's a great initiative by Rekha Sharma ji for having this cybercrime, what we have discussion, and fantabulous discussions what we had. We have learned so much that I think what we take back from here today is really going to help us, and we, as very responsible citizens, we should take this. It should not remain within these four walls of this auditorium. We should take it out. We should take it to people who are not present here, and we should educate them and tell them that these are the do's and don'ts. This is where it can harm you. This is where we need to put a full stop. This is where we need to say, I need to go and ask for a help. There's nothing wrong in going and asking for a help. चाहे वो पुलिस हो, साइबर डिपार्टमेंट हो, या हम हो, या आपके घर वाले हो, जो भी हो, आपको मदद मांगने में शर्म नहीं आनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मदद उस वक्त मांगी जाती है जब आप डेस्परेट होते हो. And वो मदद अगर आपको मिलती है, तो I think the right help at the right time is going to save many lives. And this is what we need to take the message from here today. Your life is in your hands. You cannot be addicted to social platforms. You cannot fall prey to the calls you get, because like our very intelligent Kaub Jaiswal ji was saying that how एक जमतारा था, लेकिन उसमें एजुकेशन नहीं था. जो आप देखते हैं कि जमतारा में जो हुआ था या बाकी सब जगह जो इस तरह से एक ह्यूज क्राइम होता है, वहाँ पे कोई अपनी डिग्री लेकर नहीं आया था कि मुझे टेक्नोलॉजी में इतनी बड़ी डिग्री है, मैंने ये हासिल किया, मैंने वो हासिल किया, मैंने यहाँ पढ़ा है, वहाँ पढ़ा है. कुछ नहीं था. They all were illiterate, but they had a mind. Had they used it for the right cause, things would have been different, but they were misguided and taken it on a different platform altogether.
Thank you so much, Khushbu
Yes,
ma'am.
so I'm finishing that. So thank you very much. Please take it forward, take all the good deed, whatever we have spoken, take it forward and learn where to put a full stop. Have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, audience.
Thank you, Khushbu. I hope the young people here are listening and will take this as a lesson home about whatever she said about social media is absolutely right, and she's speaking from experience. So with that, we finish with the panel. Let me thank all my panel members for some excellent views that you all have come out with. The lesson is that we are not here to scare you, we are here to make you aware. I think that is the thought that I would like to leave behind, and with that, I hand over the session back to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lieutenant General Pant, for a skillfully guided session and this discussion, and everybody sharing their valuable insights. Thank you for enlightening us on complex subjects. Now I would like to kindly request Honorable Member Ms. Khushbu Sundarji to please felicitate Mr. B. Shankar Jaiswal. Thank you, ma'am. I humbly request Honorable Member Ms. Delina Khondup to please come on the stage and felicitate Ms. Swastika Mukherjee. Ms. Swastika Mukherjee, thank you. I'm going to again request Delina ma'am to stay back to felicitate Mr. Jaideep Ghosh. I request Honorable Member Ms. Mamta Kumari ji to please come forward and felicitate Colonel Pankaj Verma. Thank you, sir, for such an insightful and valuable words that you spoke during the session. I'm now going to request Honorable Member Mamta Kumari ji again to please felicitate Ms. Meera Chat. Thank you, all the dignitaries present on the dais. It was a very good session, and I thank each one of you for giving us your time and having this constructive dialogue about cyber safety and digital empowerment. Now, as per the schedule, we were supposed to open this out to the audience, but since we're running slightly behind the schedule, we'll let the audience ask us questions after the second panel. So now is the time for our lunch break, and we request everyone to be back in this hall at 2 o'clock for another interesting session. So there's a special announcement for all the persons in uniform. I request all of you to please go to the annex, all the people in uniform. The lunch is arranged at the annex. And a big round of applause for all the audience, everyone sitting here. Seminar is much larger, and I think we should all get back to our seats so that we can have some good informative session for all of us to learn something from. I think we're just taking a moment for everyone to settle down. I hope you've all had a refreshing lunch break. Now moving on to our second session. In the first session, I think all of us, the biggest takeaway was the cyber crimes happening against so many of us. And we got to witness a lot of stories, first-hand accounts of people who have witnessed these things in their life. Now the second session is a very interesting session. It will be focusing on building a strong foundation, legal framework, digital literacy, and skill development. And I'm going to invite our esteemed panelist to the stage, Ms. Anjali Birla, IRPS, founder, Anya Foundation. Can I please request you to come on the stage? A big round of applause. Dr. Pavan Duggal, Advocate, Supreme Court of India. He's on his way, so we'll wait for Dr. Pavan Duggal to arrive. Ms. Bansuri Swaraj, Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Mr. Rohit Kumar, Government Affairs Specialist, India Zoom Video Communications. I think the word Zoom has been highlighted so much after COVID. Everybody has been on Zoom call at least once in their life. So I'm expecting a lot of good conversations from this panel. Major Vineet Kumar, Global President, Cyber Peace Foundation. And moderating this insightful panel is Dr. Richa Sood, CBSE National Awardee and an author herself. So we are waiting for Dr. Pavan Duggal, but I would like to request the panelists to sit on the stage and set the stage before the panel is begun. And we hope to see a good panel discussion this time where there's a dialogue about, a healthy dialogue about legal framework and building a strong foundation in digital literacy and skill development. I hope everybody is settled. I can still see some people ushered in. Please take your seats. And once again, please switch off your mobile phones. We welcome Dr. Pavan Duggal, Advocate, Supreme Court, India. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to take this opportunity now to please felicitate the panelists first. And I'm going to call upon stage Ms. Meenakshi Negiji, Member Secretary, NCW, to please come on the stage and felicitate Ms. Anjali Birla. I'm going to request now our Honorable Member NCW, Ms. Delina Khongdup, to please come on the stage and felicitate Ms. Bansuri Swaraj. Meenakshi ma'am, I have to extend my request to you to please stay back on the stage. I humbly request Meenakshi ma'am again to please felicitate Mr. Rohit Kumar from Zoom India Communications. Extending my request to Delina ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Richa Sood. I'm going to now request Member Secretary NCW, Ms. Meenakshi Negi, to please felicitate Dr. Pavan Duggal. And I humbly request our Honorable Member NCW, Ms. Delina Khongdup, to please felicitate Mr. Vineet Kumar. Thank you. Now I'm going to request our wonderful audience sitting at the back to please maintain silence. Like I said, it's going to be a very interesting session, and I need your support so that all of us can gain something out of it. So I'm going to request everybody sitting at the back to please maintain silence and please be settled. Now I'm going to give over the mic to our moderator, Dr. Richa Sood, to please conduct this panel on this wonderful topic. Like I said, building legal framework on digital literacy and skill development. So over to you, Richa ma'am.
Thank you, Sana. A very gracious afternoon and namaskar to the honorable guests, the esteemed members of audience, and the august gathering of future netizen of India. My heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Rekha Sharma, Chairperson, National Commission for Women. Rashtriya Mahila Ayog has a wide mandate of protecting, promoting, and furthering the interest of women. The Commission keeping with its mandate in working continuously and tirelessly for women's betterment. जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं, आजकल भारत इंटरनेट उत्सव भी मनाया जा रहा है। भारत इंटरनेट उत्सव नागरिकों के जीवन के विभिन्न पहलुओं में इंटरनेट द्वारा लाए गए परिवर्तन पर अपने अनुभवों की कहानियों को साझा करने की दिशा में काम करने के लिए संचार मंत्रालय की एक पहल है। सबसे पहले मैं जितने यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स और लोग जो भी बैठे हैं उनसे सिर्फ एक सवाल करना चाहूँगी। आपको हैंड रेज करके बताना होगा कि कितने लोग जागरूक होने के लिए आए हैं और कितने लोग केवल और केवल फ़ोटो लेने के लिए आए हैं कि विज्ञान भवन जाना है और हमें फ़ोटो लेना है। कितने लोग जागरूक होने के लिए आए? जस्ट रेज योर हैंड्स एवरीबडी। सो इससे अच्छा मौका आपको नहीं मिलेगा। जो पैनल आज आपके सामने है, जो पैनलिस्ट आज आपके सामने हैं, इससे अच्छा मौका आपको नहीं मिलेगा। तो प्लीज़ concentrate and please focus and listen properly. बहुत सारा टेक अवे आपको यहाँ से ले जाने के लिए मिलेगा. और इसी श्रृंखला में the National Commission for Women has provided us this platform to discuss cyber awareness and digital empowerment to get the insightful result and solutions. With a forte in their domains, the COSAG of Stalwart is here with us to share their valuable thoughts which will help us to save ourselves and to reach the solutions of cyber security and skill development. So ladies and gentlemen, today we all are here before you to discuss a crucial aspect of modern society, building a robust legal framework for digital literacy and skill development. In an age where technology is shaping our world like never before, it is imperative to lay a solid foundation to navigate the digital landscape effectively and ethically. Digital literacy is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. We must ensure that every citizen must become the netizen and have the knowledge and skills to engage with the digital realm safely and confidently. चाकू की नोक पर, बंदूक के दम पर, चाकू की नोक पर, बंदूक के दम पर लूटने का तो बीत रहा जमाना है. अब तो डिजिटल लूट का जमाना है. टेक्नो साइंटिस्ट चलते हैं 2 कदम और हैकर्स, साइबर क्रिमिनल्स चलते हैं 4 कदम. साइबर क्राइम के नाम पर अभी न जाने कितना कुछ और आना है. यहाँ उपस्थित सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हुए मैं इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाती हूँ और सबसे पहले मैं आती हूँ बांसुरी स्वराज जी के पास. First, we will be taking a common question to all the panelists. So, first, Bansuri ji. In the realm of content creation and the internet, an unsettling trend has emerged where women are often perceived as soft target by cyber predators. What steps can be taken to address this issue and ensure that laws and rules are upheld and respected for all individuals?
धन्यवाद ऋचा जी. ये केवल एक कानूनी इशू नहीं है, ये एक सामाजिक विषय भी है और इसलिए पहले मैं कानूनी पक्षों पे थोड़ा एक I would like to shed some light on that first. So जहाँ तक एक गवर्नमेंट का सवाल है, जहाँ तक कानून का सवाल है, हमारे देश में बहुत अच्छे कानून बन चुके हैं या बन रहे हैं. अब आप ये देखिए कि 2011 में एक अमेंडमेंट आई इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एक्ट के तहत, जहां पर साइबर बुलिंग एंड साइबर स्टॉकिंग, ऑनलाइन हरासमेंट, इन सब को क्रिमिनलाइज करा गया. देयर इज ऑलमोस्ट अप टू 3 years imprisonment, which is, and these offenses are punishable. Further, it's very encouraging to tell you that as of 7th of August 2023, the Lok Sabha has passed the Personal Data Bill. Now what this does is, this actually imposes an obligation on the companies in terms of collecting your personal data as well as on processing your personal data. जरा हाथ उठाइए कितने लोग हैं जहां पर मान लीजिए हम हमारा फोन अगर बगल में है, अगर मैं 4 बार बोलूं चॉकलेट 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 तो 2 मिनट बाद आपको सोशल मीडिया पर उसी चॉकलेट या उसी ब्रांड की एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स दिखनी शुरू हो जाएंगी. ऐसा यहाँ कितने लोगों ने महसूस करा है? लगभग सभी ने. अगर कभी आप गलती से किसी मित्र से बात कर ले कि आप घर नया खरीदने की बात करेंगे तो आपको उसी तरह की एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स आने जाएंगी. वो इसलिए क्योंकि हमेशा आपका पर्सनल डेटा जो है वो कलेक्ट हो रहा है. जो नया बिल आ रहा है, जो लोकसभा में पारित हो चुका है, वो सबसे ज्यादा महत्व डाल रहा है आपकी सहमति से. यानी आपकी सहमति पे वो महत्व इसलिए डाल रहा है कि आपकी कंसेंट के बिना, आपकी सहमति के बिना आपका डेटा कलेक्ट नहीं किया जा सकता, वो प्रोसेस नहीं किया जा सकता. और उसमें ये प्रावधान भी है कि यदि आप चाहते हैं कि कोई डेटा आपका इरेज करा जाए तो वो भी प्रावधान उस बिल में है. And most important is that the bill also provides that once the data has finished its purpose, then the companies will be obligated to erase it and delete it. It's not something that they can keep as a commodity and sell it to a third party. In fact, the Ministry of Electronics, Information and Technology has also indicated that there will be a Digital India Act which is going to replace the current IT Act, and it is going to deal with upcoming technology and very prevalent and important technology like artificial intelligence and deep fake. But रिचा जी, ये सारे कानूनी प्रावधान हैं. इसके अलावा मैंने आपको बोला कि एक सामाजिक इशू भी है. देखिए, सामाजिक इशू में यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, मैं उनसे बात करना चाहूंगी कि आप जो भी कर रहे हैं एक पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म पे डाल रहे हैं. जब आप ये चाहते हैं कि आपकी पोस्ट पे सबसे ज्यादा अधिक से अधिक लाइक्स आए, तो कहीं ना कहीं उस लाइक्स को चेज करने की इच्छा में आप एक गलती कर बैठते हैं कि आप अपना पर्सनल डेटा, खास करके जो बहुत ज्यादा निजी है, ऐसी फोटोग्राफ्स, ऐसी चीजें ऑनलाइन डाल देते हैं. सो सेल्फ सेंसरशिप इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Caution is very important. So while we are dealing in terms of what steps to be taken, जहाँ पर हम लोग एक बात कर रहे हैं कि देश में बहुत अच्छे कानून होने चाहिए, उनकी बहुत इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होनी चाहिए, साथ के साथ मैं यंग जनरेशन से ये अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी कि आप किस तरह की इंफॉर्मेशन ऑनलाइन डाल रहे हैं, ये सोच समझ कर डालिए. ये सोच समझ कर डालिए कि क्या उसका दुरुपयोग कोई और कर सकता है. आजकल आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के तहत आप जानते हैं कि किसी की भी चेहरे को मॉर्फ करके किसी और फोटोग्राफ पे डाला जा सकता है. आप जानते हैं कि किसी की भी आवाज में एक आर्टिफिशियल तरीके से उसका मिसयूज किया जा सकता है. सो कॉशन, सेल्फ सेंसरशिप एंड इफेक्टिव लॉज विद इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, दीज आर द स्टेप्स व्हिच आर नेसेसरी.
Thank you so much. So in the nutshell, self-censorship, that is very much important, which Bansuri has told us. And now I'm coming to Anjali Birlaji. It's the same question. Shall I repeat the question or shall I? Okay. In the realm of content creation and the internet, an unsettling trend has emerged where women are often perceived as the soft targets by cyber predators. What steps can be taken to address this issue and ensure that laws and rules are upheld and respected for all individuals?
So, first of all, women from lower to higher society, everybody has been sometime victim of some kind of cyber crime. I'm sure यहाँ पे हम में से सबने कुछ ना कुछ form face करा होगा, be it trolling, bullying, or the threat of it as well. I think the first and foremost thing that, because Basuri ma'am has elaborated more on the law aspect, we also know that there are a lot of laws. I will go on more personal level. That as women, one of the things that we feel when somebody threatens us with a cyber crime or some cyber thing happens is that we feel like, oh, it's tech, हमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, ये तो बहुत difficult है, and वो inhibition हमें रोकता है to report it also. So my urge is that as we should come forth to learn about the reporting mechanism. How do we deal with the cyber crime की हमारी जो portal है, Ministry of Women run भी करते हैं, उनको a dedicated portal has been given for cyber crime against women. We should report, we should also publicize it. The second thing that we fear is that, what about our name? You know, we are very conscious that because of all these technologies coming, deep fake is coming, these AI has developed it so much that even if you don't put anything on social media, if somebody wants to harass you, they still can. So with all of these technologies coming, we still have a very stigma attached. Like if I am the one who's being harassed, I should not feel that stigma. It should be the hacker, it should be the person who's doing the crime. उन्हें वो stigma लगना चाहिए. So this is a societal aspect जो हमें change करना होगा, and as women we have to come forth कि अगर हमें कोई cyber bully कर रहा है, cyber crime कर रहा है, we should amplify it, because when we come forth, I feel like 4 और women को strength मिलेगी to come up and report. So these are the two basic things that I feel like at personal level we should do. And secondly, law enforcement की जो बात है, तो we have laws, we have this personal data protection bill जो अब बहुत ही जल्दी कानून भी बनने वाला है. So with all these laws in force, it will be more on implementation and enforcement. That will be the key. And one of the things for good enforcement is good chasing by the people जिनके साथ हुआ है. So you and I also hold responsibility of reporting it well and of chasing it कि हमारे issues solve हो, instant solve हो and faster solve हो. So that can be the way of changing that no women will not be the soft targets when women start speaking, that we will not take it. We will hold the person who's doing accountable, and we are not the one who have done it wrong. It is the hacker or it is the person who is doing the cybercrime that he is the criminal.
Thank you. So now I'm coming to Pavanji, as you are the cyber lawyer. So please put some light on this. Shall I repeat the question for you also?
Sure.
In the realm of content creation and the internet, an unsettling trend has emerged where women are often perceived as soft targets by cyber predators. What steps can be taken to address this issue and ensure that laws and rules are upheld and respected for all individuals?
Thank you, ma'am. हम लोगों में से कितने ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने चैट जीपीटी इस्तेमाल कर रखा है? कृपया हाथ खड़े करें. ओ, अधिकांश लोगों ने चैट जीपीटी इस्तेमाल कर रखा है. और एक और सर्वे आया है कि अधिकांश भारतवासी, इंक्लूडिंग लड़कियां या महिलाएं, जब अपना अकाउंट बनाती हैं तो अपने नाम से बनाती हैं. तो ऑलरेडी आपने अपने नाम से अकाउंट बना लिया, फिर आपने चैट जीपीटी का इस्तेमाल किया और आपको लगने लगा कि साहब मेरे पास जीनी का एक नया जिन्न आ गया है कि साहब मैं कुछ भी पूछ सकती हूँ, मुझे जवाब मिलेगा. Majority of the Indians have forgotten one fundamental scenario, and that is that we are right now undergoing a new revolution. भारत में एक नई क्रांति चल रही है. मैं उसे बोलता हूँ the Great Indian Vomiting Revolution. भारत की उल्टी की क्रांति. हम लोग सब उल्टी कर रहे हैं अपने डेटा की, चाहे वो पर्सनल डेटा हो, प्रोफेशनल हो, सोशल हो, बिना सोचे समझे कि साहब इसकी कानूनी परिस्थितियां क्या हो सकती हैं. सो द नेक्स्ट टाइम आपने चैट जीपीटी से कुछ सवाल पूछा, ध्यान से पूछिए, क्यों? आपकी प्रोफाइलिंग कहीं ना कहीं बन रही है. अगली बार चैट जीपीटी या जो भी एआई एल्गोरिदम आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, संभावित तौर पर आपको वही संगीत सुनाएगा जो संगीत आप सुनना चाहते हैं. एंड देयरफॉर hallucination on artificial intelligence is going to be a huge challenge that generally citizens and particularly women will have to be careful of. हम लोगों की भारतवासियों में एक समस्या है, या कह लीजिए हम लोगों की एक खास बात है. हमारी खास बात यह है कि हम विश्वासी हैं, हर चीज पर विश्वास कर लेते हैं. और अगर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ने कहा तो साहब विश्वास करना लाजमी है, बिना सोचे समझे कि आज यही आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ आपको गलत जवाब देता है, आपको गुमराह करता है. और अगर आपने अपनी सूझबूझ, अपनी ड्यू डिलिजेंस नहीं निभाई तो संभावित तौर पर आज कहीं ना कहीं आप न केवल साइबर क्राइम के शिकार होंगे, आप नए उभरते हुए एआई क्राइम्स के शिकार भी होंगे. और अब महिलाओं होने के नाते आपको कहीं ना कहीं अपनी बेल्ट्स को कसना पड़ेगा. व्हाई? बिकॉज द फर्स्ट वर्चुअल किडनैपिंग इंसिडेंट हैज बीन रिपोर्टेड. ये बच्चे के साथ हुआ है, लेकिन कल आपके साथ भी हो सकता है. और आपको सिर्फ फोरवार्न कर रहा हूँ. एक बच्चा है, स्कूल जाता है अमेरिका में, और स्कूल चला गया है, उसके पेरेंट्स को सडनली कॉल आता है कि साहब हमने आपके बच्चे को अगवा कर लिया है, इतने पैसे दीजिए वरना 10 मिनट में हम उसका खात्मा कर देंगे. और पेरेंट्स रिफ्यूज टू बिलीव. उसके बाद वो कहते हैं आप अपने बच्चे की आवाज़ सुनिए, और बच्चे की आवाज़ जोर जोर से वो चिल्ला रहा है कि साहब मम्मी पापा प्लीज हेल्प मी, मुझे प्रोटेक्ट करिए, ये तो मुझे मार देंगे. जब विंडो 10 मिनट की रह के 2 मिनट आ जाती है, पेरेंट्स कहते हैं कि चलिए छोड़िए, हम पैसा दे देते हैं, और पैसा ऑनलाइन ट्रांसफर हो जाता है. उसके बाद उन्हें कहा जाता है कि साहब आप इस जगह पर बच्चे को ले जाइए. जब वो जा रहे हैं, वो सोचते हैं, स्कूल को इन्फॉर्म कर देते हैं कि साहब ऐसा है, प्लीज मेक श्योर. व्हेन दे कॉल द स्कूल दे आर शॉक्ड बिकॉज बच्चा वहां ऑलरेडी पढ़ रहा है, और उसके सारे दरमियान ये हुआ है कि बच्चे की आवाज को इस्तेमाल करते हुए डीप फेक टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से ये नए फेक ऑडियो जनरेट किया गया है। तो आप सबकी या हम सबकी फेक वीडियोस, ऑडियोस जनरेट करना बहुत आसान है। केरला में सिलसिला शुरू हो गया है। सो प्लीज वी विल हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी कॉशियस। इफ यू आर थिंकिंग दैट द लॉ इज विद यू, यस, द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया रियली नीड्स टू बी कॉम्प्लीमेंटेड फॉर देयर विजन, फॉर देयर थॉट लीडरशिप। हम लोगों ने अभी से नहीं 23 साल पहले भारत का सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी कानून हम लोगों ने स्थापित किया था, जो इस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इकोसिस्टम की विभिन्न गतिविधियों को परिभाषित करता है। 2008 में हमने इस कानून का ज्यादा संशोधन करके इसे ज्यादा विमेन फ्रेंडली बनाया। 2011 में जब हम लोगों ने आईटी रूल्स बनाए, तभी हम लोगों ने फोकस किया कि खास तौर पर हम महिलाओं को टारगेट करें और उनको प्रोटेक्ट करें, ताकि कहीं ना कहीं आज साइबर क्रिमिनल्स अगर उन्हें मौका मिला जाए तो वो संभावित तौर पर एक फीमेल विक्टिम को ज्यादा चूज करेंगे। क्यों? उन्हें लगता है कि लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट है या नुकसान ज्यादा किया जा सकता है। एंड नाउ विद द पर्सनल डिजिटल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन बिल कमिंग इन, which is going to be the law of the land, all of you, all women are now going to be empowered thanks to the government of India. Why? Because now henceforth nobody will be able to take hold of your personal data, including your sensitive personal data, without your consent. और अगर आपकी इजाजत लिए बगैर उन्होंने आपका डेटा एकत्रित किया, कलेक्ट किया, प्रोसेस किया, शेयर किया, डिसमिनेट किया, तो उन्हें बिल्कुल आग की परीक्षा का सामना करना पड़ेगा। उनके बरखिलाफ आप शिकायत कर पाएंगे और उस संस्था को, उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, कंपनी को 250 करोड़ रुपए पर कॉन्ट्रीवेंशन की फाइन लगेगी। और ये फाइन कहां जाएगा? भारत के कंसोलिडेटेड फंड ऑफ इंडिया में। तो अब जैसे नया कानून आता है, आप थोड़े सतर्क और सजग हो जाइए। Already Supreme Court has said that all of us Indians have got the fundamental right to privacy as a part of our right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. लेकिन अब वो समय आ गया है कि हम जो सरकार ने, कानून ने हमको हित प्रदान किए हैं, अधिकार प्रदान किए हैं, उनको हम इफेक्टिवली इन्फोर्स कर सकें। इसलिए आवश्यकता है हम जागरूक हो जाएं। Well, the law will require to be modified more now with deep fake technologies coming in, AI crimes or artificial intelligence crimes coming in a huge manner, and now with increasing misuse happening from the dark net, the law is catching up. But उम्मीद ना करें कि overnight law आपकी सुविधा पर आ जाएगा। लॉ को बदलने में समय लगता है, क्योंकि एक लॉन्ग प्रोसेस होता है। तब तक दायित्व हम सब पर होगा कि हम भारत की ग्रेट इंडियन वॉमिटिंग रेवोल्यूशन का हिस्सा ना बने। और अंततः ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि इस ग्रेट इंडियन वॉमिटिंग रेवोल्यूशन के साथ साथ एक नई क्रांति भारतवर्ष में चल रही है और हम सब हिस्से बन चुके हैं। वो है भारत की रिकॉर्डिंग रेवोल्यूशन की क्रांति। हर भारतवासी हर चीज रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है। मुझे मालूम नहीं क्यों रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है, लेकिन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है। तो अगर आप अपने पर्सनल मोमेंट्स कैप्चर कर रहे हैं, बी वेरी वेरी केयरफुल, बिकॉज हैकिंग योर फोन इज अ चाइल्ड प्ले। इफ यू आर स्टोरिंग इट ऑन द क्लाउड, बी इवन मोर केयरफुल, बिकॉज हैकिंग द क्लाउड इज ऑल्सो चाइल्ड्स प्ले। देयर इज नथिंग नोन एज एब्सोल्यूट सिक्योरिटी। जो कल साइबर सुरक्षित था वो आज साइबर सुरक्षित नहीं है, और जो आज साइबर सुरक्षित है वो कल बिल्कुल भी साइबर सुरक्षित नहीं होगा। इसलिए हम सबको कॉन्स्टेंटली जागरूक रहना पड़ेगा, सतर्क रहना पड़ेगा, कानून को संशोधन करना पड़ेगा। द लॉ विल हैव टू कॉन्स्टेंटली इवॉल्व, बट टिल सच टाइम द लॉ डज नॉट इवॉल्व, द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज ऑन ऑल ऑफ अस एज इंडिविजुअल्स, एज यूजर्स, एज women, as girl children, to ensure that we only share information on a need-to-know basis. If we are very, very careful, then cyber criminals are going to be very, very, shall I say, at pressure to potentially target you. और अगर आप सतर्क रहेंगे, पैनिक करने की जरूरत नहीं है। दुनिया में दो किस्म के लोग हैं, जो जानते हैं कि वो साइबर क्राइम के शिकार हो चुके हैं, या जो नहीं जानते कि वो साइबर क्राइम के शिकार हो चुके हैं। मान के चले ना, हम पे अटैक होगा, नो प्रॉब्लम। तभी जब वो वेब सीरीज आती है जामतारा, उसमें बाईलाइन क्या कहते हैं? सबका नंबर आएगा। तो जब सबका नंबर आएगा, अगर हम अपने नंबर आने से पहले अपनी तैयारी कर लें, जागरूक हो जाएं, and of course please ensure that you invoke the requisite remedies under the law. Fortunately, the government of India has come into on your own doorstep. Sitting at your own home, you can go and report any kind of a cyber incident, a cyber crime, at the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal. cybercrime.gov.in पर जाइए, घर बैठे हुए आप उसे रिपोर्ट करें। और पिछले एक साल में ही करीबन 21 लाख से ज्यादा रिपोर्ट्स हो चुके हैं। साथ ही साथ केंद्रीय सरकार ने आपके लिए एक नई राष्ट्रीय साइबर क्राइम हेल्पलाइन की सुविधा प्रदान करी है, 1930 1930। इस नंबर को हमेशा याद रख लीजिए। जब कोई आपको लगता है आपको टारगेट किया जा रहा है, प्लीज यूज दिस नंबर. अल्टीमेटली इट्स ऑलवेज गोइंग टू बी अ गेम ऑफ विट. क्या हम अपने साइबर क्रिमिनल टारगेटर को या जो हमें फोकस कर रहा है उसको हम आउटविट कर पाएंगे या नहीं कर पाएंगे? कानून बाद में आएगा, बट इफ यू आर केयरफुल देन आई थिंक टू लार्ज एक्सटेंट यू वुड हैव वन द बैटल. एंड इट्स नॉट ऑफ टुडे, ये एक लाइफ लॉन्ग फिनोमिनन होने वाला है. और अगर आप नीड टू नो बेसिस पर अपनी जानकारी शेयर करेंगे तो आप सशक्त रहेंगे. जितनी सुरक्षा आप अपनी निजता के अधिकार की स्वयं करेंगे, मुझे लगता है कोई और नहीं कर सकता. कानून आपके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा सक्षम है. और अब जब से आईटी रूल्स 2021 आ गए हैं, जिनका संशोधन 6 अप्रैल 2023 में हो गया है, मुझे लगता है आप लोगों के पास बहुत ज़्यादा शक्तिशाली रेमेडीज आ गए हैं. सो प्लीज़ बी अवेयर ऑफ दीज रेमेडीज, प्लीज़ गो हैंड यूटिलाइज. वो ज़माना चला गया कि मैं रिपोर्ट करूंगा तो मेरे बारे में लोग क्या कहेंगे क्या कहेंगी. सॉरी, आज सबको पता है कोई ना कोई अटैक हो सकता है. इसलिए बी ओपन, रिपोर्ट. एंड द गवर्नमेंट हैज गिवन यू अ रिमार्केबल फीचर. यू कैन रिपोर्ट नाउ अनोनिमसली. आपको अपना नाम बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं. आपकी आइडेंटिटी को सुरक्षित रख रहा है कौन? सरकार, कानून, कानूनी पद्धति. तो इसलिए इस बेनिफिट का भी आप आनंद लीजिए. बट अल्टीमेटली आई जस्ट से प्लीज बी केयरफुल. इट्स अ ट्रांजिएंट जर्नी. आने वाले 4-5 सालों में हम सबकी जिंदगी बदलने वाली है और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर हम इतने ज्यादा निर्भर हो जाएंगे कि कहीं ना कहीं हमें अपनी सूझबूझ को पुनः से जागृत करना पड़ेगा. ओपन एआई कंपनी जो आज चैट जीपीटी चलाती है, उसने एक नए प्रोजेक्ट को शुरू किया है. उस प्रोजेक्ट का नाम है सुपर इंटेलिजेंस अलाइनमेंट प्रोजेक्ट. वो कह रही है कि साहब 4 साल दे दीजिए मुझे, अगले 4 साल में हम एक ऐसी इंटेलिजेंस लेकर आएंगे जो इंसानी इंटेलिजेंस से बहुत ऊपर होगी, परे होगी. So it's only a question of few years when AI is going to supersede your intelligence and mine. Therefore, the more cautious, the more careful we are in terms of protecting our human values, our private spaces, our privacy, the better it's going to be. And of course, the law will have to constantly keep on getting updated. Thanks.
विश्वास करें, गुमराह ना हो, सूझबूझ और जागरूकता से आप अपने गैजेट्स को यूज़ करें. Thank you, Pawan ji. Now I would like to ask the question from Mr. Rohit. The same question, and please share your views.
Right. So a lot of panelists have actually talked about this. So I'll actually start it from the technology perspective. We will have to live with technology, but the idea is how do we start utilizing that technology for to ensure that we are safe. So starting from the technology platform side, the first thing is that all technology platforms are responsible to ensure that they have inbuilt mechanism to report all sorts of cyber crimes which are happening at that particular platform. And you don't need to make that difficult. You need to ensure that you have a single button which can show that, okay, this is a cybercrime that has been committed, because you don't want the user to put in a lot of information in the system. So you need to just ensure that you have identified that this is the cybercrime that is happening and you block the user. Now that's on the technology platform, and technology platforms can only do so much when it comes to reporting cybercrime or trying to address the issues around cybercrime. At the end of the day, it is about the awareness, which a lot of people, which a lot of panelists have also talked about. So awareness is critical. We do have 1930 helpline, but the important thing is we need to make it something similar like the 911 of the US. So in the US, when you know there is some issue, you call 911 and that's one number. So that's where awareness needs to be created at a much larger scale than it is today. That you have this single number to address whatever cybercrimes which are happening, and you can just go and simply report it. And of course, on the law enforcement side as well, I think we also need to add a certain component of mental health as well, because in all of this discussion, while we are trying to look at the cybercrime perspective, we are probably not thinking about the impact of cybercrime on women, all the vulnerable groups for that matter. So we need to ensure that this reporting and solving of cybercrime is also, you can add the mental health component as well. And luckily we have a national scheme on telemedicine and mental health, which if we actually share the data between different platforms, we'll be able to identify which are the people who need to have that counseling support. And for this one, I will actually like to point out the model that is being used in Telangana. They've done a very interesting job where you have legal advisors, you have technology platforms, you have law enforcement, you have mental health expert, all of that on a single app. So we need to ensure that people at the ground level know that there is a unified mechanism to report, and at the same time that they are able to use that mechanism, because a lot of times we don't even know as a common citizen that there is a mechanism for us to report in the first place. And in the case of women, a lot of times you don't even know that a crime has been committed, and within the law there is a provision for you to report that crime and get that crime resolved as well.
थैंक यू रोहित जी. आपने एक शब्द इस्तेमाल किया, टेक मेडिसिन, टेलीमेडिसिन. सो आप उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएंगे? हम सभी को जानने की उत्सुकता होगी. ऐसा है टेलीमेडिसिन? यस, एवरीबडी वांट्स टू नो.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. सो टेलीमेडिसिन इज बेसिकली गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपने नेशनल टेलीमेडिसिन पोर्टल के अंदर आप कभी भी लॉग इन कर सकते हैं. डॉक्टर्स जो हैं वो अक्रॉस द कंट्री अवेलेबल हैं आपसे बात करने के लिए, एंड इट्स एक्चुअली अ फ्री सर्विस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. सो and up तक I guess millions of people have got access, and this is across the country. So आप कहीं पे भी बैठे हैं आपको अच्छे से अच्छे डॉक्टर्स अवेलेबल होंगे, and that's telemedicine. उसी के अंडर निमहांस के अंडर आपका मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोग्राम भी चल रहा है. सो इट्स जस्ट नॉट कि टेलीमेडिसिन आप लार्जर लेवल पे हेल्थ केयर पे काम कर रहे हैं, बट ऑन द मेंटल हेल्थ कंपोनेंट एज वेल, वेयर साइबर क्राइम इज एक्चुअली वन ऑफ द एरियाज which is mentioned, to be addressed in the whole mental health outreach of, across the country.
Thank you, Rohit ji. So now I'm coming up to Mr. Vineet, and the same question is for you.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I'm really thankful to the Honorable Chairperson and the entire NCW team for having me here. ये question ऐसा है कि अब सुबह से हम सुन रहे हैं सारे issues, technology, emerging tech, क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहे हैं. तो पहले तो मैं आपको बता दूं कि डरिए मत, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी एक इनेबलर भी है. अब बस यही है, जैसा कि अभी पवन जी ने बोला, सीट बेल्ट, अगर रोड पे गाड़ी चलाते हैं तो आप सीट बेल्ट लगा के चलाते हैं, सेफ्टी और प्रिकॉशन लेके आप चलाते हैं. तो इंटरनेट भी एक हाईवे है. अब इस हाईवे में चलना है तो आपको यू नीड टू टेक द राइट प्रिकॉशंस, एंड हियर प्रिवेसी और भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो कंट्रोल से जिसको इनेबल करना है. द बेस्ट पार्ट इज़ कि सबका इंटेंट है. अगर हम बात करें गवर्नमेंट का तो इंटेंट है टू सिक्योर, एंड दैट्स वाई आप ये अगर कॉन्फ्रेंस NCW कर रहा है, दैट इज द इंटेंट कि हम आपको सुरक्षित रखना चाहते हैं, हम डिजिटल नागरिक्स को सुरक्षित रखना चाहते हैं. टेक प्लेटफॉर्म्स, येस, दे आर ऑल्सो ट्राइंग टू डू द बेट, बट येस दे नीड टू डू मोर. आई विल से कि और करने की ज़रूरत है. और सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लाइक अस, लाइक साइबर पीस, वी आर ऑल्सो हियर टू काइंड ऑफ इनेबल यू, टू हेल्प यू. तो आपके साथ अगर कुछ इशू होता है तो सबसे पहले है कि आपको चुप नहीं रहना है. हमने जो डिजिटल शक्ति जो प्रोग्राम हम NCW एंड साइबर पीस मिलके इन कोलैबोरेशन विद अदर टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म, मेटा हमने अभी तक सपोर्ट किया था और हम प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ कोलैबोरेट करने वाले हैं. उसका मेन उद्देश्य यही है कि आप तक राइट नॉलेज पहुंचाएं. अवेयरनेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. हम जनरली ये देखते हैं जब हम इंटरेक्शन करते हैं तो हम देखते हैं कि लोगों को क्या मतलब रहता है, अच्छा कोई नई टेक्नोलॉजी आई, अगर मेरा दोस्त ने वो फ़ोन लिया तो मैं भी लूँगा, अगर उसने वो एक IoT इनेबल्ड रेफ्रिजरेटर लिया तो मैं भी लूँगा, इंटरनेट से चलने वाला वॉशिंग मशीन भी लूँगा. तो हम एक दूसरे को देख करके और हम कोशिश करते हैं कि हमारे पास भी वो चीज़ हो, विदाउट रियलाइजिंग कि अगर हम कुछ चीज़ अगर हम खरीदते हैं या लेते हैं और कोई भी नया ऐप अगर हम डाउनलोड कर रहे हैं अपने फ़ोन में, और वो ऐप बोल रहा है कि वो ऐप आपको रातों रात अमीर बना देगा, या ऐप आपको बताता है कि आप किस सेलिब्रिटी के जैसे दिखते हैं, आप कटरीना कैफ जैसे दिखते हैं या ऋतिक रोशन के जैसे दिखते हैं. क्यूरियोसिटी में आप डाउनलोड करते हैं विदाउट नोइंग कि बैकग्राउंड में हो क्या रहा है. तो पहला सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ और डिजिटल शक्ति का यही मेजर उद्देश्य ये है कि आपको सशक्त बनाना, आपको एम्पावर करना, सो दैट यू हैव द राइट नॉलेज कि आपको क्या करना चाहिए, कैसे अपने आप को सुरक्षित रखना चाहिए. दूसरा हमारा मेन ये है कि चुप नहीं रहना है. वॉट एवर वी डू, क्राइम्स होंगे ही, और ये चोर पुलिस का खेल चलता रहेगा साइबर में भी। नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी, आज हम डीप फेक के बात कर रहे हैं, आज नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी के बात कर रहे हैं, कल 4 साल बाद हम कुछ और नई टेक्नोलॉजी के बात करेंगे। चैट जीपीटी, आज 1 साल पहले इस टाइम में इस दिन चैट जीपीटी नहीं था और कोई चैट जीपीटी को जानता नहीं था। आज के दिन में, आज मैं देख रहा हूँ सुबह से पैनल में जो भी पैनलिस्ट स्पीकर्स जो भी आ रहे हैं, चैट जीपीटी एक कॉमन वर्ड यूज हो रहा है सबके द्वारा, और ये 1 साल पहले ऐसा कोई टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी, 1 साल बाद आज ये हो गया। तो that is what technology may happen, issues may also happen, but the point here is to be resilient, कि आप resilient कैसे बने। आप अपने आप को, अगर कुछ गड़बड़ हुआ तो आपको ये नहीं समझे कि शेम, सोसाइटी क्या सोचेगा, सोशल स्टिग्मा इतना सारा है कि मेरा नाम पुलिस में, मैं साइबर थाना में जाऊंगा या जाऊंगी तो वहाँ पे सब सोसाइटी वाले जान जाएंगे। यही सबसे बड़ा एक मैं बता रोड ब्लॉक है हमारे सोसाइटी में। आज मैं खुश था जब दिल्ली पुलिस ने बोला कि हमें 3 साल पहले 5000 केसेस थे साल में, आज 1 लाख केसेस। आप सोचेंगे ये खुश क्यों हो रहा है? रीजन बीइंग क्योंकि ये एक इट्स एन अचीवमेंट, इट्स नॉट कि दिल्ली पुलिस में बहुत ज़्यादा साइबर क्राइम हो रहा है, इट्स बिकॉज रिपोर्टिंग्स हैव इंक्रीज्ड, विच इज़ अ गुड साइन, एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट एज नेटिजन्स वी एनकरेज की चीज़ें होंगी। आप रिपोर्टिंग चैनल्स हैं बने हुए, अभी लॉज हैं, आपको हमारे साइबर लॉयर्स हैं उन्होंने बताया कि ऑलरेडी अभी डिजिटल इंडिया एक्ट DIA है, DPDP ऑलरेडी लोकसभा में पास हो चुका है, राज्यसभा में होपफुली निकल जाएगा। उसके बाद वी हैव प्रॉपर प्रिवेसी लॉज टू एवरीथिंग, द इकोसिस्टम इज देयर। हो सकता है थोड़ा हम स्लो रहे हैं, बट देन आई एम श्योर विद टाइम्स हम लोग विल कैच अप और हमारे लॉज ज़्यादा ही पावरफुल और आपको स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए बनेंगे, क्योंकि कल्चर नहीं था। आई विल ऑल्सो गिव यू वन एग्जाम्पल। हमने एक ड्राइव किया, बाई रोड हम निकले हैदराबाद से, ISB हैदराबाद से हमने जर्नी स्टार्ट किया टू बैंगलोर नेशनल लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी, एंड बाई रोड हम गए। और हमारा उद्देश्य ये रहता है सिविल सोसाइटी की जो एलीट टीयर को सिर्फ नहीं सुनना है, हमें गांव, ट्राइबल एरियाज, ऐसे लोकेशन में जाना है जिनका वॉइस नहीं है। और जब वहाँ पे गए और उनसे बात की कि आप प्रिवेसी समझते हैं, किसी को कुछ मालूम नहीं प्रिवेसी क्या है। सो प्रिवेसी और ऐसी चीज़ों के बारे में डायलॉग करना और उनकी जो भी व्यूज़ है उनको जानना। अगर हम रिपोर्टिंग मैकेनिज्म की बात करें तो 1930 वेरी गुड स्टार्ट, cybercrime.gov.in एक पोर्टल जहाँ पे आप सारे कंप्लेंट कर सकते हैं। आई विल ऑल्सो मेंशन NCW का आप हेल्पलाइन को आपने पता नहीं आप में से कितनों ने यूज़ किया है, आप अगर यूज़ करें तो वेरी इफेक्टिव वे ऑफ हैंडलिंग केसेस साइबर वाले केसेस में। बैक एंड में देर आर टीम ऑफ एक्सपर्ट्स, साइबर वाले केसेस में देर साइबर एक्सपर्ट्स हु आर हेल्पिंग, देर टेक्नो लीगल एक्सपर्ट्स हु आर हेल्पिंग। तो इकोसिस्टम इज देयर, बस आपको खुल के सामने आना है और रिपोर्ट करना है। अब साथ साथ मैं ये बता दूं कि आप रेजिलिएंट कैसे बनेंगे। सबसे पहला है कि आपके साथ अगर कोई भी अपराध हुआ किसी फॉर्म का, वेदर डीप फेक कर रहा है या साइबर स्टॉकिंग है, बुलिंग है, सेक्सटॉर्शन है, या अभी एक नया वर्ड आता है स्टॉकरवेयर, ये भी मैं बता दूं, कुछ दिन में आप सुनेंगे इसको कि ये स्टॉकरवेयर का मतलब है स्टॉक करना फ़ोन पे, यानी आपका गलती से आपने कोई ऐप डाउनलोड कर लिया और वहाँ जिसने वो ऐप बनाया है वो आपकी हर एक गतिविधि को, आपका मैसेजेस को, आपके कैमरा को, माइक्रोफोन को, हर चीज़ को, व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस को कोई बैठ कर देख रहा है और फिर आपको बाद में स्टॉक करके आपसे पैसे की डिमांड, रैंसम, बहुत सारी चीज़ होती है। ये स्टॉकरवेयर करके एक नया चीज़ आ रहा है। तो कुछ भी अगर ऐसी चीज़ हो रहे हैं, अगर आपको लग रहा है कि आपके साथ गड़बड़ हो रहा है या कि कोई बुली कर रहा है, स्टॉक कर रहा है, तो मैं देखा हूँ एक कॉमन रिएक्शन है डिलीट कर दो। फोटो आया, किसी ने मॉर्फ किया आपका इमेज, मॉर्फ करके भेजा, आपने बोला वो ये आ गया, डिलीट कर दो। प्लीज़ डोंट डू दैट। रिकॉर्ड एज मच एज एविडेंस एज यू कैन, क्योंकि कोर्ट लेवल पे जब केस जाता है वहाँ एविडेंस की कमी हो जाता है और क्रिमिनल छूट जाता है। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, प्लीज़ रिकॉर्ड एविडेंसेज। रिपोर्टिंग ऑन ऑल प्लेटफॉर्म, हर प्लेटफॉर्म में, रोहित जस्ट मेंशन अबाउट रिपोर्टिंग, जो इनफैक्ट जूम में भी है, मेटा में भी, हर प्लेटफॉर्म में रिपोर्टिंग का एक ऑप्शन है जहाँ पे आप खुद से विदाउट पुलिस का हेल्प लिए, पुलिस का हेल्प लेना ऐसा ज़रूरी है, लेकिन आप खुद से भी चाहें तो फर्स्ट स्टेप में आप जाकर प्लेटफॉर्म को रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, एंड यू कैन सीक हेल्प। द अदर थिंग जो कि बहुत कम लोगों को आई एम श्योर मालूम होगा यहाँ रूम में, देयर समथिंग दैट एग्जिस्ट कॉल्ड एज DMCA। उसका फुल फॉर्म मैं बताता हूँ, डिजिटल मिलेनियम कॉपीराइट एक्ट। अब आपका इसका डिटेल में बताता हूँ ये DMCA करता क्या है। DMCA में क्या है कि अगर आपका फोटोग्राफ आपको लगा कि सरफेस कर रहा है विदाउट आपके कॉन्सेंट के, आपका कोई भी कॉन्टेंट, कुड बी फोटो, इट कुड बी वीडियो, इट कुड बी एनीथिंग रिलेटेड टू यू, आपने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया, अगर आप वहाँ पे अगर आप उसको खुद से टेक डाउन कराना चाहते हैं विदाउट टेकिंग हेल्प ऑफ द पुलिस एज अ ऑर्डनरी नेटिजन, आप खुद जाके आप बस गूगल पे टाइप करें DMCA स्पेस फेसबुक या DMCA स्पेस ट्विटर, एक फॉर्म खुलेगा आपके सामने, उस फॉर्म को आपको भरना पड़ेगा ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट पे, ऐसा नहीं कि कोई फर्जी वेबसाइट पे चले जाए, ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट पे जाके फॉर्म भरे, अपना आइडेंटिटी उसमें देना पड़ता है, आपको प्रूफ करना पड़ता है कि दिस इज यू ओनली एंड दिस इज योर कंटेंट। जैसे ही आपने उसको प्रूफ किया DMCA के अंदर इमीडिएटली दे विल टेक डाउन द कंटेंट, बिकॉज ये US में ये लॉ बना हुआ है, US बेस्ड प्लेटफॉर्म जो भी है उनको कंप्लाई करना पड़ता है यहाँ पे। तो दैट्स नंबर 2। आपने ऑलरेडी cybercrime.gov.in 1930, तो मैं उसमें ज़्यादा बात नहीं करूँगा। स्टेट लेवल साइबर पुलिस स्टेशंस ऑलरेडी बन चुके हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पुलिस स्टेशंस क्रिएट किए जा रहे हैं, बहुत स्टेट में MHA बहुत एग्रेसिव वे में काम कर रहा है। अगर यहाँ पे आपको कोई हेल्प, फिर भी आपको अगर कहीं कुछ इशू हो रहा है, देन यू कैन रीच आउट टू नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस लाइक अस, साइबर पीस। अभी साइबर पीस में हम खुद एक हेल्पलाइन बनाया हमने निमहांस बैंगलोर के साथ और एम्स के साथ भी, इंटरनेट डी एडिक्शन सेंटर भी आपको मैं बता दूं। निमहांस में इंटरेस्टिंगली कुछ है समथिंग कॉल्ड एज शट क्लिनिक, यानी अगर आपको लगता है आप दिन भर ट्विटर में स्क्रॉल करते जा रहे हैं, मैम ने बोला था अभी पिछले पैनल में वही एडिक्शन का केस, तो ऐसे अगर एडिक्ट्स हैं, एडिक्ट देयर कुड बी एडिक्ट्स जो कि एडिक्ट हैं किसी पर्टिकुलर कंटेंट को, जैसे पॉर्न कंटेंट को देखने के लिए, वैसे लोग कहते हैं। कुछ एडिक्ट्स हमारे पास ऐसे हैं तो बोलते हैं हम दिन भर गेमिंग खेलते रहते हैं। पेरेंट्स आते हैं, मदर आते हैं, हमारा एक साइबर पेरेंटिंग प्रोग्राम है मदर्स के साथ, तो उसमें बोलते हैं मेरा बच्चा दिन भर गेमिंग में लगा हुआ है। सो इन दैट केस यू कैन टेक योर चाइल्ड, और आप खुद आप एडिक्ट है, यू कैन रीच आउट टू शट क्लिनिक एट निमहांस, सीक हेल्प, और आपको वहाँ से भी मदद मिल सकती है। सो अगेन देयर आर लॉट ऑफ प्रोसेसेस, थिंग्स दैट आर इन प्लेस। जस्ट एक कॉशन, एक एडवाइजरी यही है कि 3 प्रकार से हमने इतने दिन में बस यही मैप किया है कि जो क्राइम होता है वो 3 मेजर कैटेगरीज में होता है। पहला, और कैसे लोग करता है, पहला है कि लोग डराते हैं, आपको डराएंगे कि आपका ये फोटो मॉर्फिंग वाले जो केसेस है, मॉर्फिंग है, डीप फेक वाले, वो वहाँ पे है। कभी कभी फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड के फॉर्म में आ सकता है कि आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड, डेबिट कार्ड ब्लॉक हो रहा है, अभी आप तुरंत अभी वेरीफाई कीजिए, नहीं तो अभी बंद हो जाएगा सब। तो ये एक पहला प्रकार का क्राइम है। दूसरा प्रकार का एंटाइज करना, अट्रैक्ट करना। अट्रैक्टिंग का भी बहुत फॉर्म है। कोई कल को आपको कोई अगर iPhone 14 Pro लेटेस्ट एडिशन अगर 5000 में दे रहा है, तो आप एक स्टेप बैक ले लीजिए, एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ाने के 2 स्टेप पीछे ले लीजिए, क्योंकि ये तरीका दूसरा तरीका है जिसमें आपको एंटाइज करके अट्रैक्ट करके। इसमें एक और, मैम आई जस्ट टेक 1 मिनट, सॉरी आई एम गोइंग लिटिल लॉन्ग, बट ये केस मैं बता दूं क्योंकि एक केस में ट्रैफिकिंग हो गया। दिस अ केस ऑफ वीमेन गेटिंग ट्रैफिक्ड इन वन ऑफ द स्टेट्स, जो कि हमें एक एंटी ट्रैफिकिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने बताया। इंस्टेंट लोन एप्लीकेशन, आपने सुना होगा, इंस्टेंट लोन एप्लीकेशन में कोलैटरल फ्री कोई लोन दे रहा है आपको, आओ ले लो कोलैटरल फ्री, बिना कोई डॉक्यूमेंट के लोन ले जाओ, हमारे पास है। कोविड के दौरान बहुत लोग फंसे इसमें, बहुत सारे हमारे नेबरिंग एनिमी कंट्रीज के द्वारा कुछ कुछ एडवांस कैंपेन्स किया गया था जिसमें बहुत लोग फंसे। अब इसमें क्या हुआ कि लोन ले लिया, हेड ऑफ द फैमिली ने लिया, उसके फ़ोन में सारे कॉन्टैक्ट सेव थे, उसके वाइफ का, उनके जो वाइफ थी उनका भी नंबर उसमें सेव था, बच्चों का भी नंबर था, फैमिली मेम्बर्स। तो पहले तो उन लोगों ने ये किया कि सबको मैसेज दिया कि आपके हस्बैंड ने ये पैसे लिए, ये नहीं चुका रहा। उनके जितने लोग फैमिली मेम्बर जिनका भी कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर था सब पे वो मैसेज किया, डिफेम किया। दूसरा क्या किया, दैट चैप अप्रोच द वाइफ एंड सेड कि देखिए अगर आपको अपने हस्बैंड का लोन माफ़ कराना है तो आप मुझसे इस लोकेशन पे आके मिल लीजिए। And the lady actually, she thought that probably going there would solve all the issues of the family. She went there and unfortunately she was raped. Thereafter again they took videos और उस videos को दिखा के again she was pushed into trafficking. तो आप देखिए कहाँ से एक loan application connection to trafficking. इस तरह के cases भी बहुत सारे। तो ये दूसरा प्रकार का है कि attractive, कहीं भी कुछ भी आपको लगे कि विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है तो मेरा सजेशन है विश्वास बिल्कुल भी मत कीजिए। तीसरा है रोमांस स्कैम्स। ये भी बहुत कॉमन है कि क्या आप अकेले हो, और बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म हैं, टिंडर विंडर, इस तरह के प्लेटफॉर्म्स है जिसपे ऑलरेडी बहुत सारे लोग को आते रहता है। आप डोंट बिलीव कि जो अगला जो प्रोफाइल है वो सही है, इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल लुकिंग गर्ल और ब्यूटीफुल लुकिंग बॉय एंड देन यू फॉलोइंग फॉर दैट, दैट्स वेयर वी गो रॉन्ग। कि ये सब कैन बी क्रिएटेड ओवरनाइट एंड थैंक्स टू जनरेटिव टेक्नोलॉजीज, फोटोग्राफ्स, इमेजेस ऐसा हम बना सकते हैं जो किसी का नहीं है। हम खुद से ऐसा एक यूनिक इमेज बना देंगे, यूनिक ऑडियो बना देंगे, आप सर्च भी करेंगे तो नहीं मिलेगा। तो बहुत सारे टेक्नोलॉजी एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है। आई हैव मोर पॉइंट्स मैम, मे बी लेटर आई विल शेयर। तो थैंक यू, ओवर टू यू मैम।
जितने भी लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, मैं उनसे कहूँगी कि fasten your seat belts before you stepping on the highway of internet, before you sitting on your phones or gadgets. So you have to fasten your seat belts because precautions are better than accidents or the medicines. So my next question is to Basuri ji. How can we ensure that the digital revolution benefits all women, including those from marginalized communities, and does not widen existing gender gaps?
Thank you, Richa ji. So, आपने यहाँ पे काफ़ी चीज़ें सुनी. Everybody said, please be cautious, please be safe. Of course, that's very important. But something which is very important is technology is inevitable. It was said, one of the co-panelists said that technology is an enabler. I think Vineet ji said that, and he's absolutely right. इसका मैं एक उदाहरण आपको देती हूँ. मेरी फ्रेटर्निटी में यानी लीगल प्रोफेशन में ड्रॉप आउट रेट महिलाओं का बहुत ज़्यादा होता है क्योंकि घर की जिम्मेदारी होती है, कोर्ट नहीं निभा पाती हैं. लेकिन कोविड एक ऐसी रेवोल्यूशन लेकर आई जिसको हम कहते हैं वीसी हियरिंग्स. वर्चुअल हियरिंग के तहत अब महिलाएं अपने घर पे रह के बच्चा यदि बीमार है तो उसका भी ख्याल रख सकती हैं और कचहरी में जो है पेश भी होकर बहस भी कर सकती हैं. इसी तरह कोविड में हमने देखा कि बच्चे जो हैं स्कूल की पढ़ाई मिस नहीं करेंगे, वीसी के थ्रू स्कूल अटेंड कर सकते हैं. सो ये ऐसे उदाहरण मैं आपको दे रही हूँ जहाँ पर टेक्नोलॉजी एक इनेबलर है, यानी आपकी ज़िंदगी को और ज़्यादा सुविधाजनक कर रही है. अब आपने बात करी डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन की, तो डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन में दो चीज़ें हैं. देखिए, एक तरफ तो मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ मोदी सरकार का, क्योंकि उन्होंने ऐसे प्रयास करे हैं जैसे डिजिटल इंडिया, जैसे कि पीएम दिशा में आप देखिए 6 करोड़ भारत के 6 करोड़ ग्रामीण घरों को सशक्तिकरण करने का अभियान है, जहां 6 करोड़ ग्रामीण घरों में एक व्यक्ति को डिजिटल लिटरेसी दी जाएगी. लेकिन इसके साथ ऋचा जी एक और पहलू है. ये जिम्मेदारी आती है डिजिटल लिटरेसी के आप और हम जैसे लोगों की. अंजलि जी एक झिझक की बात करी थी. शी सेड दैट देयर इज अ हेजिटेशन स्पेशली इन वुमेन टू यूज टेक्नोलॉजी. You know, this hesitation exists in the generation before us. I think millennials and generation Z, especially जो आज का युवा है, वो बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी को, खास करके महिलाएं बहुत सरलता से उसको अपना लेती हैं. लेकिन जो हमारी माताएं, हमारी बहनें, जो जनरेशन हमसे पहले आई है, उनमें ये झिझक अभी भी है. लेकिन उदाहरण आपको देना चाहूँगी कि जब ये झिझक हटती है तो क्या होता है. मेरे एक मित्र हैं, उनकी दादी 90 बरस की हैं. वो रोज सुबह पाठ आईपैड पे करती हैं क्योंकि वो कहती है बेटा चश्मे की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, अक्षर बड़े हो जाते हैं. अब क्या है, क्योंकि उन्होंने बैठ के अपनी दादी को सिखाया. तो ये जिम्मेदारी आप और हम जैसे युवाओं पे है. अब मुझे हाथ खड़ा करके बताइए, कितने लोग यहाँ पे खींचे हैं जब पापा ने बोला है बेटा मेरा नया फोन सेटअप कर दो? सही जवाब दीजिए. हाँ, गुड. कुछ लोग पीछे बिल्कुल सच बोल रहे हैं. कितने लोग खींचे हैं जब मम्मी ने बोला है बेटा दिवाली पे है, फैमिली ग्रुप पे मेरी अच्छी सी एक फोटो खींच के लगा दे? आपसे अनुरोध है, खींचिएगा मत. आप लोगों को उंगली पकड़ के जिंदगी में चलना उन्हीं ने सिखाया है. लेकिन अगली बार जब पापा बोले कि बेटा मेरा फोन नया सेटअप कर दे, तो फोन सेटअप करने के साथ उनको यूपीआई की पेमेंट पोर्टल को कैसे एक्सेस करते हैं ये भी सिखाइए. खुद तो सारा दिन भीम ऐप, रुपए ऐप, पेटीएम, इन सब का इस्तेमाल करके जोमेटो और स्विगी पे खाना ऑर्डर करते हो. जरा आप मम्मी पापा को भी सिखा दो. जरा माँ को भी अपने बैंकिंग ऐप से एक नई एफडी बनना सिखा दो. मैं आपको यह उदाहरण क्यों दे रही हूँ, क्योंकि ये जिम्मेदारी आप पर है कि आप आने वाली पीढ़ी को भी सशक्त करें और आपसे बड़ों को भी सशक्त करें. क्योंकि ऋचा जी, डिजिटल लिटरेसी के साथ ही एक बहुत अहम पहलू जुड़ा है और वो है फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी का. और वो इसलिए क्योंकि आप देखिए, खास करके महिलाओं के लिए, यदि आप एक छोटा उद्यम चलाती हैं, एक छोटा बिजनेस चलाती हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए आप उसको ई प्लेटफॉर्म पर बनाए हुए अपने चीजों को आराम से बेच सकती हैं. आप घर बैठे यूपीआई पे पेमेंट ले सकती हैं. आपको घर की दहलीज पार करने की जरूरत नहीं, आप सब कुछ घर बैठे आराम से सहूलियत से कर सकती हैं. और फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी ये जो है, ये बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण की. और हम एक और रेवोल्यूशन के थ्रू जा रहे हैं, और वो है महिलाओं के नेतृत्व में देश के सशक्तिकरण की. हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये नारा दिया है, उन्होंने कहा है women led development. Women led development is only possible when women are economically empowered, and economic empowerment in today's day and age is impossible without digital literacy.
मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि ऐसा पैनल जिंदगी में आपको दोबारा मिले, मैं विश करूंगी, लेकिन इतने अच्छे पैनलिस्ट इतने सुलझे हुए शब्दों में आपको समझाएंगे। एक बार जोरदार तालियां सभी पैनलिस्ट के लिए। My next question is from Ms. Anjali Birla ji. In what ways can skill development programs specifically cater to the needs and aspirations of women in the digital age?
स्किल डेवलपमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है, जैसे अभी बासुरी जी ने बताया कि डिजिटल लिटरेसी इम्पॉर्टेंट है, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी इम्पॉर्टेंट है, एंड ओनली देन इकोनॉमिक फ्रीडम हमें मिली जाएगी। एंड जो ईजनेस डिजिटल स्किल सीखने में आती है टू वुमेन, क्योंकि हम मल्टीटास्किंग होती ही हैं, आगे भी रहना ही है मल्टीटास्किंग, सो दैट ईजनेस जो डिजिटल आपको स्किल सीखने में आएंगी एंड उससे अपने बिजनेस, उससे अपने प्रोफेशन ग्रो करने में आएंगी, that has a great impact on a woman's life. So digital skills are very important. In fact, I have a very personal anecdote that in our Anna Foundation हमने skill development camps चालू करे. So skill उसमें stitching था and makeup artist था. So I thought that इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा women आएंगी and possibly digital marketing will be a men's thing. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लड़के लोग आएंगे. लेकिन to my surprise, stitching में कम लोग enroll हुए women and more women were involved in digital marketing because they wanted to showcase their work. उनको लगा कि डिजिटल मार्केटिंग से हम घर बैठे ज़्यादा कमा सकते हैं एंड हम अपना काम भी शोकेस कर सकते हैं एंड अच्छी जॉब्स भी पा सकते हैं. सो these digital skills are very very important. And in fact, as अभी हमने पैनल जो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन था उसमें सबने बहुत डरा दिया आपको, अब सेकंड क्वेश्चन में सब आपको बोल रहे हैं नहीं इंटरनेट अच्छा है. सो दिस जस्ट शोज दैट इंटरनेट लाइक एवरी अदर थिंग हैज, इट्स अ कॉइन, दोनों साइड है, गुड एंड बैड बोथ. So with this that AI जो है अभी AI deep fake टेक्नोलॉजी भी है, but AI में आपको साइबर प्रोटेक्शन के लिए भी उतने ही इफेक्टिव है. That AI can also detect and flag that these are bad cases. जैसे जो अभी Meta and all of these platforms are using, they are also using AI and data collection to flag and report cases which are untrue. So AI also has two sides. And these digital skills, it is very important that we as women just drop that inhibition. जब ये चैट जीपीटी आया, कोड जनरेटर आया, I thought that नहीं मैं नहीं करूँगी ना, उसमें लॉग इन होगा, बहुत सारी चीज़ें होंगी. I am saying as a person, अभी तक भी even when we use all of these platforms, social media platforms, then also that inhibition is there in us. Then I realized that नहीं, I should be there. Then once you do it, you get a hang of it. अब डिस्कॉर्ड में हो जाए, चाहे कितने सारे AI प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जो इमेज जनरेट कर रहे हैं, ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स दैट वी सी अ लॉट ऑन सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स, बट वी डो नॉट गो एंड एनकरेज आवरसेल्व्स टू लर्न. बट दिस इनहिबिशन, वंस वी ड्रॉप दिस इनहिबिशन, देन सब कुछ ईजी है. जब तक हमें ABCD नहीं आती थी तब तक इंग्लिश बहुत डिफिकल्ट लगती थी, फिर ABCD आ गई, ग्रामर आ गई, देन इट इज़ ईजी. नाउ इट कम्स एज अ सेकेंड लैंग्वेज टू अस. So similarly, all of these digital skills are very important. In fact, enhanced and advanced digital skills जैसे कि AI हो गया and blockchain हो गया, इनके ऊपर तो आपको knowledge आनी चाहिए because later on this has a lot of economic impact also because jobs nature will also change. जैसे राइटिंग टाइपिस्ट एंड ऑल है, उनकी जॉब हट गई है, राइटिंग वालों की, स्टेनोग्राफर्स की, एंड टाइपिस्ट की जॉब आ गई है. उसी तरह से द जॉब प्रोफाइल विल चेंज with time, and for that we as women have to learn and upgrade our skills as well.
Thank you. My next question is to Mr. Pawan Dugalji. As a cyber advocate, please tell us what are some common challenges women face in the digital realm and how can they be addressed effectively?
Today we find that women don't intrinsically realize the inherent value of data. A lot of women do, but when I'm looking at Indian as an India population, I find there's a need for more focus area. Actually, हम लोग data economy age में कदम रख चुके हैं, और इस data economy युग में अगर एक मात्र हम लोगों के पास raw material है, तो वो हमारा data है. हम ये भूल चुके हैं कि हम जब भी इंटरनेट पर अपने आप को जोड़ते हैं, तो हम ग्लोबल ऑथर बन जाते हैं, ग्लोबल ट्रांसमीटर बन जाते हैं, और ग्लोबल ब्रॉडकास्टर ऑफ डेटा बन जाते हैं. तो जब हम एक कदम से ही हम अपने आवाज़ को पूरी दुनिया भर तक पहुंचा सकते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं उस आवाज़ की क्वालिटी और उस आवाज़ के एम्बिट पर भी हमको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. So one of the key things that often we find is that there's a lot of incriminating electronic evidence that's left behind by general users and also by women users. So we have to be careful of what we actually publish. अगर आप सोचते हैं मैं कुछ भी लिख दूं, कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ता, मैं व्हाट्सएप पे हूं, मैं सुरक्षित हूं, तो मैं आपको यकीन से बता सकता हूं कि आप सुरक्षित नहीं हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि दुनिया में कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म पैदा नहीं हुआ है जो पूरी तरीके से सुरक्षित है. Having said that, therefore you have to understand one basic thing, that let's not leave behind any electronic footprints which can be used against us in any manner. सुप्रीम कोर्ट बहुत क्लियर है. वो कहता है कि आप कुछ भी चीज़ प्रकाशित करेंगे इंटरनेट पर, उसको कोई व्यक्ति और सेव कर सकता है, उसका प्रिंट आउट दे सकता है, और उसके साथ धारा 65B भारत के एविडेंस एक्ट के साथ एक सर्टिफिकेट लगा सकता है, और हम उस प्रिंट आउट को वैध मानेंगे. सो नाउ यू आर इफेक्टिवली लीविंग बिहाइंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस फॉर एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड, एनीवन टू पिक इट अप, टू सर्टिफाई and produce it in the relevant court. Therefore, I think the need for more capacity building has to be there. Problem क्या है? कोविड आया, कोविड गेम चेंजर तो बन गया. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा भारतवासी, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा भारतीय महिलाएं इंटरनेट पर आ तो गई, लेकिन उन्हें कोई प्रशिक्षण नहीं मिला. उन्हें खतरा जो थे, खतरों की घंटी के बारे में ज़्यादा जागृत नहीं किया गया. And that's why a great thing in this regard could be if you can inculcate more awareness amongst women per se. And the best that you can do is your own self-awareness. We've started a program, एक प्लेटफॉर्म शुरू किया है, उसका नाम है cyberlawuniversity.com, जिसमें मैं करीबन 37 कोर्सेज ऑनलाइन ऑफर करता हूँ. उसके साथ मेरे बहुत से कोर्सेज यूडेमी पर हैं, और जब ये कोर्सेज को पिछले 5 सालों में करीबन 29,000 प्रोफेशनल्स ने 174 राष्ट्रों से कर लिया, तो मुझे भी कई बार इस बात का आभास हुआ कि साहब हमने तो सोचा था साइबर लॉ बहुत छोटा सा है, किसका इंटरेस्ट होगा? लोगों का इंटरेस्ट है. So you will have to inculcate more self-help approaches. You will have to start doing your own self-improvement courses. और महिलाओं के लिए खास तौर पर बहुत ज़रूरी है. क्यों? क्योंकि अब समय आ गया है कि आप अपने आप को रीइन्वेंट करेंगे. पुराने ज़माने का, मैं पुराना ज़माना बोलता हूँ, मैं 2019 से पहले की बात बोलता हूँ. क्यों? क्योंकि कोविड-19 एक ऐसा एकमात्र हम लोगों की लाइफ में एक लाइफ चेंजिंग इवेंट आया है कि there will always be life pre-COVID and post-COVID. So the thought process has come that we'll have to change our mindsets. Also, I think women need to be sensitized about the growing importance of cyber security, which a lot of women are not specifically focusing on. आवश्यकता हमको समझने की कि अब समय आ गया है कि हम साइबर सुरक्षा को जीवन जीने की शैली के स्वरूप में अडॉप्ट करें. हम सोचें हम कुछ भी गड़बड़ अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पर, अपने डिवाइस पर कर सकें, कर लें, सरकार जिम्मेवार होगी, ये मानसिकता गलत है. Actually, we all have to realize that we are all links in a big chain of cyber security, and this cyber security chain is as strong as the weakest link. And mind you, just because you are in an area where you don't know much about law does not mean that the law does not exist. In fact, the law is already existing, and ignorance of law is no excuse in the eyes of law. अगले 5 दिनों बाद चीन अब एक नया कानून इम्प्लीमेंट करने लगा है जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, खास तौर पर जेनरेटिव आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को रेगुलेट करना चाह रहा है. तो अगर आप अपने स्किल सेट्स को ब्रश नहीं करेंगे, अपनी सेल्फ इम्प्रूवमेंट स्किल्स को ज़्यादा शाइन नहीं करेंगे, तब शायद कहीं ना कहीं इस बड़ी होड़ में आप पीछे रह सकते हैं. आपका दायित्व बनता है कि साहब आपने अपने आप को, अपने परिवारजन को, अपने मित्रगण को, सबको साथ लेके चलना है. एंड टुगेदर व्हेन वी होल्ड हैंड with each other, with other women compatriots and other women users, that can be a great step forward, because each one teach one is not just a slogan. It is something that we'll have to imbibe in our own lives. Constant capacity building will have to be your answer as you go forward, because the time is not giving you any second opportunities. Train abhi aayi hai platform par, दोबारा अगली बार आएगी या नहीं आएगी हमें मालूम नहीं. आप उस ट्रेन पर चढ़ पाएंगे या नहीं चढ़ पाएंगे, हमें ये भी नहीं पता। तो आवश्यकता है कि अपनी सारी जो एनर्जीज हैं उसको केंद्रित करें और इस डिजिटल ट्रेन पर चढ़ जाएं, और इस तरीके से चढ़िए कि मान के चलिए कि आप एक रनिंग टाइगर को राइड कर रहे हैं। आप इस जो दौड़ते हुए शेर के ऊपर जब आप सवारी कर रहे हैं, आप उससे नीचे नहीं आ पाएंगे। जैसे नीचे उतरने की कोशिश करेंगे, ये शेर हमको खा जाएगा। सो देयरफॉर constantly recalibrating our approaches on how we have to manage our digital presence, our digital output, and our digital present and future will to a large extent determine how the future will be dealing with us as digital entities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, my next question is for Mr. Vineet. What steps can be taken to create a safe and inclusive online environment for women, particularly in the face of cyber harassment and abuse?
Thank you, ma'am. I think the step has already been taken by NCW already. Digital Shakti, जो कि already 4th phase में will be. Yes, so big hands for NCW.
For NCW and Mrs. Rekha Sharma, clap for her.
For this forward-looking approach, तो जब हमने डिजिटल शक्ति मैम के साथ जब आइडिएट किया था, तो हमने इस चीज़ को सोचा था कि ये आगे चल के ये होगा चैलेंज, एंड यू कैन सी 2017 is when we launched it, and I believe this is the only campaign that has been sustaining for so long, and in a big way, focused on safety, safeguarding of women, netizens in the cyberspace. और अब ये क्या है, अब ये प्रोग्राम थोड़ा मैच्योर होके जहाँ हम सेफ्टी, रेजिलिएंट और रेजिलेंसी और इसकी बात कर रहे थे, नाउ वी आर टॉकिंग ऑल्सो अबाउट इम्पार्टिंग स्किल्स टू विमेन एंड यंग गर्ल्स, और ऑल्सो नॉट जस्ट मैम का थॉट प्रोसेस जब ये डिस्कशन हो रहा था तो ये था कि वाई जस्ट लिमिटिंग इट टू विमेन एंड यंग गर्ल्स, बिकॉज अब्यूज़र जो है वो मेल भी रहते हैं वहाँ पे, सो दे शुड ऑल्सो नो, एंड मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द क्राइम्स दैट वी सी आर हैपनिंग अननोइंगली। क्राइम करने का लोग को पता चलता है कि अननोइंगली क्राइम था, ये भी क्राइम था, ऐसे करके, सो that's why the reach is much more. So with the digital skills initiative जो अब हम डिजिटल शक्ति में इनबिल्ड कर रहे हैं, it is also to get more women into the cyber security space. So you talked about the gender gap, तो हम लोग इसके थ्रू हम ये कर रहे हैं कि more women come into the tech arena. We'll provide all kinds of mentoring support, whatever can be given, and that's why companies, we are reaching out to tech companies, platforms, जो भी हमें आके मल्टीलैटरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो हमें आके सपोर्ट करे, सो दैट वी कैन क्रिएट अ कंप्लीट रिपोजिटरी। एक शुरुआत हमने ये भी की है डिजिटल शक्ति माइक्रोसाइट के फॉर्म पे, इट्स digitalshakti.org, अभी पायलट स्टेज में है, बट वी हैव ऑलरेडी इनबिल्ट की एक तो आपको अवेयरनेस मैसेज मिलेगा, एंड इन फ्यूचर यू विल सी सम ऑफ द कोर्सेज ऑल्सो विच विल टेक यू थ्रू द जर्नी इन टू साइबर सिक्योरिटी, कि आप साइबर सिक्योरिटी एक्सपर्ट कैसे बन सकते हैं। 101 विल बी हैविंग अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स देयर। साथ ही साथ काउंसलिंग का भी वहाँ पे हमने अभी डाला है, वो काउंसलिंग भी अभी हमने ट्रायल एंड टेस्ट कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें चैट बॉट और लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स विल बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड इन द टाइम्स टू कम, सो दैट बिकम्स वन बेस। अदर देन दैट देयर इज अनदर अप्रोच, जैसे आज आप लोगों ने इतना कहानी सुना, अब इस कहानी को आई थिंक एक चेन रिएक्शन की जैसा ज़रूरत है कि हम एक मूवी थी, मैं मूवी का नाम भूल रहा हूँ, बट आई थिंक द एक्टर गिव अ क्लियर मैसेज कि आप जा करके आप 5 लोग को आप एटलीस्ट
लोगों को
थैंक यू बोलो या उसकी मदद करो। सो दैट इज व्हाट वी सी यू टुडे एज एन एम्बेसडर, सो यू आर ऑल डिजिटल शक्ति एम्बेसडर्स, जो आप घर जाके वेदर योर फैमिली और पड़ोसी आसपास में कम्युनिटीज हुए, try to generate as much as awareness as you can, because frankly speaking it's a collective responsibility. आप अगर सोचेंगे क्राइम हो गया पुलिस का, तो पुलिस के भी at points there are certain times जहाँ हाथ बंधे होते हैं। हाथ बंधे कैसे, जैसे एमलैट, मैं आपको बता दूं कि अगर क्राइम किसी फॉरेन कंट्री से हुआ है तो पुलिस हैज टू रिक्वेस्ट फॉर डेटा थ्रू अ प्रॉपर प्रोसेस, एंड दैट प्रोसेस इज एमलैट एलआर प्रोसेस होता है। अब मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं कि ऑन एन एवरेज एक एमलैट रिक्वेस्ट जब जाता है, डेटा आने में 1 साल का टाइम लग जाता है। बाय द टाइम डेटा आए तब तक ऑलरेडी लेट हो जाता है, और आप सोचते हैं कि फिर पुलिस काम नहीं कर रही है। सो दैट्स वाई वी आर कमिंग अप विद दिस कैंपेन, और ये कैंपेन ऑलरेडी काम कर रहा है बहुत इफेक्टिवली। मतलब हमारे पास रिक्वेस्ट फ्रॉम यूनिवर्सिटीज, स्कूल्स टू इंस्टीट्यूशंस, कम्युनिटी, सब जगह से, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स, बहुत लोग हैं जो हमारे इस कैंपेन से जुड़े हुए हैं, एंड दे आर ऑल ट्राइंग टू बी एम्बेसडर्स। और इस मैसेज को ले जाने में मदद कर रहे हैं. सो दैट इज़ व्हाट आई थिंक एक इफेक्टिव वे अगर मैं देखूं कि कैसे रेजिलिएंट बना सकते हैं. सो दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द वेज वेयर वी कैन डू, बिकॉज लाइक आई अर्लियर ऑल्सो सेड, क्राइम्स हैं, होते रहेंगे, इट विल कीप ऑन हैपनिंग. आज ये है तो कल वो है, बट यू हैव टू बी कॉशियस इनफ एंड बेसिक मैसेजिंग इज दैट सेम कि कैसे रहें. एंड रिपोर्टिंग इज एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट. रिपोर्टिंग, प्लीज डोंट मिस आउट ऑन रिपोर्टिंग, बिकॉज रिपोर्टिंग आप जहां मिस कर रहे हैं, अगर आपको लग रहा है कि अगर आपने नहीं रिपोर्ट किया तो ये चीज़ें शांत हो जाएंगी, हो सकता है आगे चल के, अभी नहीं, देयर हैव बीन केसेस बाय द वे कि स्कूल के टाइम में ऐसा हुआ, अब्यूज़ हुआ, मैंने नहीं बोला, बाद में कॉलेज के टाइम में जब इनफैक्ट दैट विक्टिम वाज सपोज्ड टू गेट मैरिड, उस समय सडनली उनके फोटोग्राफ्स सरफेस करने लगे इंटरनेट पे. सो क्राइम को रोकना है तो आपको उसमें आपको क्विक एक्शन लेना पड़ेगा, चुप्पी तोड़ना पड़ेगा. एंड कोलैबोरेटिवली, लाइक अगर हम बात करें नेटिजन्स के साथ, नेटिजन्स, सिविल सोसाइटी, industry, academia, universities also play a great role, academic institutions play a great role. एक और मैं आपको रिसोर्स के बारे में बताऊंगा. एक तो मैंने डिजिटल शक्ति के बारे में बताया जो हमारा रिसोर्स सेंटर है, बहुत सारे अवेयरनेस मटेरियल, हमारा सोशल मीडिया डिजिटल शक्ति पे आप जाइए, you'll get lot of short videos, infographics जो आप देख करके, you can also pass it on into different WhatsApp group. दूसरा है CBSE के साथ मिल करके we are trying to integrate cyber security into the curriculum. तो एक बुकलेट लॉन्च हो चुका है, आप सिर्फ गूगल करेंगे CBSE साइबर पीस तो आपको वो बुकलेट मिल जाएगा. दो इट इज़ फॉर चिल्ड्रन बट इट ऑल्सो अप्लाइज टू अस, बिकॉज रिपोर्टिंग प्रोसेस, अवेयरनेस मैसेजेस, वीडियोस, वो सब सेम है. वो PDF आपको CBSE के वेबसाइट से आपको मिल जाएगा. NCERT के साथ भी हमारे कुछ प्रोग्राम्स है, NCERT साइबर पीस करके अगर आप गूगल सर्च करेंगे तो NCERT वाले हमारे कंटेंट मिल जाएंगे. प्लस वी ऑल्सो हैव बीन रनिंग सर्टेन डिप्लोमा प्रोग्राम्स विथ रांची यूनिवर्सिटी, कुछ पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट प्रोग्राम्स है, मास्टर्स प्रोग्राम्स इन द साइबर सिक्योरिटी एरिना. तो एनीवन हु इज इंटरेस्टेड, आज के वर्कशॉप के बाद अगर आपको लग रहा है कि यस यू कैन बी एन एम्बेसडर, you can be a peacekeeper, or probably you can help others in your ecosystem, so feel free to reach out. And academia is a great source, by the way, to learn and also to research on a lot of things. And finally the government, because it cannot happen without the government, and that's why NCW आज जैसे हुआ, you are all here because of NCW and the government of India. यहाँ पे government of India, state level, state governments and all should definitely catch up to such initiatives, or overall we can create an entire ecosystem which is safe, resilient and peaceful for everyone. Thank you.
थैंक यू. और ये एक बहुत ही अच्छा इनिशिएटिव रहेगा कि CBSE अगर इन सब चीज़ों को इनकलकेट करे अपने करिकुलम में, तो ये जो हमारी आने वाली जनरेशन्स हैं वो साइबर क्राइम्स के शिकार नहीं होंगे. तो इसी के साथ ही मेरा नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है मिस्टर रोहित कुमार से. इन व्हाट वेज can the private sector collaborate with government agencies and non-profit organizations to promote skill development and economic opportunities for women in the digital sector?
So a lot of the things have already been talked about, talked by my co-panelists. So I'll just probably point to one particular thing. When we are looking at awareness, and particularly with skill building components जो हमको we need to take it to the ground, सबसे important ये है that we find easy mediums and we find vernacular mediums. And I understand the irony as I am speaking this in English. So the fact that we need to find those smaller components कि अगर आपको cyber crime हो रहा है, so how do you really go about managing or working on the cybercrime component? You need to come up with that. So you need to define very specific curriculum that way so that it's very easy to learn. So Instagram पे if you go these days, there is something called doom scrolling. तो वहाँ पे उसको क्या कहते हैं, आप replace कीजिए with micro learning. So micro learning means कि आपको छोटे-छोटे
I'm so sorry to cut you.
structures. Sorry.
I just want to announce for everybody sitting at the back, can we please have this session in silence? We will have a lot of time to talk and discuss about this session, but for the time being, we should let the panelists speak. Thank you.
Please.
Sure. So that micro learning is very critical, and that's what we've been doing at Zoom. We have something called a Digital Champions program. जिसमें हमने बहुत छोटे छोटे sections में content को create किया है, and we've created that content in games, we've created that content in a very fun manner, ताकि when you take that to the schools, when you take that to the colleges, they understand it, it's not a burden on them and they can just play it like a game. So that's one of the programs that we have done. Another thing that we've been very much focused on through some of our CSR partnerships is supporting women entrepreneurs. But in that supporting women entrepreneurs, we are ensuring that similar content that we are using in the colleges, in the schools, we just change that to the whole digital skilling component and train women and focus on digital skilling, particularly from the entrepreneurship perspective. Because जब आप challenges देखेंगे तो students को अलग challenges होंगे cyber crime and safe digital space के बारे में, and entrepreneurs will face very different challenges. But principle same रहता है that you need to ensure that the content that is going down to the kids and the content that is going down to everyone is not a cumbersome content. It is very easy content and it's in vernacular languages, because that is where our major internet users are coming. So majority of our internet users, close to 55% पिछले 3 साल में जो increment हुआ है, that is from the rural areas. So we need to ensure that we, particularly the private sector, works with the government and works with the state governments for that matter, and work with the civil society to ensure कि वो content deliver हो रहा है, because that's how you will start building the awareness, and that is how you will be able to solve the problems that are there in the ecosystem.
Thank you, Mr. Rohit. जैसा कि पवन जी ने भी कहा कि ये शेर की सवारी है और उतरेंगे तो शेर खा जाएगा, इसलिए सावधानी बहुत ज़रूरी है ताकि दुर्घटना ना हो। समय की कमी के कारण मैं आप सभी से सिर्फ एक क्लोजिंग रिमार्क की, छोटे छोटे रिमार्क्स की, जस्ट अ सिंपल शॉर्ट एंड क्रिस्पी। सबसे पहले बांसुरी जी।
My closing remarks are that I have a piece of advice for the youth of India. We are living in this day and age where the entire knowledge of the human race via your smartphones is in the palm of your hands. पूरे विश्व का ज्ञान आपकी हथेली में समाहित है आपके फ़ोन के ज़रिए। इसको केवल सोशल मीडिया पर अपनी फ़ोटोज़ या निजी इन्फॉर्मेशन डालने के बजाय अपनी स्किल्स को सुधारने के लिए, अपने निजी विकास के लिए इसको इस्तेमाल करिए ताकि आप राष्ट्र निर्माण में बहुत ज़्यादा योगदान दे सकें।
Very well said. So, concluding remark from Anjali Birla ji.
Closing remarks would just be, firstly, thank you to NCW for organizing such a seminars, and we wish कि ऐसे seminars और हों, grassroots level पर भी हों, और digital awareness आए, and आप भी एक flag bearer बने, इस revolution के, digital revolution के हम सब part हैं, and we are going to march ahead with the technology and we are not going to get scared of it. Thank you.
I request to Dr. Pawan Dugal ji.
My congratulations to the NCW, Mrs. Rekha Sharma, for your thought leadership, for your vision. आज आपने किया है, आपने एक नई शुरुआत करी है। आज जितने लोग यहाँ हैं, वो सब अपने घर में जाएंगे, बताएंगे कि आज हमने बात सुनी। कहीं ना कहीं इंटरनेट से डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। वो ज़माना बिल्कुल बदल गया है। ये इंटरनेट मेरी कर्म भूमि है, और इस कर्म भूमि में ना तो मैं भाग सकता हूँ, ना ही कहीं जा सकता हूँ। तो कहीं ना कहीं मैं गीता के उस उपदेश को अपने मद्देनजर रखूंगा। कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मां फलेषु कदाचन मां कर्म फल हेतुर्भुः मां ते संगोऽस्तु कर्मणि. You will have to constantly keep on endeavoring in this new digital age. Whatever you're doing in life, you will have to adopt cyber security, cyberspace, cyber hygiene, and cyber resilience as a way of life. And hopefully, when we start doing that, we can all contribute to creating that ecosystem that Thakur Rabindranath Tagore had envisaged when he had said, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into narrow domestic walls, into that heaven of freedom. Oh my Father, let my country awake. हम सबको इस पूरे उद्देश्य के साथ आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request to Mr. Rohit Kumar to say a few words.
Sure. Thank you, NCW, for organizing this event. My closing remarks would be that use internet as an enabler. It has a huge potential to change lives. It has a huge potential to ensure every possible benefit that you can think of, but it's critical that we use that as an enabler and we find information on how do we really ensure safety for ourselves and the people who are using internet around us. Thank you.
So it's your turn, Major Vinny.
थैंक यू मैम। मैं बस यही बोलूँगा कि यूज़ इंटरनेट रिस्पॉन्सिबली, और अगर साइबर सुरक्षा की जर्नी की बात करें तो आज से अपनी जर्नी की शुरुआत करें, और मेरा तो ये भी कहना है कि अपने घर से इस जर्नी की शुरुआत करें और हम सब मिल करके धीरे धीरे पूरा स्पेस को सुरक्षित कर देंगे एक साथ मिल करके। थैंक यू।
ये इतना सशक्त पैनल है कि जो आपका हाथ पकड़कर बहुत दूर तक ले जा सकता है। They can pave the way for you, but steps must be yours. So, in conclusion, building a strong foundation for a legal framework, digital literacy, and skill development is not just an option, but an imperative. It requires collective efforts and a forward-looking approach. Let us embrace this challenge with determination, recognizing that a digital empowered society is one that is acute to tackle the opportunities and challenges of this digital world of the 21st century. And now, at the end, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your invaluable insights to all the panelists especially, and thoughtful contribution throughout this discussion. Your expertise has truly enriched our understanding of the subject. On behalf of National Commission for Women, I want to express our sincerest thanks for your time and dedication. Your perspectives will undoubtedly resonate with our audience long after today's session, and I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Rekha Sharma ji, Chairperson, National Commission for Women. Thank you for being an integral part of meaningful discourse. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Richa ji. When this panel discussion started, I thought it's going to be a lot about legal framework and we'll be talking in IPCs, but this was a very, very interesting session. And from what I heard and from what audience heard, we are just at the beginning of a digital revolution, and there's a long way to go from here. So on that note, thank you to all the panelists. We will be opening this panel for questions. So anyone from the audience who has a relevant question to this session, they can please raise their hands. And I request my technical team to please pass them the mic. Anyone with the relevant questions, please keep your questions short and relevant. Anyone with any questions about AI and digital safety, and there's so much that was discussed and there's so much that I learned personally which I was not aware of. So any of the students? I think there's a gentleman at the back. पीछे एक gentleman है जो पूछना चाहते एक सवाल. Sir, please can you?
जी मैम नमस्ते सभी को, पैनल्स के जितने भी सदस्य हैं सम्मानीय। मैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट करौली राजस्थान से, साइबर थाना करौली जिला पे लगा हुआ हूँ। बाकी वहाँ पे जो अपन फेस करते हैं प्रॉब्लम्स, उनमें सबसे ज़्यादा समस्या आती है 1930 पे कॉल करने के बाद। जब भी हम कॉल करते हैं कंप्लेंट नोट हो जाती हैं, अकाउंट बंद हो जाते हैं, बट जो महिलाओं से संबंधित होते हैं जितने भी अकाउंट, वो बंद नहीं हो पाते। आज अभी मेरे पास ही कोई मैसेज आया है, कोई फ्रेंड हैं, उनकी सिस्टर के साथ कोई चीटिंग हुई है, उनका फ़ोटो लगा के इंस्टाग्राम को यूज़ किया जा रहा है। बट इसके लिए हमारे जो जितने भी नोडल्स हैं, आप इंडिया को संभाल रहे हैं, तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि जितने भी नोडल्स हैं तो उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसा हो जो कंप्लेंट व्यवस्थापन के द्वारा की जाए और वो अकाउंट ब्लॉक हो जाए, जितना जल्दी हो सके उतना जल्दी ब्लॉक हो। थैंक यू।
Thank you for the question. Can I please request Dr. Pavan Duggal to please answer that?
आपने जो बोला बिल्कुल सही है, बट एक बहुत ज़बरदस्त रिकमेंडेशन और सजेशन आपके यहाँ से आया है, वो ये कि अगर हम 1930 में जब हम रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं, अगर एक हम एडिशनल पैरामीटर डाल दें कि अगर ये रिपोर्ट किसी महिला संबंध में है तो उसको हम एक डिफरेंट प्रायोरिटी लेवल पे करें तो अच्छा रहेगा। दूसरी बात, सरकार के पास आज भी विकल्प है। सरकार ने अभी 6 अप्रैल 2023 को आईटी अमेंडमेंट रूल्स 2023 को इम्प्लीमेंट किया है। अब उसके तहत सरकार ने कहा है कि साहब अगर आप सर्विस प्लेटफॉर्म है, इंटरमीडियरी है, इंस्टाग्राम, व्हाट्सएप, जो भी कह लीजिए, और आप ना केवल इंश्योर करेंगे कि आप अपने उपभोक्ताओं को बताएंगे कि आप कुछ कानून के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई ना करें, बल्कि साथ ही साथ रीजनेबली स्टेप्स भी लेंगे ताकि आपके यूजर्स मिसयूज ना कर सके। वो जो आपका प्रोविजन है, मुझे लगता है सरकार को उसको ज़्यादा इंप्लीमेंट करना चाहिए और एक नई दिशा निर्देश दी जानी चाहिए सेक्शन 87 आईटी एक्ट में कि साहब अगर हमने आपको किसी महिला के बारे में कुछ भी जानकारी आपको दे दी तो आपको 15 दिन वेट नहीं करना। अभी लॉ कहता है कि साहब अगर कोई सेक्सुअल रिलेटेड चीज़ है तब आप 24 घंटे में इसको रिमूव करेंगे, नॉर्मल चीज़ है, नॉर्मल शिकायत है तो वो आपको 15 दिन का समय है। वो 15 दिन का समय देना ही नहीं चाहिए। अगर हम ये सजेशन सरकार को दें थ्रू द नेशनल कमीशन ऑफ वुमेन कि साहब कुछ भी वुमेन सेंट्रिक कंप्लेंट हो, आपको उसके पहले 24 घंटों में उसको एड्रेस करना है, नहीं करेंगे तो आपकी लीगल लायबिलिटी होगी। मुझे लगता है उससे भी हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए और वुमेन सेफ्टी के लिए। बट आई थिंक दिस इज अ फैंटास्टिक सजेशन फॉर मैम, यू एंड फॉर द NCW. It's a great step forward. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll take one more question. I think there's a gentleman and there's a lady. I think I would prefer the lady since there's a gentleman who's already asked the question. Ma'am, you, yes, in the front. Can you please ask your question?
Thank you. My question to the esteemed panel would be that what can we as students do in our capacity to ensure that we don't leak out essential information about ourselves, and where do we draw a line between just casually sharing anything that we feel like is nice and overstepping a line to ensure that we protect our data as much as possible and don't fall into scams?
I think that's a very, very interesting question, and I would request Rohit and Vineet to collectively answer this question.
Oh, it definitely is a very interesting question. Boundaries, you need to decide actually, to be frank enough. If I tell you कि आपको ये करना है तो आप और ये नहीं करना है, what I have seen, in fact, through the workshops also when we have done it, when we say कि आप ये मत करो तो लोग वही करते हैं. So you need to decide. I'll give you some cautions. Like for example, if you're going out to watch a movie, and movie में आप जाने से पहले you're using location services, putting your locations, photographs that you're going to watch a movie with this friend, tagging your friends with the location information, you are at risk. Because there had been a case where somebody was kidnapped using the same information. So you need to take a pause and think, ये information पहली बात तो whether you have implemented the right privacy settings in your account, आपने जो लोगों को add किया है, many people for the sake of to get maximum following and all that, हम किसी को भी add कर लेते हैं अपने account में. So you have to be very selective, like you don't allow everyone to enter your house. Same, it's the same thing that happens on the social media. So you should think it's your real world. I mean, this, in fact, अब तो line भी disintegrate हो गया है कि क्या real है, क्या virtual है, with all the technologies coming in. So you need to decide कि what can put you on a particular cyber harm, and this is one of the ways where you can decide. Plus, whenever you tag, मैं ये भी बता दूँ कि अगर आप किसी को बिना consent के, किसी को अगर आपने account में या photograph में आपने tag किया है, या किसी से बिना consent के आपने photograph लिया है, you need to be careful, because people don't know कि अगर if you are taking a photograph or posting a photograph of someone without consent, that it can also come under the law. I'm not a legal expert, but Pavanji and all can more elaborate on it. So, पहले is to know your boundaries. I mentioned about the applications, so you have to be selective on the application. कोई application हो सकता है कि no, मतलब when you will die. This is a very popular example that I give. एक एप्लीकेशन है जो एस्ट्रोलॉजी एप्लीकेशन है जो ये बताता है कि आप कब कहाँ मरने वाले हैं, किस साल में मरने वाले हैं, कैसे आपकी मौत होगी. And I've seen a lot of people going for that application, downloading it. and checking and also posting it. Ki I am going to die in Goa in say 2045 and a beach, Anjuna beach or some location. So that reveals a lot of data about you. Plus it also captures a lot of information that is there in your phone. Aapka information, aapka OAuth details, aapka privacy settings, aapka likes, dislikes, aapke friend list, har cheez capture ho sakta hai. So that is where you need to take a pause. You need to, agar aap download kare koi application, to go through the reviews, go through every small details, kya log us application ke bare mein bol rahe hain, whether this is possible, not possible, sab cheez soch karke tabhi you do any kind of a interaction. Then again, your phone is very personal. This is very personal. And we have again witnessed a lot of cases जो हमारे helpline पे आते हैं, जहाँ पे लोगों ने ऐसा भी दिया कि आपने phone किसी को, for the sake of helping someone, you gave the phone to make a call. Within seconds, your entire phone, it was hacked. He pressed on some link or clicked some codes and all that. Immediately, your phone gets controlled by somebody else. So again, these are some moral. I would say कि जब स्कूल में moral science, हमारे टाइम में moral science पढ़ाया जाता था. अब आज ज़माना है to introduce cyber morals so that we study cyber morals, we understand what is good, what is bad, what can go wrong for us if we take such a step. And also incidents like this, just don't be, I mean, sharing is caring. ये हम पढ़ते हैं, but digital world में we have to kind of think before we share.
Sharing is aware.
So
I think that answers the question very well.
Gadgets. So be, in fact, take a pause, think कि आप gadget किसके साथ share कर रहे हैं. It's very personal. It has a lot of information. Think before you share your gadgets or anything with anyone.
I think that answers the question very well. Still, Rohit, I would ask you if you can add one line or two lines to that.
Sure. See, I mean, particularly coming in from the younger generation side, I can say that it's very difficult for you to draw that line, and because you have that curiosity and you want to ensure that you're being seen by the world outside. So I understand that part, but you have to be cynical about it. You have to be cynical about the information that you're putting out. You also have to be cynical about the platform that you're using. A lot of us, when you go to the terms and conditions, you're very, very quickly go and tick and don't really look at how platforms are going to use your data. So I think you just have to be really careful, be a little more mindful on that one as to how your data is being collected, how your data is being used. Not to mention, if you even see a speck of cybercrime happening, if you even see a speck of stalking, anything which is happening, report it right away. Do not wait for it to turn into something more problematic. So report it right away. And you have the resources to actually report it both on the platform and of course otherwise as well. So I think that's what I'll just add to it.
Thank you. I think that answers the question very well, and I like that one line, that sharing is not caring in the digital world. So on that note, I would like to say thank you to all the panelists, and we'll end this session. And thank you so much. You made this session very, very interesting with your valuable insights. Richa ji wants to say something.
I
yes,
want to
please,
speak just simple one line. आप यहाँ पर लगभग मुझे जैसा बताया गया था कि 1200 लोग होंगे, तो आज आप सभी लोग यहाँ से साइबर अवेयरनेस एम्बेसडर बन के जाइए, एक ऐसी प्लेज लेके जाइए कि आज आप जितने अवेयर हुए हैं अपने दोस्तों को, अपने बड़ों को, अपने छोटों को इन्हीं जानकारियों से अवेयर करेंगे. Thank you so very much.
Thank you to all the panelists for these valuable words of wisdom. As we approach the conclusion of our program, I am going to invite my colleague, counselor from NCW, who's heading the Northeast Cell, Ms. Debulina Banerjee, to please come and give a formal vote of thanks.
जो लोग निकल रहे हैं, मैं उनको बोलना चाहूँगी, वोट ऑफ थैंक्स 2 मिनट का ही है. बैठ जाओ प्लीज. A very good evening to everyone. This brings us to the end of this program. But before I conclude, I want to ask 2 questions to everyone. और इसका आपको अच्छे से जवाब देना है, ठीक है? क्या हम साइबर सशक्त हुए हैं? क्या हम साइबर मैच्योर हुए हैं? ठीक है, तो आप सारे साइबर एम्बेसडर्स बन गए हैं, जैसे ऋचा जी ने बोला. So thank you so much. The objective of our seminar is fulfilled, which was to empower all of you with the necessary skills, wisdom, and knowledge on how to navigate the digital world safely and confidently. So Richa ji, सबसे पहले तो आपको धन्यवाद, आपने already सबको thank you बोल दिया इतने अच्छे से और मेरा काम आसान कर दिया है. So thank you so much. So on behalf of NCW, I'd like to extend a sincere gratitude and appreciation to everybody for making the time to be with us here today. I'd like to thank Secretary WCD, our Honorable Chairperson, Madam Rekha Sharma ji, for being the vision and guiding force behind this program. Our Honorable Member Secretary, Madam Meenakshi Neghi ji, for constantly supporting us throughout the program. Our Honorable Members, distinguished panelists, for sharing your valuable insights with us, and our lovely, encouraging audience. Thank you so much to all of you. I hope you have found this seminar resourceful. Thank you so much. जैसा कि मैंने कहा 2 मिनट का ही है vote of thanks, तो हो गया है. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a lovely evening ahead. Thank you to all of you.